Hi, everyone, and welcome to JavaScript Global Summit 2022. My name is Paul, and I'm the VP of Partnership here at Geekle. And let me introduce the team for today's event, and let's get started. So here is Nick, the Director of Events at Geekle. Hi, Nick. And
Hi,
here
everyone.
is Nadia. She is the community
Hi.
of this summit, and she helped us to bring together amazing speakers. And just a couple of words about the event, about the concept. How did we end up with calling it just the JavaScript Global Summit? Because we know that we have pretty strong React, Angular, Vue, and Node.js communities, and we decided that we wanted to show some love to I would say probably minor frameworks, the frameworks which are not as big or maybe just started. And we know that many of us, we are interested in things like maybe Svelte, maybe Dino or Dino, whichever way you call it. Yeah, maybe Express and all sorts of frameworks, all sorts of useful add-ons to the, I would say, to the classic JavaScript. We decided to bring together this amazing bunch of speakers, this amazing bunch of people. And we want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. We have 3 sponsors. And first of all, thank you to Bright, to our platinum sponsors who actually helped us to organize this event and helped us to promote it and basically make it happen. And also look for the announcements for the free workshop from Bright. Practical hands-on workshop is going to be super cool, super practical, and super interesting. And you will have the opportunity to get yourself some free scanning hours from Bright. Super cool. You will save a lot of money to yourself because of those free scanning hours. Yeah. And also we will have Akira brand from Bright as one of the presenters for today's talk. Yeah, and also thank you to Scout and Influx Data for sponsoring this event as well. Yeah, so let's talk about some stats. Nadia, could you please share with us how the preparation went? And yeah, by the way, please let us know, where are you coming from? What country, maybe city you're from, maybe your company. Give a shout out to maybe to your community, to your local GS community. Nadia?
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to have all of you here. Today, we have more than 4,000 registration for the summit, and I'm very happy about it. And I want to say a huge thank you for all of our speakers, moderators, for all of our program committee members who helped me a lot during the organization of the summit. I really don't know what I would do without you guys, so thank you for helping me and supporting me so much. About the general stats, what I would share with you, we have 35 topics, 19 topics today and 16 topics tomorrow. We have 12 hours of content only today, plus 11 hours of content tomorrow. We have speakers from Adobe, PayPal, Meta, Microsoft, OLX Group, Wix, and another great company. We paid huge attention to use cases, how it really works, so you can get first-hand experience from today's event. Many of the talks will have the live coding demos, and at the end of each block, we will have the live Q&A session for everyone. And all of our attendees will have the opportunity to ask the question for our speakers. So thank you for everyone, and enjoy the first day of JavaScript Go Summit. And Nick, say more about the difference between junior and senior tech and another, I think, important thing.
Thank you for the introduction. And yeah, so as Nadia mentioned, we will have another day when we have 12 hours of talks today, and tomorrow we have another 11 hours of talks. So if you haven't registered for the senior track, please consider joining. The link is in the description and also on our website, where all the registration there, because senior track is going to have more advanced topics, deep dive into the frameworks, and so on and so on. So definitely check that out. Of course, we have so many hours, so many talks ahead of us. Everything's going to be recorded. Don't worry if you miss anything, but still, we'll be waiting for you on the Q&A sessions, and we'll be looking forward to your questions for our speakers. So yeah, please be live as long as you can. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please make sure you see that there's also a part 2 of today's live stream. Do not miss it. But still, I would personally recommend you to join on our platform, because I have our own like a Q&A tab for questions, and also you can tab speakers, and you won't be able to miss anything. The recordings also will be right there. So yeah, definitely consider joining through our platform. Also, the link is in the description. Also, if you are joining with a full access ticket and you have access to tomorrow's live stream, you'll have a recordings library available later after the event. We'll send you a notification when it's ready. And as for today's live stream, yeah, we're looking forward for your question, as I said, but we also will be moderating the chat. So please do not write any unnecessary information, don't spam, don't harass each other. Like, we definitely are pretty strict to things like that. And yeah, so I think we are ready to start. We have our first moderator. We have an amazing speaker and moderator that's gonna join the stage right now, Tim Bennings. And without any further ado, let's start with the first block of topics. Okay, Tim, I think you don't have a sound. I'm so sorry for this interruption, but yeah, that's what's live stream for you. Yeah.
It's always the same problem. How about now?
Yes, go on, please.
Imagine
Sorry,
this.
guys.
I think I've probably emceed and spoken at about 100 conferences now, and this still happens. So how about we start that again? So I'll be your MC for today, and we have about 12 hours of talks today, which is crazy and awesome. So you will definitely get your money's worth. So feel free to stay and watch all of them. And so I'll be your MC or moderator for the first block today. And then I'll also do that for tomorrow for the first block in which I'm also speaking. So as I lost some time because my mic wasn't working, how about we just get right into it and get our first speaker onto the stage? So James, you want to share the screen with me for a sec? There he is.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm all good. Welcome and thank you. And so, James, you work at DailyCo, and you're going to talk about WebRTC, which is super hot. Are you excited?
I'm always excited with WebRTC, especially doing a WebRTC talk on a video streaming platform.
While using WebRTC.
Using WebRTC.
Exactly. Oh man, this has been a hot topic for a long time, but I haven't really heard people talk about it. So I'm really excited to see what you have to say. Without asking you now to talk about your talk, how about you just do your talk? And let's make sure everybody, if you have questions, if you're on the platform, use the Q&A tab, and otherwise just put them in the chat in YouTube, because I'll be asking questions later to you, James.
Sounds great.
All right. Have fun. See you soon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending which time zone everyone's in. Hi, my name's James Hush. I'm a solutions engineer over at Daily. And before Daily, I worked as a software engineer for about 10 years on websites like NFL.com, where I worked on the video player for the Super Bowl. Afterwards, I led the engineering team for an online virtual events company called Remo. So I've been doing video-related stuff for better part of 6 or 7 years now. But now I got the best job in the world because I get to teach people how to do cool video stuff. And so because of this, I see people use WebRTC in novel ways every single day. Now, today I'm going to show everyone here how to get started with WebRTC using vanilla JavaScript and DailyJS. So whether you're a beginner with WebRTC or coding in general, that's fine. If you're a senior engineer who has been working in the industry for a while, but he's never really got around to learning more about WebRTC, this is the right place for you too. Don't worry. It's all going to be good for both sets of people. So with that, what exactly is WebRTC? Let's start with some of the definitions here. So WebRTC, oh, my video looks a bit odd here. One moment. I must have a filter, no big deal. That's fine, we're gonna go with it. So, what is WebRTC? Now, WebRTC, it stands for Web Real-Time Communications. And it's become kind of like a catch-all term for anything and everything related to video calls, streaming video in the browser. So anytime you see like a low latency video product like Google Meet, or if you're using video calls over Slack or Microsoft Teams, that's generally all WebRTC. Now, the WebRTC project is an open source project supported by Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Mozilla. And it's a standard that works across all major browsers and on iOS and Android. So another cool thing about WebRTC is it's peer-to-peer. So that means theoretically, you don't need a server between you and the person you're talking to. So for example, I could, just with the browser APIs, set up a video call between my laptop here and then somebody else's laptop in the other room on the same network. So, and you can do that without any libraries or anything. So now, why do I say theoretically you don't need a computer in between? Because as we all know, anything to do with computers is a lot more complicated than it looks once we start going past like the first few steps. So when a video call moves past a few people, and by that moves past about like 5 or 6 people, issues usually start popping up. So for example, if someone's behind a firewall and there isn't like a turn server set up, that can screw up a video call. Also, the more people we connect to, the more video streams we're uploading and downloading to each person, because remember, it's peer-to-peer. So if I'm connected to 6 people, I'm uploading my video stream to 6 people, and I'm also downloading 6 chunks of video to my computer. And so as you can imagine, at 4 to 6 people on a call, even if you have a brand new MacBook with a really fast internet connection, if you're downloading 6 videos and uploading them, it's gonna start to slow down really quick. And then, of course, we have edge cases with browsers. So just like with every web technology, even though WebRTC is like an open standard, I'm sure any web developer who's played around with this, some standards are more followed by browsers than others. And so right now, Chrome is a bit further ahead feature-wise than Firefox and especially Safari. Also, all these features that we usually take for granted in video experiences today, we kind of have to code ourselves. So if you want to do blurred backgrounds like Google Hangouts, that's a whole other thing. If you want to create a room that only certain people are allowed to join, we got to code all that logic ourselves, because that kind of goes outside the WebRTC spec too. And then finally, even something as simple as figuring out who's in the same call with us, we kind of have to manage that state ourselves. And if you want to start doing large calls, like 10,000, 11,000 people, you're going to have to start setting up your own media servers. You're going to have to make like an AWS account. You're going to have to like learn about DevOps and all that stuff. So you might be thinking, James, you're about 5 minutes into this talk, and I'm not excited about WebRTC. This sounds awful. Like, this sounds like such a pain in the butt to do. Like, it sounds like I'm going to need like 6 or 7 engineers just to get like the simplest thing working. Is there an easier way? And that's why I'm actually really excited to be working at Daily. Because Daily, we take all the building blocks that WebRTC gave us, and Daily kind of fills in the gaps. So Daily has a much simpler API than trying to glue everything together yourself, and has built all those like take it for granted features like virtual backgrounds, blurred backgrounds, simulcast settings, so you don't have to code it yourself either. Also, Daily has all the infrastructure, all the things you need to handle calls past 15,000 people. So you don't need to like have your own DevOps team or anything like that. So that means as JavaScript developers, we can focus on what we're good at, which is making cool user experiences. And today I'm going to teach you how to glue some stuff together with just vanilla JavaScript and Daily to make your own custom video call experience running probably in the next 20 minutes or so. With that, though, first I need to introduce you to someone. Oh, where did my mouse go? One moment. So this is Zoe. She teaches Taiwanese Mandarin to students on our website, and she's a great teacher. But one problem, she hates computers. Like, she hates computers so much that she still has PowerPoint 2010 installed on her laptop because she doesn't trust updates. So right now she uses Google Meet to give lessons online. And while it's like okay, it's really not that great. Like, it doesn't have any of her brand colors. It's on a different domain than the rest of her website. And she wants to be able to customize this video call experience around Chinese lessons. She wants to be like the best. She wants to have the best online Chinese lesson learning live call experience in the whole wide world. Okay, but she doesn't know how to code. So that means she has to hire a CTO. And she's got to find like someone who has WebRTC experience, got to find someone who understands the domain, and probably find someone really handsome too. And so she hires me, aka her boyfriend. So in the chat right now, everyone type anyone who's part-time CTO for their significant other, or part-time head of IT, or part-time tech support right in the chat right now. So as you all know, if you've been part-time CTO for a significant other, they don't really have high budgets. Like, the pay's super low. And this is the same with Zoe. She's on a tight budget. And so she'll only be able to give us boba and like hugs and our ability to push us across the border, push us across the finish line. So that means we can't like build out an engineering team or anything like that. Also, she needs this done by tomorrow. Like, tight deadline. So let's get started. I'm going to move on to a demo. One moment. Switch over to here. Oh, and we can see that here. So to get started, oh, one sec. Have 3 monitors, so I'm making sure I get my keyboard focus right. Okay. So to get started, first we go to daily.co and we sign up for a new account. So I think I'm already signed up, and that'll take us to this dashboard page. And from here, we're going to create a new room. So actually, I was demoing this earlier. Let me delete the last one. So a room in Daily is kind of like, imagine a room in an office. It's where people go to meet. So whenever you join a room in Daily, that kind of determines who you can see and who you can talk to in a video call. So if we create a room, let's call it Geekle because of the event. And from here, we have a bunch of different settings we can turn on and off on the UI. And these are really similar to what you'd expect from a video call in like Zoom or Google Meet or something like that. So for example, we can make a room private. So that means anyone with an API, only people with an API key can join. We can make sure cameras are turned on at the start, or microphones are turned on at the start. We could have hand raising. So we're going to turn this one on in case Zoe ever wants to teach a group class, like 5 or 6 people. That way, instead of people talking all over each other, they click a button to raise their hand and she can call on them. From here, we can even do things like enable cloud recording. So this means if Zoe's having a Chinese lesson, she could click a button, record it on the cloud, so that way even if both the people's computers get screwed up, the recording's still saved, and then email the recording back to her student. And then from there, we're just going to click Create Room. I'm going to create a room. And then what I'm able to do, you can see here my domain name here is hush.daily.co. So if I go to hush.daily.co/Geekle, we get transported. Oh, another app is using my camera. Oh, there we go. Switch to my MacBook camera. So we get transported to this cool like video UI thing that's kind of reminiscent of something like Google Meet or Zoom.
Hey, James, your camera is not working at all right now. So you stopped sharing whatever you were sharing. So can you please get back?
Hello, can you see me now?
No, we cannot.
One moment. One moment.
And also, if you can,
Okay, I know what happened here.
on your demo, can you please enlarge the text for a little bit so it will be easier for the audience to see the text in your.
Okay, cool. So it looks like when I switch the camera focus on, it switches this one. So I'm going to be extra careful the next 10 minutes or so to make sure. So if my camera turns off, I know how to turn it back on really quickly when demoing. So if we, where was I? We were back here. Okay, so what I was saying is if we go to hush.daily.co/Geekle, I'll just use this as an example showing. I see my camera loses focus again. I'll check. Okay, cool. So as long as I don't switch to my second camera, the whole presentation doesn't come crashing down, so we're good. But what Zoe wants is she wants this experience on her own domain name with her own brand colors and her own features. So this pre-build experience, we call daily pre-build, is all fine and good, but now we're going to move on to actually embedding it into a web page. So to demo that, I'm going to go to glitch.com, which is kind of similar to Code Sandbox. And this website lets you just write code and host it, which is really great for demos. So I'm going to take a little code snippet that I've prepared here. And here we have just some run-of-the-mill HTML boilerplate. So we're setting up a link to make an icon, setting the viewport, setting a title. But the one thing that's really different here, I want to point out, is we have a script tag for the DailyJS library. So what this does is this goes and grabs the DailyJS library and lets us to use it inside this web page. Now, if you're using something like React or Vue or Svelte and you're using NPM and Webpack or whatever, instead of including a script tag, you can just do npm install at daily.co/dailyjs. But for this demo, we're going to keep it nice and simple, just like how Mom used to do it, just one HTML page. So if you go here, we can see a preview. Right now, you can see I have the title here, but other than that, it doesn't really do anything because it's a blank page. And I'm going to zoom in the text a little bit. Here we go. So let's get started and embed our first video call. So in this script tag, I'm going to do const call frame equals window.daily iframe.create frame. So this goes into the DailyJS library and makes a new call frame, which takes that embedded video call experience and puts it in the page. And from there, I'm going to do call frame.join URL. And we're going to use the same URL that we created on that first step when we created a room. So in my case, that was https://hush.daily.co/Geekle. Oops, Geekle. If I do prettier. Now when I refresh the page, I'm going to make sure I pay attention to my monitor here to make sure my camera doesn't crash. Oh, let me move this guy out the way. And so you can see at the bottom right corner of the page, by default, puts a little daily video call player on the bottom right corner of the page. So that's pretty neat for 2 lines of code, but we got to make this video screen a lot bigger. Zoe wants this to take up the full width of the screen. So how do we do that? Luckily, what I like to say is if you can embed a video tag or embed an image, you can pretty much embed a daily video player. Anything you can do to a video tag or an image, you can do to this. So in this example, we're going to apply a little bit of CSS to make it take the full width of the page. So I'm going to move my video screen over here again. Oh, move it out the way. So to do that, we're going to add a style tag, which lets us add CSS to our page. And I'm going to set up two different selectors. A wrapper. Let's do display grid width 100%, height 100 view height. And another selector, let's do daily, call it daily video. Set the width to 100%, height to 100%. Oops, and then in the body, body. Let's add those div IDs. So div ID equals wrapper, and then div ID equals daily video. And finally, we want to tell daily, instead of putting it in the bottom right corner of the screen, let's put this video in this daily video div. So to do that, we can get a reference to this div. Let's call it call wrapper by doing document.getElement.id daily video. So this document.getElement.id goes to the whole HTML, finds the div with the ID daily video, puts it into this variable, and from there, we can pass this into call frame. And this will tell daily, hey, put the video in this div. Now with that, that should give us the full screen video player. Okay, cool. And the camera didn't crash. There we go. And so as you can see here, now we got the video taking up the full screen. And we're only about 16, 17 minutes into this presentation. Like, not too shabby. So it looks like we're done. But Zoe isn't happy with us yet, because it still doesn't have her brand colors. And like, as an engineer, I always forget about the colors and the style. I always just try getting it to work. But like, the colors are super important to Zoe, so what can we do here? So luckily here, Zoe's not the first person who wanted her own custom colors. So in this daily library, we also have the ability to change the theme. So by doing something like callFrame.setTheme, we can pass in a colors object. And let's say we want to change the background color. Let's make it red, F00. If I go over here, hit refresh. As you can see here, we got a red background, which, now that I think about it, this is actually the worst color I could have picked. Like, like, out of all the colors, this is like the ugliest color in the world. So you can tell I'm like a software engineer. I always forget about the colors. But luckily, ahead of time, I made sure I found some nice colors. Let me just copy those over. Paste it in here. So here, as you can see, you can set the accent color, the accent text, the background accent, the base text, main background area, supportive text. All these different parts of the video player you can change and customize. So now with these much prettier colors, let's see what we got here. Oh, and refresh. There we go. Completely customized to match Zoe's brand colors. So we take this, we go to Zoe, it's like, it's on your domain now. It's got your custom colors. But then she tells us it's missing one key feature. It's a feature she completely forgot to tell us in advance. Like, write in the chat if you've ever worked with a client or worked with a boss who told you to do told you about a feature that they forgot about the day before project's due. But you know what? It's fine. We got this. We're engineers. We're going to roll with the punches. What's she need? We got this. So she tells us she wants a Chinese dictionary to take up 1/3 of the page. So that way, when she's teaching students, they can look up Chinese characters as she's teaching the Chinese characters. And she still needs this done by tomorrow. Okay. So now we got to think of the quickest, simplest way to embed this feature. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is using our good old friend iframe. So what we can do is we can take an iframe, put it with the Chinese dictionary website, put it in the page, and then use some CSS to style it. So let's give that a shot. So I'm going to add another div here. Let's call it, oh, one sec, lost keyboard focus. Let's call it iframe. Source is the source for our Chinese dictionary website. Let me use my favorite one, which is mdbg.net Chinese/dictionary. Set the width to 100%, height to 100%, and then close up the iframe. Then from there, we want this to only take up 1/3 of the page. So what we can do here is in our CSS section, change wrapper. Since we're already using display grid, we can apply a CSS grid template, which would look something like this. Grid template columns. It's 2 fractions, 1 fraction. So what this is saying, hey, on this wrapper element, I want you to use display grid. And whenever there's 2 divs beside each other, make sure the first div takes up 2 fractions of the page, and the next div takes 1 fraction of the page. And I believe that's all the CSS we will need to do this. Let's do another check. There we go. And then we can say if I want to search something up like ni hao and hit go. So now we have a video call experience. We have a brand new video call experience. We've taken like the traditional video call and we've added the ability to put in a Chinese dictionary beside it. So as Zoe's business grows though, she's gonna start getting more and more product ideas. So this idea of having an embedded video call on a web page, it seems pretty simple. And as we saw like on the outside, it is pretty simple. But with this simple additional feature, when you combine it with other features and like normal web technology, you can make those features even more impactful. So for example, if you wanted a completely custom UI, you're like, I don't like any of the pre-built UI, Daily gives you access to the video stream and the ability to listen to every event you need to make your own completely custom UI as well. But let's think a bit deeper here. So remember, we now have access to every tool on the web that we already know in our like bag of tricks. So we can make features like, I don't know, we could do breakout rooms with logic to split certain classes of students into certain rooms. Because remember, we have access to the backend server too. We have access to whatever student metadata our app is doing. We could add a section at the bottom right corner of the page. So not only a Chinese dictionary, but we could add something else. So Zoe could show students the proper stroke order for each character. We could do something else like automatically, as Zoe's giving a lesson, make 2 UIs, one for the teacher and one for the student. And so as Zoe's giving a lesson, teaching different and new words, she could write down those words, save them as the lesson goes, and then at the end of the lesson, automatically send an email with all the new vocabulary, or automatically send the email with all the new vocabulary formatted as flashcards. And like the list goes on and on. And again, for those features, that's just everyday web technology with like good old-fashioned normal SQL database and some JavaScript. That's not doing any video tag, but it's something that's unlocked, and that's why I'm really excited. I'm really excited about this. It's all these features on their own are already possible. So with that said, today we walked through like a brief intro on WebRTC. We talked about the things that the browsers give us out of the box with WebRTC. We talked about some of the pitfalls browsers have with WebRTC if you want to do bigger calls, or you want to do calls that are more than just two people on the same local network connected to each other. Then we went through a fun little case study, going through an example in the online education space. But again, like once you start getting your gears spinning, you could see how we could apply video call features to other spaces, like online shopping. Imagine having a virtual shopper beside you, picking out clothes for you. Telehealth. Imagine being able to talk to the doctor and share medical records. And yeah, so like there's all these new and different features you can keep building on top of. So my challenge for you is to think of some more different concepts you can do. Right after this talk, I'm going to drop a link in the Geekle chat to this demo that we built today, so you can take a look at the code. And all in all, for more information, you can check out www.daily.co and sign up for an account. Try playing around on your own and like have fun with this one. Let your imagination go free this one. I really believe that this is going to be an absolute game changer for not only the education space, but virtual fans like this one, online shopping, telehealth, and more. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or on email, james@daily.co. And now off to everyone at Geekle.
Thank you so much, James. That was really fun. And it was literally in 7 minutes, you had a thing running. And like, I've done web development for a long, long time. And this was always so hard. I never even thought of this as a possibility in a web app. And now it is. So super cool.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited about it, because like you said, it was such a pain. Like, if you told me to do this from scratch, I'd be like, no, like, there's no way.
I've tried in the past. This is a few years ago, and it was even harder. So I put a few questions I have in the chat for later on for when we do the Q&A session. So let's see if you know these answers. But for now, thank you very much. You can chill. Everything worked. Awesome stuff. Let's go to the next speaker. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the Q&A session. All right, so our next talk will be Francesco Leardini, and he is working at Accenture. And at Accenture, they're working with all these amazing kind of fancy browser APIs that you might not even consider to work on the web, but they are amazing. And there's so much to learn about what these browsers can do nowadays. And just like the previous talk, I think we're going to be very excited about what we're going to see. So without further ado, here's Francesco's talk. Cheers.
When using native apps on our phones, we are used to benefit from a rich set of features that makes our experience very satisfying. For example, we can share some application's content with a couple of clicks with our friends because we can directly access our contact list on the phone itself. The screen never goes instant by when we are looking at or using the native app, and many other cool features. This is really nice indeed. But wouldn't it be nice also to have the same functionalities also for our web applications? Indeed, this is nowadays possible thanks to browser web APIs. We have to say, though, that it's possible to a certain extent. There are still some kind of limitations that we have to face, but we will discuss them later. However, thanks to these modern APIs, we can provide a much richer user experience and even think and design in a different way functionalities, providing eventually functionality that so far were never being possible or be implemented on a web application. These APIs have the goal indeed to close, or at least to narrow down the feature gap between native and web applications. Now, if you look at the picture and you think, or you ask whether you can launch a space rocket with our browser, well, not completely yet. Nevertheless, JavaScript went to the space. This in the picture is the console of the Dragon 2, the first spacecraft with touch screens, making an extensive use of Chromium, JavaScript, and C++ for the touch commands. However, even if we don't plan to go over the space with our project, nevertheless, we can take advantage of these APIs that we will discuss today and try to provide or improve our web applications. And the goal is exactly this of this talk, trying to trigger more interest for this API and maybe make you think to a possible new functionality that you can introduce either in the current project or in the future one. The demo that we will see today try indeed to focus on practical scenarios that could be common cases for many projects. Before proceeding though, further, let me spend a couple of words about me. My name is Francesco Leardini, and I work as a principal consultant and Angular trainer at Accenture, based in Switzerland. Even though I work as a full-stack engineer, having .NET and C# as my backend side, I have a special interest, actually passion, for web technologies like progressive web apps, Angular, React, and modern web in general. And I like really to share with the audience, with them during meetups or conferences, these tips and know-how that I get while experimenting in my personal projects. But enough talking about me. Let's start our journey about web APIs. The first API we will discuss is the Page Visibility API. It allows us to listen to events that tell us whether the document, the page that is serving our application, is visible or not. And then we can get a precise information whether the user, for example, minimize or open the new tab. Therefore, our page or the page that is serving or hosting our application is not visible anymore. Some practical scenarios for this API could be a carousel showing some articles on sale that are very important for our marketing campaign, for example. We want to stop the carousel for going to the next item in case the page is not visible anymore. Or if we show the latest blogs or stock exchange values, therefore, from the client side, we constantly poll, or after a few seconds, we poll from a server in order to get this fresh information, we can stop these when the page is not visible and make it the polling start again as soon as the page is visible again, saving this way some bandwidth. This is not very important if we are at home or with a laptop, but could be very important if for our mobile users that are on the way. Therefore, let's see how we can implement this Page Visibility API. The demo that we will see uses Angular, but this is not important because all the APIs are framework agnostic, and therefore they can be used for Vue.js or any other framework like React, for example, or even vanilla JavaScript. They work no matter which kind of technology, JavaScript technology, we will use. In here, for the visibility demo, we will simply have in the template a video element. We want to simulate that we want to play a video that is very important for us. Therefore, we don't want the user to miss not even 1 second if they go to another page. This video element will be then referenced on the component side, where we can then invoke the pause and play method according to the visibility of the page. Here we can see that we listen to the visibility change event of the document, and then according to the result. So if the document is hidden, then we want to stop the video. Native element is a reference of the video that we got from the template. Otherwise, if the document hidden is false, therefore the page is visible, then we want the video play again. Here, in the lower part, for the sake of the demo, we also set the title to pause or play according to which is the state of our video. But let's see now live how does it work. This is our demo, and then at the end I will give you the GitHub repo and then all the details. Every demo is structured in the same way. It has a description about the API at the top part. In the central part, we have the demo itself. And in the lower part, we have the compatibility with different browsers. In this case, and this is a good news first, this API is widely supported by many or all the newest browser. So let's start our video. Seconds go on, and then we go to another page. We can see here, first of all, we have a play as the title as we implemented. And now if we go to a new tab, we can see that the title changes to pause. And now what I would expect is that if I go back to the previous page, the video will continue exactly by the second that we left. And indeed, this it was. So Page Visibility API gave us the possibility to infer or get information about indeed the visibility of our page, of our application in the document, and then take action according to that. It depends of our logic. Now, if you like me, you like to cook, you might have found yourself in a similar situation as the image. Now, think about you are following a recipe for the evening, for the dinner, and you have the recipe on the phone, and you are in this very specific situation. It's not very practical now to unlock the phone because typically after a few seconds you go on standby. So in these cases, the screen wake lock API can really help us, or at least help our cooking users. This is because to save battery, mobile devices quickly go into sleep mode when left idle. But in some scenarios, indeed, if we provide or implement a cooking web application, keeping the screen active could be really a benefit or a killer feature for our users. And this is possible thanks to this API. Another possible use case could be a presentation web application where we wanted to let the users read the screen without having to interact or to scroll with it. Could be like a math formula or some university draft document that could be a little bit hard to digest. Therefore, the user needs a little bit more time to read it. And so instead of every 15 seconds having to interact with the screen, we can keep the screen locked and always active. Of course, in order to allow this, we need to fetch this lock, and this is possible only through a user gesture first. In this case, let's see first the demo and then the application. For that, I will also it's collapsed. I will also use a screen share of my phone that is just crashed. Here we are. And here we can say that is mirroring exactly the same application. So I go on the wake lock case, and now we will keep talking, leaving the phone here on standby. I won't interact with it. For this demo, I chose specifically a very long recipe. I don't take any responsibility about that. I didn't try it, so I don't know if it's good or not, but it could be a very good use case. Let's see also the layout, the console. We can see here that I click and I get, this is just for the log purposes, I get the Sentinel. So by interacting with the checkbox, I will fetch and request a lock. And then if I go to a new page and then I come back, we can see that while we go to a new page, the lock has been released. This is by default so. So if we navigate to another page, we release automatically the lock. However, we can combine the page visibility API with this API. In the meantime, we can see that my screen went blank, therefore is on standby. Indeed, it's all blank here on the right side. And but we can reacquire the lock so that if I click here and I say, okay, now when I go to a new page, the lock will be released. But when I come back, I want to make it so that the visibility will tell me that the page is visible again. And since we initially allow to fetch the lock, then we can automatically get it. Therefore, the user doesn't have to click on the button, or in this case, the checkbox again. We can fetch it automatically. So let's clean the console, go to a new tab, and go back. Here we can see that the wake lock has been reacquired. Indeed, because as we expected, we could reacquire the lock because we specified so. But let's see how can we implement this in our case. On the template, we have two checkboxes. The other is just a cosmetic content, just to fill the page. Is the recipe is not interesting. But what's interesting is that these two checkboxes, we can see that when we click on the enable wake lock, we call the lock enable change method. This lock enable change method will request a lock if is not enabled yet. Otherwise, it will release it. And then this is just a flag to show the label in the UI just for the demo purposes. In the request lock, we can invoke over the navigator object the request method of the wake lock object. The request method allows us to provide a parameter. At the moment, only screen as a parameter is possible. In the past, it was also possible to provide a parameter of type system, but this has been removed. So at the moment, we can lock only the screen. When this promise resolves and is successful, then we get an object or a lock sentinel, meaning that from that moment on, our screen will be always active and it won't go on standby. We can even listen on some events, like for example, release, in case we are interested, and in case we navigate to a new page and this automatically released the sentinel. As we say, though, we can combine the visibility API that we discussed before with this API and play or use this as synergy to create a nicer functionality, so that if the user already granted the possibility to fetch the lock and then it goes away, the lock is released. But when we come back, we can automatically reacquire it. And this is possible by combining the document visibility change event, so it tells us when the document is visible again. And we can do this by using the visibility state property on the document object. And if it's visible and we granted that we want also to reacquire the lock, then we can request the wake lock or invoke again the wake lock method for us, for the user. So this is a possible way to automatize this request lock action or functionality. Ambient light. This is another very cool functionality or API, because allow us to use the hardware of our phone to get information about the ambience or the light around our environment, and then take action according to the luminance, so the amount of light in the room. We can see that this, for example, is not available, of course, in desktop or my laptop, because it's not available. I don't have any light sensor, but it's available on my phone. Of course, we have to. Here, we can show the API is capable of reading the light level. Now, if I go more close to a source of light, in this case, my window, it increases. But if I go away and eventually I simulate that I'm in the night, or I can cover it, we can read it to a certain point. Okay, a bit darker maybe. To a certain point, these, okay. We can see that when I go under the table or I try to cover it and we go under the certain threshold that we defined, so 50 in this case, we can switch straight from the light to a dark mode. Now, if I go back again, automatically my website changes all the CSS rules and switch them back to light. Again, I cover it, I simulate that I'm in the evening. I should probably close it in the cupboard, right? And now we are again in the dark mode. And this is done automatically. It's a very nice feature that we can use to enhance the experience and the user friendliness of our application. If we provide, for example, a blog for our users, and our users read our blog posts on the bed, maybe it's not so nice to having a light theme, but automatically make our application smart and switch to dark mode according to the environment and according to the hardware information that are provided from the device that the user is using or where our application is running. For the light, we have always is a good thing. Try first to see if this API is supported or not by the current system. If not, we can either provide information about that or gracefully ignore this new functionality. If we can support, or if the browser supports this API, we can then invoke the read ambient light. For that, we have to provide first a permission. Permission API is yet another API that allows us to grant and then check the different the state of different permissions for this specific ambient permission. In this case, it's called ambient light sensor. And let's say that we granted already the permission. Then, if denied, of course, we cannot do anything. Then we can start reading the ambient light. And then from that moment on, we can start by invoking the start method over the sensor object. And by reading the start method, we can constantly update the theme in this case, or in any case, do some logic according to the value of light that is read by this sensor. In this case, is a lux value, is a number. It tells a luminance value in the room. We can define any value, any threshold we want. Here I define, for sake of the demo, 50 to be, or between 10 and 50 to be a dark environment. And then above this level could be just a normal or even a bright environment. Of course, we can use these values in a much more specific and precise way in case that we wanted to provide much different or differentiate cases. In this case, I just wanted to use dark or bright mode and apply them to the layout. So I just, in this case, just the background is a black or white or dark gray or white according to the luminance. So simple, but still very nice. And we can provide this functionality in our web application and achieve the same result as, for example, it is for a native app like Google Maps, that when we navigate through a gallery, automatically switches to the dark mode. File system access has been for long time functionality possible only on native apps, of course, or desktop applications. But thanks to the file system access API, it's possible nowadays to manipulate the files locally also in our web applications. What we can do is that we create like a file handle. We get this handle object, and then we keep it in the context of our application, because we can use it then to constantly save changes to the file without having to open all the time a new file picker, so open or save file picker. In this case, this gives a very native feeling or native experience possible directly through our web application. It's needed though to grant all the time permissions, because there is not possible to have any permission persistence unless we save the file handles locally somewhere. Otherwise, by default, we have all the time have to grant read or write permission when the user opens the file again. We will see is automatically prompt document through the browser. But let's see how it is possible this in the demo first, and then let's see how is implementing. So we open a new file. In this case, I already have a file existing, and we can see that we have now the possibility to save it. Here, there is also a new, at the top, there is a new icon. This page is allowed to view files. So by opening an existing file, we grant implicitly read permissions to it. Now, if I change it, so for example, edit it and I save, the browser allows me, oh, do you want to grant permissions to write permission to it? Yes, I save. And we can see that change also the icon. Now we have permission to edit the file. From this moment on, again, save is saved. We go to another page, we come back, and we open the same file. And we can see that the changes that we did before are persisted. And now I can go on, keeping saving the changes, and no new prompt, because I'm in the same session, no new prompt of permission are shown. But all these changes I do are straight saved to the file. So I'm working now through a web application, but it seems to be like either in a native app or using a desktop application. It's really, really cool feature. Let's see how we can implement it. So as we said, when we click on open the button, we can invoke the file handle method that gives back file handle that on the window object shows invokes the show open file picker. We want to show an open file picker where we can select which file we want to open, of course. And then we can provide some options, like, for example, if we want to provide already a directive, the name of the button, and to narrow down to some specific file extensions. But what is important is what comes back from this method. We can get a file handle object, and it's always good to keep a reference to this file handle within the context, because then this file handle allows us to get all information from the selected file, like the size, like the name, and so on. And then, of course, also we can get also the content, and we use it in this case to initialize the text area. When we click on the save file, we can see here that we check if the file handle is existing. If so, we can invoke the writeTextFile method in here. And this writeTextFile uses the file handle that we already had before to create a writable string. It's just a normal writable string where we can write then the new contents. But what is important is that we don't need to create again a new handle when we want to save the file if this is already existing, because then we don't need to show again a file input dialog. So very nice and still very cool possibility to enhance our applications. Web share. We like very much to share contact with our friends and so on, Twitter or WhatsApp and so on. We have, for example, a blog that we have to share via Twitter and so on. It's very nice. And it's very possible through web applications with just one click. This is possible with the Web Share API. Web Share API allows us to share a text contact, so a body and information, a title and URL with a native application that is available on a device, for example. At least one of these three properties, so title, text or body, and URL must be defined. This is what the API requires. However, it's a best practice to define them all, because we don't know which media, which application our user will choose. If a text application like WhatsApp, for instance, the title might not be important, because we just want to provide the body, eventually a URL. But if an email app is chosen instead, then the title is used automatically as a subject for the email. Therefore, it's very important always try to put all these three properties. Let's see how can we define how we can implement it. And we see also with the phone an example. So the web share in this case in the Mac OS is not supported, but is supported on my Android devices. Here I have the recipe of my favorite two cocktails, and I want to share with my friends. So we can see that the bottle is grayed out if the system does not support this API, and it is available on the device that is supporting it. Now, if I click on it, automatically comes from the phone a list of the native apps that can be used to share this content that I want to provide to my friends. And then I select one contact, and we can see that we have inside, in this case, WhatsApp, we have a title, a body, and then also a link. So these are three properties that we defined before. And this is done with one click. So coming back again to our application, we can have blogs, we can have information that we want to share or allow our user to share with other contacts, and we can make it very easy thanks to this API. Another positive thing is that implementing it is also very simple. We define, for example, a share object where we have these properties, as we said before. Files we can provide from the level 2 of this API as well, but for the time being, for the sake of this demo, just stick with the first 3 properties. And with this object, then we can, here we are coded, but let's say we can get this information, and then over the navigator object, we invoke the share method by passing exactly the specific object with the title, URL, and the text property that we want to share. And that's it. We don't need anything else. The navigator share method will take care of showing through the device that we are using, if capable, showing all the applications that are possible to be used to share this information. On a Windows machine, on Windows 10, we can use this API also on a desktop application. Great. Let's see now our last API, Contact Picker API. This is also very, very nice because accessing the contact list on a device has been always precluded to web applications, always until now. The Contact Picker API is still experimental, but allows to select contacts from the device list and use them within the context of our web application. We can fetch properties like name, the email, the phone number, the street address, and the icon, of course, if available in the phone contact list. And then we can use these properties within our web application. We can even decide to skip some of them when we select a specific contact. Since we access very sensitive data, there are some prerequisites though that must be fulfilled, similar to other APIs that we already discussed. For example, we need a secure connection, therefore it works only under HTTPS, and again, it needs a user interaction. Therefore, we cannot automatically fetch this contact list or this contact data, but first we need that the user click on a button or somehow somewhere in order to being able to allow our web application to fetch this information. And let's see how this works. Of course, this is not working on my laptop, but let's see on my device how this can work. Again, I click a button and I can see immediately the list of my contacts that I saved on my phone. I can select some, and then after I select these, we can see that we have here just using Angular material cards just for a layout, but can be whatever you prefer. We can get the name, the icon, we have the street, and we could get even other information like phone number and email if needed. And from that moment on, we can use it to, for example, use this as a target for email list or something else. Without this API, we would need to go to the content list, copy one contact, go back, paste, and so on and so forth. Not very nice. One negative thing is that we need to we can use this API only on Android at the moment, and as we can see there on the Opera as well, but yeah, it's very, very experimental and is not very widely used yet. Nevertheless, these as well as other APIs can trigger some ideas, and we can still try to implement in some parts of our applications, if possible. With that, we reached the end of this session. I hope you could get some good ideas for new projects, for new interesting functionalities for the existing projects. Here is the link to the demo we just saw with all the source code. Feel free to fork it and play around with it. And also the social media links. Feel free to follow me if you're interested in web topics in general, or if you have any questions in the next days and so on, you can write me. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good time.
Wow, that was really fun. And especially as all these APIs, like the one with the light sensitivity, it's amazing. And also something like wake lock that even last year wasn't even really fully working. So I have a few questions for you, Francesco, for later. Anyways, before we go to our next speaker, we will have a sponsor segment.
All right. I hope everyone is enjoying the summit so far. And I want to say a huge thank you to Bright Security once again for helping us out with this event, for joining us, and for sponsoring this event. And just to tell a couple of words about their really cool product and the developer first scanning tool. So this application security testing scanner enables developers to integrate security testing across all your development pipelines with no false positives, and to test your applications and APIs, SOAPs, REST, GraphQL on every build, basically. This industry-first Bright's new security tester integrates with JavaScript unit testing. And you can test components and functions for security bugs in literally seconds, maybe like minutes maximum. And what's really cool, we have the free accounts for you. So we have the link for the free accounts. You can register and start scanning today. And if you want more hands-on, in-depth coverage on how to use it, how to set it up, we're going to have a hands-on workshop on Wednesday, 12th of October. The link for trial version and also for the workshop are in the chat. So you can use those to register and to grab yourself basically free access to security testing. And yeah, be sure to check out Akira's talk today. And if you've missed it, you can watch it in recordings after the summit. Thank you once again, Bright, for helping us and for sponsoring this event.
All right, that was it for the sponsor. And so our next speaker is Maxim Salnikov, who is working at Microsoft, and they'll be talking about what native web apps can do nowadays. And I imagine it's a whole bunch of stuff, because we have WebAssembly and things like Figma, for example, are native web apps. So without further ado, here is Maxim with their talk. Cheers.
Hello, dear developers. Let's talk about native web applications today. First, we'll check what actually makes the app feels like a native for this particular platform, for this particular device. And second, this is a session about web development. So we'll check what's available for making this very special native feeling of the web application in today's browsers. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I work in Microsoft and live in Norway, and I'm a big fan of progressive web applications. I organize events dedicated to PWA. I organize communities dedicated to this topic. And I'm also a Google developer expert in web technologies, in particular capabilities and installability. Let's stay connected on Twitter, WebMaxRU. Please follow me if you wish to stay updated about the latest and greatest part of the web frontend platform. Before we dive deeper into native applications, native web applications, let's check what makes web a great platform for building, distributing, and running our applications. First, we have evergreen browsers these days, so we can spend less efforts on checking what is the current version and is it fresh enough. We just use progressive enhancement and feature detection to make our applications as capable as possible. Then we have JavaScript, which is a very versatile language. You can use multiple paradigms, multiple approaches, multiple methodologies to build your application using this language. Plus, with come of WebAssembly, JavaScript is now not the only native language for the web. Place where we run our JavaScript applications, engines, parts of the modern web browsers. They are getting better and better. They focus strongly on performance. Tooling is the best in class across all programming platforms, all programming language. This is my personal opinion. I hope you agree with me that IDEs with IntelliSense, variety of frameworks, libraries, components are the best in class in web development now. And of course, huge community of the web developers. You can easily find an answer on pretty much any question you have, any issue you found. Yeah, you always get help. But of course, there are some disadvantages of the web, and one of them is the fact that it too much relies on connection status, on always being connected to the internet in order to work correctly. And here I talk about web frontend, of course. And the second factor, and we'll dive deeper here today, is the legacy behavior of web frontend applications. They are too attached to the browser. They always work within browser, in context of browser. This is why it's hard to reason about web front-end applications as native for this particular platform, because they are native for browser, not for this operating system, right? But we'll check how to make them native for the operating system, for the platform, for the device after all. And actually, this is how the idea of progressive web apps started. From this article by Alex Russell, who is my colleague in Microsoft, by the way, now, about how to escape the browser without losing the nature of web front-end application, without losing its openness, discoverability, linkability, and all other cool things that web applications have. Fast forward to our days. If we check the status of progressive web applications, and of course, if we talk about some native-like apps for the devices, for the platforms these days, we mainly reason about progressive web apps. So if we check stats from PWA chapter of Web Almanac for 2021, we'll see that over 3% of the websites of this sample that Web Almanac is scanning, it's around 8 million of addresses, are driven by the service workers. So it gives us pretty much strong feeling that these are progressive web applications. And even more, these 3% drive around 1/5 of the traffic. That means that, let's say, quite large, quite popular, very well visited websites are driven by the service workers. But service workers are only one part of progressive web applications. So we can, let's say, pretend that these are well integrated, well done PWAs that integrates themselves with operating system. What about a very specific part of PWA, installability? How many applications are in the wild these days? Maximiliano Firtman, who is a very famous researcher in PWA area, approximated that around 1.5 million websites today are ready to be installed to the user devices. And the fact of installation ready, of course, it's one of the criteria of a nice progressive web application, native-like web application. Why do we ever reason about this part of web apps? What is native and what is web? Well, I created this mini chart where I try to explain what I mean by nativeness. Nativeness, for me, this is number, and maybe it's even more important, depth of integration of your application, you build with the platform where this application will run. And of course, applications you build using native tools for this particular platform. There is no like native tool for one native tool for all platforms except web. Let's say if you use Swift for iOS devices, if you use Java or Kotlin for Android devices, these are really truly native, and yeah, their nativeness of course is the best. On the horizontal axis we have web, and web applications, they beat native ones by its reach. Web platform is everywhere, so it cannot be compared with any other platform by the possibility of reaching out to consumers of the application. So progressive web applications are trying to take the best from these two worlds. It keeps reach, openness, discoverability, linkability from web, and it tries to be as native as possible. So after this intro, let's check what's available for web platform in terms of being native for the devices, for operating systems. I categorized some features I found into the groups, into the categories. First, it all starts with installation and starting of your web front-end application. So how does it compare to installation and the startup of the truly native application? Then, if we talk about apps we build for the users, they have user interface, and how your application UI plays within the general environment is super important. After all, it runs in some window, maybe a full screen, but still we talk about some rectangle with your UI. Then, how your application can leverage the features of the underlying operating system and maybe hardware. I called these features outbound integrations. Inbound integrations, in its turn, it's about how the operating system can interact with your app. Maybe some interesting ways to launch your application, to pass some parameters to your application. It's well-known features of the native apps. Let's check how does it work for the web. Notifications. We want to build applications that engage and re-engage with our users, and we cannot build the ones without native notifications. I mean native that in terms of support from the operating system itself. So it's native notifications, not for your app, but for the underlying operating system, because only these kind of notifications are feeling like something natural, right, for the users. And of course, it's the most powerful in terms of the features. Then, background tasks. More or less complex web applications want to dedicate some workloads into the background, not to overload UI thread too much, to keep it smooth, fast, performant. Plus, we cannot talk about something scheduled if there is no chance to run tasks in the background. So let's check how that works here. And after all, access to hardware, direct access to hardware straight from your JavaScript code, I mean. Good. let's go through some of the features from these categories, some with more details, some with less details, but I'll try to give you full picture on what's available. But before we dive deeper into the particular features, I ask you to enable some experimental flags in your browsers. You can just do it by opening this URL in Edge, and there is similar URL you'll find in Chrome browser, because some of the features we are going through today are experimental. They are not available in the stable versions yet. So we can you can turn them on either using flags or using origin trial. Maybe for you as for developer, using flag is the best option. So just find everything related to PWA. You can filter these flags and enable everyone if you wish to follow what I present to you, if you wish to try this in action in your browser for your application. Good. We start with the installation and run. Installation, uninstallation, running on user login or when the system is starting up is available for the web applications now. Of course, your application has to follow some criteria. And the criteria currently are following: properly created web app manifest. This is very important file you have to deploy together with your web frontend application. We will refer to this file multiple times during this session. And also you have to deploy a service worker with at least event called fetch. So then browser will assume that your application is offline ready, so there is a reason, there is sense to install it at all. And if we talk about web app manifest, this is a file with JSON formatted that follows web app manifest specification. And the latest specification says that it's recommended to give .web manifest extension to this file. But from my experience, .json still works fine. After all, under the hood, this is a JSON that follows web app manifest specification. In minimal scenario, you have to provide the name for your application, the short name, it used when there is not enough space for full name, for example, on the home screen of user devices, and of course set of icons. After all, if we talk about our project, our product as an about application, it has to have a name and it has to have an icon, some graphic image. And then your browser, or let's say browser of your user, will show some hint that this web application, this front-end part of the web application, is installable. This hint is different for different browsers, for different platforms. In Chrome and in Edge, this is a small icon, different for these two different browsers, in the title bar, somewhere to the right of the address. And if user will click this icon, they will get dialog, something like you see now on the screen. This is a sample for Edge on Windows 10. Of course, for different browsers on different platform, the view of this dialog, the texting will be different. Furthermore, even if you take one browser, the text is changing from time to time to find the best possible explanation to the users that this web application, it's not just a website. This is something that can live as a native app on your platform. Okay, then if users click install, again, back to example from Windows 10, they will get next dialog that can provide more options for the users. And here is one of the options here is possibility to run your web front-end application on the system start. So users can go and make this happen. And then your web front-end app will take place in apps and features dialog of Windows 10 and 11. So this will live and behave exactly like the native app in that sense. Furthermore, users can fine-tune some parameters using properties of your application. Awesome. Then you can also provide some specific way to start your application. If you talk about desktop platforms, this is, for example, what happens when user right-click on your icon and see some extra options to start it. You specify these features in the same file in web app manifest, and it's called shortcuts. So you just provide specific address to start your web application with. You can provide specific icon for this action, and of course you have to give a name to this action. I use my project called BPM Techno. It's auto discover of BPM of the audio stream. It's BPM is a beat per minute, and I decided to also give possibilities to identify BPM of MP3 file. So when people click on my application, like using right button of their mouse, they will see option upload MP3 file, and this will lead them to corresponding dialog in the application. And if we talk about launch mode of the app, well, we have some options here. Again, using the same site web manifest, or it can has any name, just make sure it follows web app manifest specification. You provide property called launch handler, where you decide what happens if there is one instance of your application already running on this device. So you can, for example, instead of launching the second instance, you can focus to existing window, and you have more options then. You can either refresh this window immediately, or you can put this request in the queue, and using corresponding JavaScript API, you can receive all the start parameters, and like you can take decision as a developer. So maybe you can provide some extra dialog, maybe you can launch some other part of your application in that case. So all tools are here for us as for the developers. If we talk about how our application looks at this at the general environment of operating system, it's all about windowing. And using the same web app manifest, we can provide multiple options how to display the application. It can either be full screen or standalone, that means without any browser UI, or with minimalistic browser UI, for example, if you wish to keep back button, or it has it can have very classical browser form. Maybe it's not the best option for your PWA, which pretends to be a native app. Display property of web app manifest is historically has some issues. For example, the fallback for this option is predefined, and it exactly follows what you see on the screen. Either full screen, if not available then standalone, then if not available then minimal UI, and after all, browser is always available. For the newer browsers to support newer window modes and to have more flexible ways of fallbacks, we have another option called display override. And here we provide, let's say, fresher, newer options in order we wish, and if they are not available in this particular browser under this particular circumstances, it can always fall back to display, to this classical property. So what can we provide in display override from these new modes? For example, the one called, let me go back, window control overlay, that gives us the chance to utilize 100% area of the window, including title bar, even if there is it's not a full screen mode. So in the title bar, we can have our own controls. So it could be text or input or button, whatever we want to place there. How exactly to place our controls there? We have corresponding properties in CSS and corresponding methods in JavaScript API. So all is available for us as developers. Then next option you see on the screen, status bar options. It can be just disabled in the browser because normally applications do not have any status bar hints when we hover the buttons or something like this. So you can just disable. And another interesting option is tabbed. When we provide display mode called tabbed, we can create multi-tab experience like we have for the native applications. And in this case, users will be asked specifically, do they want to have this tabbed UI? And it might look something like this. So you see, it's not ideal currently. Some texts are interfering with each other, but this option is still experimental, but I see big future for this tabbed mode when users can open multiple native tabs of your application within one window. Good. Let's go next. Outbound integrations. How our app can use all the latest and greatest features of operating system and in the very native way. WebShare API. This is quite mature one. It's in production in pretty much all evergreen browsers these days on all platforms, and it's about calling a native dialog to share something from your application. And how this dialog looks like, it's not our business as developers of this application, and it's intentionally because we want this dialog to look native for this operating system, right? So we just call it, and how that looks, how that feels, it's up to operating system. We just receive status. Was, for example, the link or some other resource shared successfully or not. Similar idea is in Contact Picker API. We, using JavaScript API, can call native dialog with the contact, because pretty much all platforms have something like address books, native ones. And we want to just call this dialog from our web front-end application. Now we can get this feature. And the most interesting from this list personally for me is direct access to the file system, straight from your JavaScript code. The API called File Access gives you this opportunity. And you can open files for read, and you can open files for save, and you can open, for example, directory if you wish to get list of the files. It opens doors for lots of completely new kind of web front-end applications when you don't need server side to work with the files. When you work with the files directly, you can, for example, create text editors, you can create graphical editors using only JavaScript. That's amazing. What about inbound integrations? Very specific ways to invoke our application, to start our application in some, let's say, non-regular way. Is it possible for web front-end? Yes. And we start with a very interesting one called Protocol Handler. You can now register your own protocol for your web front-end application. So people, instead of typing HTTPS : / will type your own protocol name. For example, I registered protocol called WebBPM for my application. This is very handy for the case where when you try to call your application from some other web app or web application, or like any kind of application. Then if they call your protocol specifically, they will start your app with guarantee, right? Then next two, about declarative link capturing and URL handlers. These two properties and options tell us what to do with your application exactly, and when to do. Let me explain this. Declarative link capturing says gives us option to define behavior when user open new tab with your URL in the browser. So we can provide experience similar to what we discussed in installation and run section. We can either redirect to existing tab of your app if it runs, or open a new one. And a feature called URL handlers give you opportunity to register this link capturing not only for your origin, for origin of your application, but for some third-party ones. For example, if some website is partnering with your application, you can also launch your app when people type the URL of your partner. Of course, not to hijack the URLs, there is some specific file called Web App Origin Association has to be deployed on your partner's website that explains and tells explicitly that instead of opening this URL on my partner site, please launch specific application if it's installed on the system. File type handlers. Super interesting way to associate your web front-end applications with some file extensions on the user's device. For example, I registered MP3 file extension to be opened by my web front-end application that installed. That's really an interesting opportunity. And of course, we can get all the parameters when people like double click or tap this files. So we can get the file name or files name if there are multiples in our application using corresponding JavaScript API. And share target, this is counterpart of web share API. This is where we register our web front-end application as a target for sharing. So you can, for example, have your app listed in a native sharing dialog together with Twitter, Facebook, email client, and if users choose to share some link with your application, you can always get all the details like link itself, description in corresponding parameters of the URL. Again, using JavaScript. Nice. If we continue our dialogue about notifications, so Web Push API is a mature one. Let's skip discussion about this. I can only say that I hope that it's coming to next version of iOS. This was kind of blocker for many developers, absence of native push notifications. Let's talk about badging briefly. This is the way to provide, for example, number of unread messages or numbers of something to react on over the application of installed web, over the icon of installed web application. Not a new concept at all. We all know that well from, for example, mobile devices, all these red circles over the icon with a number of something we want to react on. Now it's coming to the web. Using JavaScript, you can set this number, and yeah, this will just work as native badging notifications. Super briefly about background tasks. All the family of background tasks is available in Chromium-based browsers. I can only say that for developers there is a super useful way to debug background tasks and test, because some of them are not that easy to catch. Many of them are based on some events, so you can just go to corresponding part of DevTools, hit record, and just follow the recorded events, and then explore what happens when. And of course, access to hardware. There are a bunch of APIs that gives you direct access from your JavaScript code to the underlying hardware, like exactly native applications have. It's one next step to have native feeling of your web front-end application. Where to follow all these latest and greatest APIs? There is resource called Fugu tracker. And Fugu is the code project name for all these latest and greatest features. So I strongly recommend you to follow this website, and you can again easily filter what's coming related to PWAs using corresponding UI on this tool, and couple more interesting resources for you to follow. First, what's related to latest and greatest with web app manifest specification is in the corresponding GitHub repo, manifest incubations, and you'll find lots of interesting details in origin trials, also about all the experimental functions and your ways to test them at scale when you don't want to ask your users to go and enable flags. Origin trial is just another way to use this. So, native web, are we there? Let me list the categories I defined, I discovered, and I want to get answer from you folks. So you decide, are we there? For me, yes. For me, web applications, web front-end applications can feel, can behave, can be seen, can be feature-rich as the native ones. On that, thank you very much. Let's stay connected.
All right. Wow, that was a lot of information. And I've been working with PWAs for a while, and I never knew about these inbound integrations. That was mind-blowing, Maxim. Really awesome. So we've had all the talks now. Let's do our Q&A session. And there's been lots of questions from the audience. I have a few myself, so I curated kind of a list that we can probably fit within the time frame that we have. So let's get everybody on here. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome, everyone. So to get this started, were you guys all happy with your talks? Did everything go right? How did it feel? James, go.
It worked 95% of the way. So you could tell mine was live because when I turned on the camera, I forgot that it would take away the camera focus from the other window. But other than that, I was pretty happy with it.
There you go.
I also like that a lot of people joined the glitch link. They clicked on the glitch link after. I could see like 20, 30, 40 people going through there.
Oh, wow.
So that's exciting too.
Yeah, so like if you do it live, these things work. That's really cool.
Most of the time.
So yeah, exactly. Well, 95 is good for a live thing, right? Like for me, like I've done so many conferences and I started this thing without audio. Like seriously, it's just a mute button here on my interface. Like it's always the same. Anyway, so Francesco, did you just say you're not feeling super solid right now, health-wise, or you're getting there?
Yeah, sorry for maybe my voice is a little like a caveman and so on.
That sounds pretty cool, man.
Yeah, okay. Very
it.
sexy.
Exactly.
No, unfortunately, I tested positive like a week ago, but it's going better. So if maybe you hear coughing in the background and so is my family that is also doing well, but we have a kind of a nice coughing concert at home. So that is good. Everybody is doing well.
All right. So the most fresh talk that we had was from Maxim. So I'll just go in with a question I had, because like I said, I did some PWA stuff before, and we always had some issues with like debugging that web manifest file. Like when you change it, how can you then see if your device works with it and it has it cached, and there's all this stuff with cache purging, and it's always complicated. How is that now? How do you deal with that?
Well, that's true. And debugging progressive web applications can be not that simple and obvious. Luckily, we have dev tools in all Chromium-based browsers, and I believe that everything dedicated to PWAs is what is under super often update, development, refresh, and developer experience is getting better and better. So now we have dedicated tab in DevTools for web app manifest, and you can see all the parameters, what browser was able to parse, how it displayed, and you can definitely understand if your web app manifest looks good or not. Another question is about update. Like not a secret that web application manifest is part of our application and it's constantly evolving. We might want to update title of the app. We might want to update description, not even saying about screenshots. And this is, I believe, a bit moving part, both from specification and how browsers, how particular browser vendors implement this feature for particular operating systems, for particular platforms. I'd say that there is no one single standard on how often browsers like pull out information about was app manifest updated and how often they try to, let's say, update icon of already installed application. So it's coming, and there are few like experimentations going on, but stay tuned. This is a really good question, and yeah, this is definitely something that I want to explore a bit more myself. All these nitty-gritty details, like I deployed new web app manifest, what's next? So stay tuned.
Yeah, I always had these issues, so thank you for clarifying. Okay, so jumping back to James, how do you sync audio and video if you do vanilla WebRTC? Because I've seen that work in a simple case, but then you scale it up, or you have multiple people, or you change quality settings based on the stream of both. How do you manage that stuff? Is that anything you actually do manage, or just daily.co just deals with it for you? Ah, you're muted, I'm afraid. He's coming back to us. Let him click some buttons. I have some questions about muting in WebRTC as well. So while he's dealing with it, let's see. I'm just waiting if he comes back in a minute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
There he is. Perfect.
So that was the battery ran out on my microphone, and so we
got no.
So we're all good. We're all good. We're all good now.
All right.
Now it sounds like I'm talking through a potato, but that's okay. We got this.
It's all good.
Yeah, for syncing audio and video, I'm not too familiar on like syncing on the server side or the media processing side. I'm more like more front end focused engineer. But on the front end side, what's really neat, and you can do this with vanilla WebRTC or daily, is if you're making like a completely custom user interface, you could either take the audio track and the video track. They're both considered media streams. And so you can get access to those media streams by calling like get user media. And from there, you can kind of deal with them the same way you would deal with like an audio video track that you downloaded from the internet. So you could do things like put them both into a video tag in HTML, or you could even split them out, put the video just in a video tag and the audio just in the audio tag. But for like the actual syncing and getting all the video soup, media soup stuff all together, I'm not too familiar on that side. But that's one of the reasons I like leaning on something like Daily to handle that for me, so I can focus just on the front end.
Yeah, because I've tried that before, trying to just take that apart and try it. And then in the end, we just had these two tags, the video and audio, just like you said. And we would just literally sync them on the time code and the amount of ticks the browser allows you to pull that. And you just hope that these ticks are always the same for both. Generally,
and even
it's okay.
like the part where 95% of people, and by 95%, I mean like 99.9% of people have the most issues, is just getting the camera and audio permissions. And so when I was working at a virtual events company, it was legitimately over 95% of customer support requests were people saying like, I can't select my camera. And that's because anyone using a Mac knows this, but if you have a new version of Chrome and you don't give it permissions in the user settings, you're done. And so you'd have people panic. And everyone at Geekle really knows this because you're doing live events. If speakers panicking 3 minutes before the event, it's like, oh, I can't select my camera because they updated Mac and forgot to give the settings. So just handling the simple stuff's the hard part.
And imagine if you look at what Zoom did with their iOS app, or I think with their Mac app even, they started to run like a local web server to circumvent certain clicks that you had to do to be able to kind of allow to share. but that was not so good for security. That was like, yeah, it's a complicated thing they want to solve. I can get it, right?
And that's before we even get to like muxing together audio and video. Like
Yeah,
scrutiny of
like
the
before
15,000
even
people.
starting. Exactly.
Yeah.
So next question, Francesco, when you're dealing with like your like keep awake or your wake lock features, if you actually full screen an element, can you still keep it awake?
Yeah, because actually when we acquire this kind of lock feature, is not bounded to a window or a specific HTML or DOM element. We acquire the lock of the whole physical screen device. Therefore, is no matter what you are showing at the moment, it will be locked. Of course, is within the context or of the page of our application where we access the lock. If, let's say, we are within our page and then we navigate to Google or some other URL, we lose the lock, and then therefore it will not. But if we have within our application where we have acquired the lock and we maximize one or the other element, there is no problem. Within that context, we can still keep the device from going into the standby mode.
Ah, okay. Because I recently did a project where we full screened a video that was like 5 seconds and it was looping. But the point was that it was staying on and you would put it in the Christmas tree because it had like a little Christmas ball. And the whole idea was that you wouldn't use your phone during the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
And only, I think, on iOS, I just couldn't get it to stay up. So I had to do all the hacks and it just didn't work unless we just told people, go to these settings and then change these things, which was not so good. But maybe now that's better, right?
Yeah, they're still getting better and better, and especially iOS and so are constantly increasing. There are also in the future a lot of more permissions and features coming on also for PWA. So amazing times ahead. I would say.
Exactly, yes. So now that we're talking about iOS, Maxim, do you know about like some sort of the limitations we have with these native web apps? And of course, we are talking about iOS, so we know this is kind of challenging sometimes because, of course, security stuff. So what in your mind is still lacking, even though you gave this amazing list of all the things that actually work?
Oh yeah. Before I answer this, by the way, this wake lock API mentioned by Francesco in his session is one of these points that make web applications closer to native apps, and I think that our two sessions, they complement each other so well. So now you have like not more than 100% overview of what's available and what's coming. But back to
Sorry, go
on. First of all, there is challenging situation with amount of megabytes you can cache via service worker. So if I remember correctly, it's 50 megabytes per origin shared across all storage, local storage, IndexedDB, cache storage, like everything. This is number one. I mean, in many cases, it's more than enough. And if we think about this cache as kind of plan B for our application, I mean, it might be available or might be not. That's okay. Also, according the latest implementation details of iOS, they say folks from Apple and folks who build WebKit, like community developers, they plan to clean up this small storage, how they say, every few weeks. I mean, no more details about exact timing. That also doesn't contribute to, let's say, understanding installed web applications like persistent ones. But again, if we in our minds think, okay, this is cache, okay, cache is something that we cannot rely on. So this is what's related to service worker. Also, if we talk about APIs for accessing hardware, it's a bit worse situation on iOS, and I think it's the same for Firefox browser. They have at least temporary decision not to implement this direct access to hardware. I don't remember like which APIs exactly. I remember there was at least like 14 or 15 of them okay, they are part of specification, but they are not implemented on iOS. They don't say we will never implement this. They say we don't implement this now. So maybe this is point number 2. Point number 3, I want to stop on optimistic note. Push notifications. They are finally coming to iOS. Let's just wait. Now they are available in technical preview builds, and they promise in the beginning of next calendar year we'll get this in production.
Oh, I can scratch out that question then. Very good.
Good.
So now that we're talking about this kind of feature, so for James, this is one that recently came up in discussion I had. Like if you actually press mute on whatever kind of system you have with WebRTC of your mic, that's a software mute, right? How does that work with security? Do you kind of like, I know some of it is peer-to-peer, but maybe not all of it is peer-to-peer. Is there a chance people are listening? Is it actually muted? What is your opinion on all this?
So the good news is there's good news and bad news here. The good news is for security-minded individuals, it's super muted, and that's because WebRTC is a browser standard. So if you're using Chrome, as long as you're not using a weird, like shady browser that's a hacked together version of Chrome that no one's ever heard of, you're really, really sad. And that brings me back to the bad news, which we just touched on a little bit earlier. It's so secure that it causes people more issues. It causes issues. So anyone who's ever like as I mentioned, do like live virtual events, can tell you that it's like if you don't give it super explicit permissions to like share your screen, to get your microphone, to get access to your camera, like extremely explicit permissions, especially on like a Mac OS thing, it's not going to do it. No matter how many more minutes your presentation is, it's not going to happen. So
exactly.
Everyone.
What if I had a feature that says, let's say, because this happens all the time, right? Like you just didn't have audio for something, or you maybe pressed mute. What if I wanted to make a feature that says, hey, you're muted, but you are speaking. Just quickly unmute yourself. That wouldn't be possible then, because mute is mute, right?
So in this case, I was being super fancy because it's a fancy talk, and so I had this lab mic with a battery, and so I believe in this case, in this case, because it's plugged in on the other end with the battery, the computer would just see it plugged in, and so there's no way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But if it was, for example, I had an SM58 somewhere, if I had that plugged in directly into my interface, when you unplug it, the operating system sends an event called muted, and this is like in vanilla WebRTC, and I know this because I was helping a customer do this a few weeks ago. But muted in WebRTC isn't what you think. Like when you're just glancing the MDN docs, you're like, oh, muted. I'll just listen to that to determine whether or not it's muted. Well, actually, this event only gets fired when either something happens on the hardware level, like you unplugged the microphone, or say if I was listening to you and there's an internet connection issue that was preventing the video or the audio sending to me. So it's like a hard mute. Versus going back to the situation 10 minutes ago, when this thing ran out of batteries, because the other end is plugged into my computer, it wouldn't have sent that muted event. So we would have had that awkward 10 seconds no matter what.
Exactly. So we haven't solved everything, but we're close, I guess. It's getting better.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer.
Exactly. So, Francesco, we had a ton of questions about the content, the contact picker and the file API and how that actually works with security. I guess you kind of solved it by saying, hey, it's all HTTPS, but maybe that's not the full answer.
Yeah, well, it's actually, it's only one of the two requirements. Indeed, has to be a secure connection, and also you have to always trigger the access to the contact list if it's compatible, the device you are using, by a user gesture. That means they cannot be automatized that automatically you access it. So you have to click a button or do something that this action has to come from the user. Yeah, and again, it's extremely experimental, and also it's at the moment, at least the last time I checked it, it's working only on Chrome. So it's a very, very narrow scope, but it's very interesting. And the goal actually of my talk, and also partly what Maxim also showed, is like to give you guys also, all the attendees, an idea of an exciting idea of what we can expect from web. And I'm very happy of all the questions that came in the chat. So people sometimes know a lot of them, but sometimes come one or the other API and say, oh, wow, that's cool. I didn't know that. So yeah, that it would be the content picker API, or would be very interesting in if we have an application. Let's say, okay, I want to send this message, and I can send emails from my web application, but I cannot access my contact list. So I have to open the contact list, copy one by one, and then paste, and so on and so on and so on. But with the content picker API, we can click 10 or whoever we want to target, and then we extract only maybe the email address, and we have all in one shot in our context of the email address, or the context of our web application. So it's very, very nice and practical. But indeed, is for security and privacy is a little bit sensitive as a topic or as an API. Therefore, there are some constraints to take into account.
I'd be interested to see if it could make some sort of script that when you select a few of them, that I just select all of them. Or does it have to be a user action? I'm just thinking, but even if I post like an image on LinkedIn or something, they ask you, hey, can I get all your contact information, or can I access your microphone? I'm like, I don't want that, but people just click yes. That's the native realm, obviously. Do we have more security in the sandbox of a browser, you think?
Well, in that sense, I would say no, because you would implicitly grant them the access to your contact list. What you could do, though, before clicking, because then you have to select, you cannot just select those, scrape them all your contact list.
Okay, so you have to really press yourself.
Yeah.
That's
and
cool.
Also you can select, even though the developer says, I want to get all the possible or available information, you as a user can select or deselect, let's say, image, address, street phone number, and so give only what you really, really want.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so just go to something completely different from Maxim. So how would you compare the performance between PWAs and native stuff? Let's not talk about games, that's another thing. They can just go to C and write some crazy thing. But in terms of, let's say we have the Instagram app and the Instagram web app, who's winning performance wise, and are because, for example, historically they said that in iOS they kind of have less performance in these web app views. Is that still the case? What do you think here?
Well, I think if we talk about very general level of understanding performance, no other technology can compete with truly native that was developed specifically for this operating system, specifically for this hardware. Yeah, so it's still true. In reality, performance is more tricky thing, and many things really depend on perception, right? So after all, we build applications for users, and that really depends how this particular person understands this performance. Maybe let's say for regular customer facing applications, that list of something, some contact form, not so many users will notice the difference. Maybe if you count to milliseconds of rendering, I believe native will win, just because, I don't know, there is no any kind of layer between, right, which is web view in case of progressive web apps. So I'd not focus too much on these milliseconds. I'd say that if your app, if your user experience smooth enough, why to count these exact numbers? Plus, we have actually more technologies like in between native apps and progressive web applications. There are tons of different technologies to build mobile experiences. If you talk specifically about mobile apps, native script, React Native, and dozens of like smaller frameworks to achieve the same. I believe if you compare this performance and the progressive web apps, maybe in some cases pure web will win, just because there is no one more layer in form of plugins and in form of this JavaScript to native compilers, transpilers, whatever. So that's my answer. I mean, like objectively, yes, native better. Business-wise, user-wise, doesn't matter if you build really nice application.
I think you could have said it in one word, which you did in your intro. Perceived speed is everything.
Yeah.
In this group here, we will notice the milliseconds because that's what our job. But anybody else, if it's smooth, it's smooth. We're good to go. Right? I'm sometimes so surprised by people that use an app that I find unusable due to sluggishness. They're like, I didn't know it was slow. This is just how life is, right? It's funny if you're not a developer how different that is.
What I like to do is I go on the web pages with the slider menu, and to see if it's native or not, I slide back and forth really fast. And if the frame rate goes down, I'm like,
exactly. Yeah. Okay. I'm done
garbage.
with this. No need. James, I have one last one for you. So what are the advantages of WebRTC over WebSockets? This is one of the audience questions.
So they're kind of used for two different things. And often, especially in like a kind of video call experience, you'll use both for different features. So WebRTC, the main focus for WebRTC is think of it's like if I need real-time video, if I need to do some sort of like video call setup like this, I'm going to be using WebRTC because it's the absolute closest, like millisecond per millisecond, the fastest way to send data between two or multiple between two peers or multiple peers. So you're pretty much using WebRTC for video for all intents and purposes. I think like you can be clever and like hack the protocol a bit and send data around. We actually do that for our chat. The way we do chat, like the text chat, is we actually use WebRTC to send the chat messages.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. So what we do, because we realized like we didn't want to like add the extra complexity of having a server, and we realized for like kind of like a one-on-one meeting situation, you're not expecting the chat to stay there anyway. And so what happens is when a peer joins the call, it goes and asks another peer. So like I might ask Maxim, like, oh, what are the chat messages? And then Maxim's computer sends it over. And that's
there's
how we
literally
kind of
no
think of that
state.
way.
So it's completely decentralized. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that's fun. So that's where you'd use WebRTC, mostly video. But if you're already like doing some other stuff, we'll try to like piggyback on that too. We can use other things like that. For WebSockets, that would be more, let's go back to the chat example. Let's say if the customer's like, no, I need to be able to save this chat. And a big business case of the app is saving all the chat messages ever made for all of history. And in that particular situation, maybe you'd set up like a WebSocket server. I send a chat message, it goes to the WebSocket server, and then it pushes that message to everyone else in the call.
Yeah, exactly.
But as you can see,
you
that
have
would
to send
be
like
more,
1,000 at the same time, right? Stuff like that. You probably do WebSockets.
And then already you're like, oh, like this is already harder than it looks. It goes from like 30 lines of code to like, oh, now I got to hire a DevOps person to make sure there's chat servers. Yeah.
So we're running up on time here. So Francesco, I have one for you. So we know there's all these fun APIs, right? But none of them work cross-device fully, I guess.
Yeah. Right.
Which ones are the odd ones out that really don't work where you do expect them to work?
Well, the most probably the most experimental one is probably the coolest one, the light sensor API.
Yeah,
this is that one needs a lot of constraints that also go with the hardware. So when we have a laptop, unless it's a last generation or a very fancy one, then forget it. So all these set of devices, unless you plug in something specifically for a light sensor inside, it cannot. So we have in that some constraints. Indeed, and and others. Otherwise, you have other constraints that you have manually to tick or to allow some specific permissions or flags within the Chrome, because also this is the most generous, let's say, browser that allows all the APIs that we have seen. So, unfortunately, cross-device is still to have a wide scope is still needs some time, but they are coming more and more wide usage among the different browsers. So it's good.
Okay, I can imagine we just keep writing polyfills until they're no longer needed, and then we're good.
Yeah, then
that's our job
relax.
Then.
Martini in their hands, and that's it.
Write some polyfills. Oh boy, that's not a fun thing to do. Anyway, as a last question, so for Maxim, this was also one from the audience. Like, what are the main things or checkpoints you kind of have to do to get started by building this native web app? And I think we can also kind of look at this question as in what actually makes a PWA feel like a web app. What are like the things we need to touch on to make this happen?
Let's start from offline support. There's there is no native app without that. Offline support, installability, because I think web is the only platform that allows you to have offline ready application which is not installed. Actually, it's a bit like
cool.
it's a gray zone and might confuse some users. I remember I had kind of discussion with my colleague, like, are we connected or not? Like, are we online or offline? Because they open some URL in the browser and that works, but I say no, there is no internet on this machine. But they say yes, there is, it works. And then we realized, of course, it was thanks to service worker. Offline readiness, installability, and let's generalize as good user experience. That's it.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for this conversation. It was kind of really chill, relaxed. You all did great. Thank you so much. And so for me, this was the end of the moderator block that I have. I'll be doing that again tomorrow morning, and I'll be speaking as well. So I'm kind of introducing myself and then asking myself questions, which is very strange, but that's for tomorrow. So for now, we will have Marcos, who will take over the moderation, and have fun, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right.
So hello there. I guess now my turn. So let's open this block with a really cool speak about this Fauna DB, which will be held by Abdullah Ansari, and I'm really excited to learn more about that.
Thanks, Marcus. But before we start, we have 5-minute break, so we go with some short announcements. So sorry for that. So getting back to you real quick in a moment.
Sure.
Also want to say a huge thank you to our friends from Scout for joining us once again and sponsoring this event. And as the application engineering landscape continues to evolve, the state of observability has become more and more exciting. With tools like Scout, you can get insights into your stack without having to be an observability expert. So with OpenTelemetry, with a new open source project providing an unified standard for telemetry data, such as metrics, traces, and logs. Now, with the OpenTelemetry, Scout is building a new observability platform to help simplify telemetry data into actionable insights, and is now accepting beta testers. If you want to know more about OpenTelemetry and become a beta tester for Scout's new observability product, go to scoutamp.com github.com/observability to learn more and participate. Link is in the chat.
Hello, attendees of the Geekle Global JavaScript Summit. My name is Akira, and I work for Bright Security. At Bright, we build something called a dynamic application security testing tool. What this tool does is it scans your app from the outside in, mimicking the way a hacker would interact with your app to see if we can find security vulnerabilities. But don't worry, if and when we do, we don't take down your app's production. One thing that is really cool about us too is that we have a new feature called Sec Tester. Sec Tester allows you to take our Dast engine and integrate it with your unit tests. So not only can you do regular unit testing now, you can actually add security testing at the unit testing level. This is earliest in the software development lifecycle that anyone has ever been able to integrate a Dast tool, and we are super excited about it. I'm going to give a workshop on October 12th to show how to configure this, how to use it on a vulnerable web application that is one of ours, and so that you can go back and use it in your work, use it in your side projects, use it however you choose. Again, the workshop is October 12th. It's at 8 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. You can register for it by going to brightsec.com. That's brightsec.com, or you can click on the link in the description below. Thanks so much for your time. I'm really hoping you come to this workshop, and we will see you soon. Bye.
Okay, so now you should have this presentation from Abdullah. So see you soon.
I hope you are having a great day and you have learned something new today. In this session, I have a very exciting topic to discuss with you, which is FaunaDB. FaunaDB is a modern database which provides seamless integration with your front-end API using GraphQL. On top of that, FaunaDB is NoSQL, serverless, and is very fast. Before we get started, let me first introduce myself. I'm Abdullah Ansari. I'm co-founder and CTO of Reactory, where we build smart solutions for startups and SMEs. I'm co-founder of Instapert, which is a cashback and loyalty application for retailers and their brands, for retailers and their customers. I have 5 years plus experience in full stack development. Currently, I'm leading DevOps, backend, and web development at Reactory. So whenever we start a new project, we have to make a very crucial decision, which is to choose the right database, which leads us to a question, what is the right database? So for me, a right database should be scalable, which means no matter how much we grow, our database should be able to handle itself. It should provide a relations. If you are from a script background, you might have an idea of a public key and foreign key, or if you have heard the term joins. It has a way to provide, it has a way to connect two tables with each other. It should has a real-time data support. By real-time, it means that our database, our front end don't need to refresh in order to get new data. For instance, on Twitter, without refreshing, you are getting new tweets again and again. It should provide a client-side API or a GraphQL integration in order to access the data, in order to access the database and queries. It should have a middleware security, so no one should be able to access our database without our permission. A cloud-hosted DBase option, so that we don't have to manage everything locally. No vendor lock-in. By vendor lock-in, I mean we should be able to move our database from one service to another different database solution. And finally, access level control with login method. For example, Firebase has like Firebase auth, OAuth 0. This all provides a way for us to access our backend by user accesses. So, but these days we have too many database options. Right now we have different kind of databases. One, technically we have 3 databases. We have a NoSQL, we have SQL, and we have a graph databases. So as for the SQL and NoSQL, we have quite a few options. In NoSQL, we have MongoDB, which is right now one of the major database solution. And then we have another front-end favorite, which is a Firestore, which is a very easy to integrate and very easy to get started and has a very good libraries. And then we have a Supabase, which is a open source competitor to the Firestore. And on the SQL side, we have MySQL and PostgreSQL, which are MySQL is very traditional. You might have heard about it. And these are SQL. And now we have a FaunaDB as well, which I want to bring to attention because I feel it's kind of underrated in the market right now. So why FaunaDB? So first of all, FaunaDB is a NoSQL database, exactly like MongoDB and Firestore. On top of this, it has the ability to model complex relationships, where NoSQL database right now struggle to create complex relationships. For instance, MongoDB has a way for us to create joins, but Firestore really struggle in the complex relationship. FaunaDB is completely serverless, it's fast, on top of that it's asset compliant. By asset compliant, it means we will be able to make atomic operations in FaunaDB. FaunaDB has a very generous free application. You don't need any credit card to create a FaunaDB project, which is a very good news. It supports GraphQL. So in our project, we're also going to use GraphQL in order to query our database. So why GraphQL is very important? Because when it supports GraphQL, we can use the same front end, and for instance, in future we decide to move to another backend, we don't have to update our front end because our front end is already set up with GraphQL. So in general, FaunaDB is basically everything we can want from a fully managed database. So previously I have talked about GraphQL. So what is GraphQL? So GraphQL is a graph query language which gives developer power to get data the way they want their data. For instance, let's say we have a user table in database which has like his name, email, password, and other stuff. And now we want our front-end application only want to use an email. And let's say we have a REST API call to get user. In REST API call, whenever we hit the get user API call, it's going to return all of the fields of the users. But in contrast to GraphQL, gives us power to get exactly the fields which we want from our database. So which can help us optimize our front-end code, speed up the API calls so that we can skip the not required fields. So GraphQL works with either GraphQL queries has 2 types. Either they are queries or mutations. So we use queries to get our data, and we use mutation to update our data. So if you have a REST API concept, so in mutations we have post, port, patch, or delete API calls, all come under the scope of mutations. And queries are like our get calls. So what we are going to build in our starter application, so we are going to build a very basic project management application where we can create multiple projects. For instance, right now we have a work project, we have personal project, and we have fun project, and we can add tasks to each of our project. For instance, right now, as you can see in the demonstration, I'm adding tasks into our fun project. So how GraphQL works? So first thing, in order to set our GraphQL, we need a schema. So in schema, here I have a schema, which is a very simple schema which I use to create our starter application. So in our schema, first we have a type project. So think of a type as database tables for now. So we have a type project where we have a project name and we have tasks. We will get back to it a few minutes later. And we have type tasks. So in task, we have title, description, and we have project. So with project, if you are familiar with the foreign key concept, we are creating a connection between task and projects. So which means that each task has a project ID. So in our project, we create a relationship like projects has an array of tasks. And finally, we create our type query. Here we are introducing our get calls where we want all projects and all tasks. So all projects query will get us all of the projects and all tasks will give us all of the tasks. So second part of the GraphQL, which is a query. So how we can get data out of GraphQL? So here is a very simple query which we are using to get all of the projects. So for projects, we have in our schema, we are creating a query of all projects. So in order to get data, we use the keyword query. And in query, we enter the query name, which is all products. And after that, we enter the data which we want. So in projects, we have data. And inside the data, we have in fields name, ID, and task. Task is another type. So inside task, we have a data. And that data, we have ID, title, and description. So when we run this query, we are going to get all of the projects and their tasks from it. If you look into it, we are also creating a very simple. We are also creating a join here, which is very difficult. If you are using MongoDB here, we will have to create an aggregation and a lookup query. And let's look into the mutation. For mutation, we are using a create task mutation. So the purpose of create task is to add tasks into our database. So we have a create task mutation. We take input of type data. Inside the data, we have a title, description, and our project, where we add the project ID of which we want to add our task. And mutation has two parts. One is our payload, and second part is the fields. Second part is the output. For instance, after creating this mutation, I want the title of the user. So now let's get started with our demo. So what we are going to do next in our demonstration is we are going to create a FaunaDB project. We are going to upload our GraphQL schema into our project. We are going to get the front project security key. We are going to set up our GraphQL project. We are going to set up our Angular project with GraphQL client. Right now we are going to use the Apollo Angular client, but you are free to use any other GraphQL client if you want. And finally, we are going to create a GraphQL service for which we will use to query and mutate our data. So let's get started with our demonstration. So here we are in the FaunaDB dashboard. Let's create a new database. Let me name it Geekle Fauna, and let's select a classic region and let's create our database. Okay, so we have set our database, as you can see, into collection. Right now we have no data in it. So let's go to the graph. We have it as other option as well. We can create indexes, we can create functions, we have access to shell as well. And right now we are going to focus on GraphQL. So let's click on the GraphQL. So first step is to import our schema. So let's click on the import. Okay, and let's go to our project. And I'm going to import my GraphQL schema. As you can notice, we create our GraphQL file with a GQL extension. Let's import our schema. So here we have imported our schema and our GraphQL project is set up. If you look at so this is like a GraphQL playground. Here we have two parts. One is, so since we just inserted a very basic schema, which is type project, type task, and type query, but FaunaDB create a lot of boilerplate out of it. If you look here, it has created the mutations, like it created update project mutation, update task mutation, delete project mutation, create project mutation. And second is which FaunaDB provide is that it create auto docs out of our schema. So here we can see it has created a schema as well. So let's now create a new project in our database. Okay. So whenever we want to create a project, first we need to create a mutation. So let's create a mutation. Now mutation, let's call the name of our mutation. Our mutation name is create project. So create project will take data as its input. Right. So now we will enter the fields which you want to enter. So it has a name field. Let's call our name as call our project work. And then we have another field which is task. Let's say I want to add tasks as well. So if I go into the tasks, so tasks, the create object. So after create, we will enter our task as a title. Let's give our task as title is to, let's say, let's call it my first task. And then we will add the description as well. As you can see, FaunaDB also provide autocomplete for our queries as well, so which makes our life a lot easier. So I'm going to add any dummy description here. And finally, we need to get the output out of it as well. So I want the name, I want the ID, and I want the tasks as well, which I have created. In task, I will task as a data profile in it, and task I want the title and ID. Okay. So let's run our query. As you can see, when I run my query, it returned me the data the way I wanted it. Okay. So now let's look at the collections. Here you see our project is created, and here our task is as well. Since in our task, we can see that it is referencing to our project and it's using the project ID. So now let's go back to the GraphQL and play around with our mutation as well. Okay, now let's create another project. Let's call it personal. Let's call it like my, let's call it by something. And now I only want the name and ID of this task. I don't want to get the task detail out of it. So I remove it, I run it. Now I only get the project detail, not the task detail out of it. And let's create another project. Why not? Let's call it fun. And my task can be watch a movie. And I run it. So now we go to the collection. Now we have 3 projects and we have 3 tasks. So our next step is to integrate FaunaDB GraphQL interface into our Angular application. For that, first we need the security key. Since FaunaDB provide middleware as well. So let's create a new key. We're going to use the server key for now, and let's call it Geekle. Here I created my key. Now here's our key secret. We need to copy it right away, because if I refresh this page, it's gonna delete this key. It's gonna, not delete, hide this key from the interface. So now we are in our Angular project. Let me show you the structure of our Angular project. It's a very basic Angular starter application. I have inserted the Angular material in it as well. So first thing we are gonna do is go to our environment. And let's update our Fauna key. Here I have updated my Fauna key. Okay. Now, the next step is this. What we did is we go to the package.json and we have imported the following packages. We have imported the Apollo client and Apollo Angular Boost. You need these 2 projects in order to make queries to GraphQL. And after that, we will create a GraphQL module. We use the GraphQL module to create our connection to the GraphQL. Here we have a Apollo. We are creating Apollo. We are using Apollo Boost to create our connection to the Mongo, creating our connection to the FaunaDB. Here we are using the FaunaDB. Here we are using the FaunaDB URL. URL is the FaunaDB endpoint, which we inserted, which is a fixed URL, which is not going to get updated. And in our key, so for how we are going to use key, we are going to use bearer token authorization and insert our Fauna key here. Okay, so our second step is to create the GraphQL model. Now for our third step, what we are going to do is we are going to go into the project service. And in our project service, we have two queries. I have already created the queries because we have to time box our session. So here we have created a query to get all projects. Here I'm getting a data, I'm getting name, ID, and task of each project. And I've also created a create product mutation where I'm creating a task as well. So here I have title. So in order to create mutation, you can also pass your variable as well. So here I'm passing the variable task title, task description, and project. We use $sign for our variables. So for instance, in title, we are using $sign task title. For description, we are using $sign task description. And here for your project, we are making a connection with the FaunaDB, with the connection with the project. So here we are using the $sign project ID. And finally, we are returning a title and ID. So in our constructor, we have two functions. So first, we are using the Apollo watch query. What Apollo watch query does, it returns observable, and it's creating a real-time interface for us. So whenever we insert a data, it auto update without refreshing, without us to refresh our website. Here we can set a pool interval. For instance, I have set a pool interface quite low because I want my data to reflect instantly. Here I'm using a map function to filter out my results as well. And our second function is add task. In add task, it's simple mutation. I've created this Apollo to mutate. I'm using for mutation, I'm using this query, create product. And insert, so mutation has another field which is variables. And I'm passing following variable, task title, task description, and project ID, which it takes as its inputs. So this is our project service. Now let's go back to our front-end code where we are using this service. So if we go to our app.component.ts, here we are using a dialog module in order to use our application. Here we have update to do function which is calling if we has a value, it's calling our add to do. In our add to do, what we are going to call our project service dot add task, and we are passing the value of title, description, and project task ID, and we are getting a result. I'm using await for it. So now let's look at our front-end code. If you look here, another thing I missed just now. So in our constructor, I'm also getting a project which is a observable by get project, which returns observables. So if I look at our front-end application, here we are using our projects and each project. Let me give you a demo what it now looks like. So if you look here are the three tasks which we have just created with our FaunaDB. As you can see, it's very easy to integrate our FaunaDB application. We just need to write a very simple piece of code, just this query and this function, and it gives us all of the data we want from the database. So now let's play around with it and let's add a few tasks in it. So for instance, I want to add another work task. As you can see, it has instantly added our task here. Now let's create a fun task. So here it added another task. I hope you have learned something new. If you have any question, feel free to contact with me on my email on LinkedIn. Thanks.
Okay. That was a great introduction to this FaunaDB. And now we are getting dirty with JavaScript. So we have our next speaker, Viktor. He will be talking about these JavaScript iterators. So let's get to it.
So, let me introduce myself first. My name is Viktor Urbanas. I'm Node.js tech lead, and I'm interested also not only in Node.js, but JavaScript, TypeScript, all its ecosystem, everything related to it. I love spending my free time outdoors with my friends. Feel free to connect me on LinkedIn and drop me a message. Today we're going to be talking about JavaScript iterators. We will talk about iterable objects and how they are connected with iterators. We will talk about how iterators work under the hood. We will also cover async iterators, and good thing is that there will be many code examples, which means you will be able not only to understand the theory, but apply this theory on practice. Let's get started. What is an iterator? Basically, an iterator is the object that allows you to obtain the next element of the sequence that you have defined. And that doesn't really sound clear, right? So let's start from the iterables first. In JavaScript, there are many types of iterables that you can see on these slides. We will not be talking about all of them. We will just take a look on some. But believe me, the principle is the same for all. Let's take a look to an array, for example. Here we have an array of characters, and we are creating a copy of that array on the line 3 using the spread operator. And we also, on the line 5, we have a for-off loop where we iterate over an array, and we log each and every item, each and every character to the console. And for those of you who are not familiar with the for-off loop, this is a special type of loop. This is not for in, and it doesn't really work with the plain object literals, but it works with array. What about map? Map is also iterable, and if we create a map with some set of entries, we can create a copy of that map in a very similar fashion by passing the array where we use the spread operator to the constructor of the map, and that would be the same as you would have passed array of the entries, and by entries I mean the small arrays with the 2 elements key value, and that would give you the copy of the map. You can also use the for-off loop with the map, and on each and every iteration you will receive an entry of the map. And we have mentioned that for-off loop doesn't really work with object literals, but it works with array. It also works, as we see, with map. But why? Why not every object works with a spread operator or for-off loop? And the answer would be that as array and map are iterables, for-off and spread, they are working with iterables. And in order to understand the iterables, you have to be familiar with the symbol. Symbol is the primitive type in JavaScript, and you can create your own symbols, but you also should be familiar with the reserved symbols that exist for JavaScript needs, like a symbol iterator. Every iterable has an iterator inside, and as you can see on this slide, array, map, set, and string, and basically all iterables, they have property called symbol iterator. And this is a function that you can invoke in order to obtain the iterator of the given type. Array iterator, map iterator, and so on. On the right side, you can see how the symbol iterator look like. And that means that array, map, and set, and basically all iterables, they have something in common. They have this symbol iterator property, and the value of it would be function that you can invoke in order to get the iterator. So they basically, we can say that they follow the iterator interface. What if we try to create this interface and define it using TypeScript? If we try to do that, we will actually end up with two interfaces, one for iterator that we get, and it would be a next method. It would have a next method that will return an object, and that's why we need another interface. And that object would have two properties, value and done. And value would be the actual value of the sequence, whereas done would be the flag, Boolean flag, that indicates whether the sequence is finished, whether it's exhausted. And for those of you who are not familiar with generics, you have a T generic type in here, and that's just a dynamic type based on the scenario. So for example, when we talk about our array of characters, the character is actually type of string. That would mean that instead of T we have a string here, and the value would be type of string. And on the right upper side we have already known image, and we see how we can obtain an iterator for an iterable. Hence, for the array of characters that we have, we can also obtain an iterator in the very similar way. So we access the symbol iterator property and invoke this function, and we get an iterator. And now on the left side we see that iterator has the next method, and in order to get the next element of the sequence we have to invoke that method. So that's what we do on the line 3. We take the iterator, we invoke the next method, and we retrieve the object that complies with the second interface on the line 4 from the left side, which is iterator item. And we have a value which is an actual value of the sequence, which is a character, and done, indicating whether the sequence is finished. And if we keep calling the next method, we'll reach the point when the done value would become true, because there are no more elements in the array, and the value in this case would be undefined. And as you see, the generic type would be string here in this case. Let's take a closer look to the value property, and we see that this is actually the array items. So when we come back to our example with the copying and for-off loop, we see that using the spread operator and for-off loop, we just get the value of the value property. And we might guess that spread operator and for-off loop, they are aware of the iterable and iterator, and they are just doing the very similar thing under the hood that we have done here manually. But let's just make sure that it is the case. Let's prove that. Let's create our own iterator, and for this we will create a function, generate random numbers, and that would accept the count number to define how many random numbers we want to generate. On the line 2 we have a counter which we keep incrementing inside of the next function on the line 4 until we reach the count, and when we reach the count we set the done value to true. And every time when we invoke the next function, we recalculate the done value based on the index, whether we reached the count. And when done becomes true, the value would be undefined on the line 7. Otherwise, we will just generate a random number with 2 digits after decimal. And then we return it on line 11 by creating a closure. If we try to test it, we will see that if we pass the 10, for example, value to this function, that would mean that we want to generate 10 random numbers, and that will give us the object with the next property. And you can recall from the interface of the iterator. Let's come back for a second. Iterator interface has the next method. That's what we actually what we're trying to achieve. So we get this object with the next method, and we can keep calling the next method in order to obtain the element of the sequence. And we see that we indeed are given the object with two properties, done and value, and the done is false until we reach the end of the sequence, when done flips to the true and the value becomes undefined. And we still can keep calling the next method, but we will have the same result, done true, value undefined, because the sequence is exhausted, it's finished. Now, what do we get? If we try to create an object, and we can try to create our own iterable, you can remember that, you can recall that symbol iterator is the property that every iterable has. That means if we want to try to create our own iterable, we will be able to set the symbol iterator property that should be a function, right? That returns an iterator. And if we come back, a function generate random numbers returns kinda iterator. So that's what we try to make here. And as we mentioned before, the spread operator and for of loop, they are working with iterables. So that means that our 10 random numbers, if we try to mimic the interface of the iterable, that should work with spread operator and for of loop. And indeed, if we pass these 10 random numbers to this array with the spread operator, we will get the sequence of the 10 random numbers. What if we try to put it in the for of loop? It will work just the same way. In here we have a for of loop and we iterate over 10 random numbers, which is actually an object. And remember, we were telling that object literals, they are not working with the for of loop. But once you make the object iterable, it will work, because for of loop works with iterables. And now our object literal is iterable. It's not just a plain object, it's iterable. And this actually proves that not only like native iterables like map, array, and other ones are working with the for of loop and spread, but any kind of construction that follows the same interface would work just the same way. But what about real-world scenarios? Let's say you need to get a list of users by IDs. We can take a look on this piece of code and let's try to understand what we have here. So we have a class users list, and inside this class we have two private properties, IDs and users. IDs is the one that we pass to the constructor in order to tell which users we want to get, and assuming that we want to get users by IDs. And on the line 3 we have users private property, assuming that full list of users is encapsulated in this class in memory. And on the line 13 we are actually trying to make this class to be iterable. And for this, we remember that we need to set the symbol iterator property, which is a function. That means we can make it a method, right? And inside we have the very similar logic. We have a counter, we have a next function, and we keep increasing the counter on the line 17 until we reach the end of the IDs array. On the line 16 we check it, and when we reach the end of the array we make done true. And in this case, on the line 21, you can see that we return the value undefined. Otherwise, we just on the line 18, we receive the user by ID, and we return it on the line 21. And then on the line 25, we return the object with the next method, creating a closure again. And if we try to test it on the line 28, we create a new instance of the users list class and pass the array of IDs inside. We can use it with the spread operator, since we know that the spread operator works with iterables, and now our users list is iterable, right? So we can pass it to the spread operator, and what would be the result? The result would be as expected. We will get the list of users by IDs filtered out based on our symbol iterator, right? So number 1 ID, number 3 ID. We also can pass it to the for of loop and it will work exactly the same. So it will iterate over our filtered users list requested by IDs, and we will get one by one users with number ID, with ID number 1 and ID number 3. But you may ask, why is it so complex? First, there are two drawbacks of this code. First is that we have the users list in memory, which is not really practical. I mean, we don't have usually the full list of users in memory. And even if we do, why can't we do just this? Like, why can't we have on the line 14 users filtered by IDs that we have, and then since the users is the already list of IDs that the list of users that we need, why don't we just return its iterator, since it's also iterable, and we can just reuse its iterator to iterate over this filtered list, right? And the answer would be yes, we can, but what if we want to retrieve users from some external resource? So we went through this example to understand how it all works and how we can make it iterable from any construction, from any class that we want. But now let's be more practical, because in the real world we don't have users, full list of users in memory. We have them either in database, or we have it in cloud and we fetch from there. So let's first get familiar with async iterators, because this is something that would help us to solve this problem. Let's see the difference between this async iterator and simple iterator, plain iterator. And the difference list would be the following. First, the next function would be also asynchronous. The next, we should be using symbol async iterator instead of symbol iterator. The for of loop is also asynchronous, which means we have to put an await keyword in front of the parentheses. And unfortunately, the spread operator doesn't work with it, so we are left off only with the for of. Let's change our code according to the async iterator, and on the line 9 you can see that we have now symbol async iterator, not symbol iterator. First, also in memory we don't have the full list of users anymore. We have still IDs property, which we pass to the constructor and initialize the list of IDs by which we want to get the list of users. And we change the next function to be async on the line 11. And also on the line 15, in order to get the user, we don't filter it by the ID from the in-memory list, because we don't have it anymore. We instead fetch the user by ID, assuming we have fetch user function defined, since we know how to query the user from the database or from any other external resource. In order to make it work, let's just create a fake fetch user function that will mimic any kind of asynchronous operation that will return us the user from our external resource. And you can put any logic here, but just for the sake of this example, we can make a set timeout and delay the execution for 1 second and then resolve the user, which we can again just filter from in-memory users list. And on this animated image, you can see that it works as we might expect. We have here a for await, as you might have noticed, for await loop, and we pass to it a users list, and one by one with a 1 second delay we get number 1 ID user and number 3 ID user. And this example is useful when you want to process users one by one. If you want to process them all at once, like you would do with Promisol or something, this example wouldn't work. But again, we just took a look on this example, and you can come up with your use case of using iterators. And I have to say that this could make your code more elegant and still simple, since you have an iterator logic encapsulated somewhere in one place, in one method, and you can use it all over the place more elegantly with the spread operator, for off loop, for await loop, if this is a sync iterator, and that will work. So let's recap what we have learned today. We have learned what are iterators and iterables, and we know now that every iterable has an iterator, and it can be obtained by accessing the symbol iterator or symbol async iterator property and by invoking the function that inside of this property. We learned iterator interface, and basically we have to know that there are two interfaces, one for iterator itself and another one for the object that iterator returns. For the object that next function returns, that would have two properties, done and value, where value would be actual value of the sequence and done would indicate whether the sequence is exhausted. And also we have learned how iterators work inside of the for off loop and spread operator, that they are obtaining the iterator and then keep calling the next function until the sequence is finished. We have learned what are async iterators and how they differ from iterators, and the main differences are that the next function is asynchronous, for off loop is also asynchronous, and we have to put a wait in front of the parentheses, so it will be for await, and also spread operator doesn't work with async iterator. And we have also learned how to apply our knowledge on practice. I thank you for your attention, and using this moment, I have to underline that the war in Ukraine is ongoing, and the defenders of Ukraine are laying their lives for the freedom of Ukraine and for the freedom of Europe and the whole democratic world. And if you're willing to support Ukraine in this hard time, please donate to Armed Forces of Ukraine or UNICEF, supporting children and families suffered from the war in Ukraine. And again, I thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Yeah, so you have to wait to create your questions, because Viktor will answer them later on. So stay tuned. And I can't wait to write some iterator. I confess that I haven't wrote many iterators or async iterators in my work with JavaScript, but now I have more ideas after this great talk. And next, if you're been in React world for this past months, you probably have heard about Remixed. And that's exactly what we will get into more details now with Daniel. So let's check it out.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome to my talk called React Remixed. Before anything else, let me introduce myself. I'm Daniel Afonso, and I'm a developer advocate at Olex Group. I'm mostly focused on JavaScript and React ecosystem, and you can find me on Twitter and any old social network at the handle at DanielJC Yeah, like I said, I'm a developer advocate at Olex Group, and Olex Group handles stuff from classifieds to real estate to autos in a bunch of markets all around the world. So yeah, this is it about Olex Group. What is this talk about, you might be wondering? Well, this talk is about web fetch APIs, it's about HTML forms, it's about form data, objects, URL, and headers. Okay, but the title said Remix or something like that, right? Yeah, because all of these are the stuff that comprise Remix. Now, you might be all be tired a bit of JavaScript frameworks always popping up, and they seem so many. It seems like, okay, we have tons and tons of frameworks, but just bear with me a bit because Remix is great. Why? Because when you learn Remix, you accidentally learn the web. You get a bunch of transferable knowledge that you can use for your day-to-day life, and there's no more of that specific knowledge that you get with other type of frameworks. Okay, so where did Remix come from? Remix was created by Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson around 1-2 years ago, and started as a private project where you have to pay to get a license, but then it got open sourced, and were joined by Kenzie Dots, which is the person we see on the bottom in here. Yeah, so what's Remix? Well, Remix is actually a full stack web framework that lets you focus on the user interface and work back through the web standards, while we deliver a fast and sleek, resilient user experience. Besides this, Remix is these 4 things that we can see here. It's a compiler, it's a server-side HTTP handler, a server framework, and a browser framework. From the compiler side, Remix, by using ESBuild, generates a couple of things. It generates a server HTTP handler, which we can see here. It generates a browser build. This browser build will pretty much include automatic code splitting by route, fingerprinted asset imports like, for instance, CSS and images, and pretty much anything needed to run your application in the browser. Besides this, it also generates an asset manifest. So this manifest is used by both the client and the server to know and map the entire dependency graph of your application. This is useful for scenarios where you want to preload resources in the initial server render, or as well as prefetching them for client-side transitions. This is pretty much how Remix is able to handle the render and fetch waterfalls that we see nowadays in modern web applications. By using these build artifacts, an application using Remix can be deployed to any hosting service as long as it runs JavaScript. This is amazing. Remix is also a server-side HTTP handler because it's, well, an handler that it's given to an actual JavaScript server. While Remix runs on the server, it's not a server, it's just this handler that we can see in here. It's also a server framework, because if you're familiar with web server-side model view controller frameworks like Rails and Laravel, Remix is pretty much the view and the controller, and it leaves the model up to you. Finally, Remix is also a browser framework. That is, because once the document is served to the browser, Remix hydrates the page with the browser build modules. Let's give an example. For instance, let's imagine that whenever a user clicks a link, instead of pretty much making a round trip to the server for the entire document and all the assets, Remix simply fetches the data for the next page and uploads the UI. Updates, that is. And this has many performance benefits over making a full document request. For instance, some of these benefits are things like, well, the assets don't need to be re-downloaded or pulled from the cache, and the assets don't need to be parsed by the browser once again. The data that is fetched is much smaller than the entire document, so this is super great because it saves you a bunch of time. Okay, so let's look into the philosophy of Remix. Well, first things first, it embraces the server-client model. You can make your server fast, but you cannot control your user network. you cannot make the user network fast. So the only thing that you can try to do is decrease the amount of stuff that you send over the network. And Remixed doesn't need to ship all the skeleton UI because it fetches and can also prefetch this data before the page is rendered. So this will make sure that the data that you send over the network is not that much. Remixed also works with the foundations of the web, like browsers, HTTP, and HTML. These are technologies that have been around for a long time. They are pretty solid, and Remixed embraces them completely. By combining stuff like HTTP caching, Remixed focuses on URLs for assets, dynamic server rendering, and HTML features like a link with the property rel as prefetch. You have all the tools that you need to make your application snappy and great. So, browser and HTML has gotten really, really great in the past 20 years, so Remixed leverages it fully. Another thing that Remixed leverages, and part of the philosophy, is it uses JavaScript to augment the user experience by emulating the browser behavior. So while most recent frameworks only have read APIs for data, Remixed has both read and write, so it leverages HTML form to perform data mutations like it has been done since the 90s. And Remixed embraces and augments this API. So this enables a data layer of Remixed to function with or without JavaScript on your page. Pretty much JavaScript, it works like progressive enhancement, so it allows you to speed up your user experience in ways that, like, for instance, not needing to download and evaluate JavaScript and CSS assets, or only fetching specific parts of the layout that change. So JavaScript in Remixed is what it's called progressive enhancement. Finally, it doesn't over-abstract the underlying technologies. This means that if you get good at Remixed, you'll get pretty good at web development in general, because the API that Remixed built makes it convenient and leverages fully the fundamentals from the browser, HTTP, and JavaScript, wherever. Okay, so let's look into the 3 top things that, from my perspective, you might only need to know to just get started with Remixed. First one is nested routing. So nested routing is pretty much the general idea of coupling segments of the URL to component hierarchy in the user interface. What does this mean? So let's look at this example that we have in here. So we have 2 routes. We have the user profile and the user account. Both these routes are a child of the user. So let's look into our components. Here we have our user, we have our profile, and we have our account. We have our profile and we have our account. Whenever we select our profile, we want to render our profile. And whenever we select our account, we want to render our account. So how nested routing works is whenever we select profile, it will add profile to my URL and it will render the specific part of the profile. So it will render the information specific to the profile. Whenever we click on account, our route is going to change to account and we are going to render inside of this part the account page. So the user always is the same, but the nested route part in here is the one that changes whenever we change our route. And this is super powerful, and Remixed embraces this fully. So let's look the next thing in here, which is, well, with Remixed we are used to using, without Remixed, I mean, we used to doing stuff like use effects or leverage React query or SWR to perform data fetching or data mutations. While you can use that on client side, with Remixed, since you can do everything on the server side, you might not need them. So there are 2 fundamentals in Remixed, one for data loading and another one for data mutations. So the first one for data loading in here is by using loaders. So pretty much what we do in here is we create a function that it's a loader function, and this function will run on your server. In this scenario, this function will be responsible for doing data fetching or data loading or parsings or whatever. And once this is done, it returns our data. That then our component, by using a custom hook that Remixed gives you, which is the use loader data hook, will get access to the data in here and render it. So this runs on the server and the data is sent to our component. And yeah, you can do everything on the server side and save time on the client side. For performing mutations, the process is pretty similar as well. First things first, like I said previously, Remixed leverages forms to perform mutations. they have been pretty great for the past 20 years, so Remixed just leverages them fully. So it leverages a form, we create a post, and whenever we do a submit, we need to be able to send our data to the other side, to our server. So to do so, we use an action. We use loaders when we want to perform action, fetchings or parsings, whatever, on the loading our application, and when we want to do an action in the result of a post or a put or whatever, we use an action. So we create our action function and we make sure that we have access to our form data by getting into our request, and then we do whatever we need to. So yeah, these are the pillars of Remix. So with these three things in mind, let's look into an example that I have to show you to try out Remix. So let's start. Here we have our application that's called Tower of Babel. This is pretty much an adaptation from a previous comic of Justice League, where Batman had a list of all the heroes from the Justice League and their weaknesses, just in case one of them turned bad. So let's pick up that concept and build our application. So what we are going to want to show here, first things first, is the heroes list that we have. Right now we know that we don't have any heroes. We're going to want to add a certain hero in specific, and in this container in here we're going to want to, well, pretty much the same thing we have here, but just in a global page. So by leveraging stuff like nested routing, this scenario here could be considered like, okay, whenever we have heroes, whenever we are in the heroes index part, we want to display something in here. So let's do that in first. So here we have our application, and here what the first thing we want to do is to create a nested route for the heroes route. As you can see, I already have a pre-built page in here, and this is by following the folder structure. So inside of routes we have heroes and we have our index. This index is responsible for just showing the user, okay, there was no hero selected, please select a hero on the left or create a new hero. Okay, but how do I show this on my page? Well, here is where we leverage something that Remix exports, which is an outlet. An outlet pretty much tells Remix, okay, let's just import it, first things first. An outlet we just tell Remix that, okay, inside of this route, if we have a nested route, we're going to want to display everything that's inside of that nested route in here. So if I just save and go back to my page, you can see that now by having our index associated with the heroes route, we are displaying something here. Okay, with this wrapped, let's just start by fetching our data and adding it here. So by fetching data in Remix, all we had to do is create a loader. So let's create our loader. Since we're using TypeScript, let's type it so it's easier. And here we're gonna have a loader function. This is going to be asynchronous. Synchronous. Okay, let's do this. Let's just import this from Remix node. Okay, and okay, this loader will be pretty much run on the server side whenever we are loading this page. Okay, what we want to do here, and one thing it's important to know is we are already authenticated because, well, Batman preaches that you must be secure, so we are making sure that only a logged in user can access this page and see their own specific users. So we have implemented in the backend an authentication part when we have users. So it's important that for all the requests that we do, we get the data that is specific to a user. So to do this, we have to make sure we have our user ID, and we leverage a function called require user ID. So now this require user ID requests a parameter. In this scenario, we are needing the request from our page. To do so, we're going to go to our loader function and destructure a request, because every loader function will give you access to the request of your page. Which is, now I can pass this request and I'll make sure that now I have my user ID. Okay, so now that I have my user ID, I can make the request to get my data. So here we want to make sure that we have our heroes list. We're gonna wait. We're gonna get our heroes. So this function only needs to receive a user ID. So let's do it. Pass it user ID. Okay, so now that we have our heroes, we can return them to our page. So here, since Remixed and the browser expects to receive a request, Remix has a wrapper called JSON, which pretty much is a JSON function that will wrap it in a response, so that the browser receives its response with the data. Since we're using TypeScript, let's type it with this folder data here, and let's pass it to our heroes. Okay, now we have our heroes here, we are returning them, but if we go back to the page, they're still not here. Why? Well, because we are forgetting in our component, heroes page in here, to get our data. So what we need to do here is get our data, use loader data, which is a custom hook that Remix exports that makes sure that you have access to your data that's returned from your loader. And just to make sure that TypeScript writes it, let's assert that it's actually loader data. Okay, so now we go to our nav list, and in our hero section, let's just pass our data.heroes. And if we go into here, we should have our heroes now. Okay, ta-da, we have Batman in here. Okay, super cool. So, okay, now let's see Batman. Yeah, and the route doesn't exist yet. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So we can see that this route supports, okay, it's heroes, and then it has an ID. I guess it's probably the ID of this hero. Okay, so I want to see whenever the nested routing, whenever routing matches, okay, heroes and random ID here, I want to show the data for my hero. But how am I going to be doing this? I'm not going to create pretty much the a component for each ID, right? No. So this is the scenario that will leverage slugs. A slug pretty much allows you to, whenever you receive a route that it's not specified in your nested route section, so in this scenario in here, whenever you receive a route that has a random ID that belongs to the heroes page, a slug will pretty much say, okay, anything that doesn't match anything else defined in this folder will be considered a slug and sent into here. So now how do we create a slug? By inside of our heroes folder, creating a new component in here that we say, okay, this component is going to be called hero ID, going to be JSX file. So pretty much the $sign here will say, okay, this is a slug, so anything that doesn't match right now our index will be sent into here. Okay, so with this said, let's create the page to display our hero. So first things first, let's just create a component. Okay, create our hero details page in here, and well, we want to add a div in here, and in here we want to show our hero component, which pretty much is a hero that component that's expecting to receive our hero data. Okay, so we need to get our hero data. Once again, we need to do a request, and whenever we render this page, so let's leverage a loader. Loader, once again, this is going to expecting to receive loader function. This comes from Node. This loader function is going to be sending me right now two things. First things first, a request so we can get our user ID, and we're going to be waiting to get some parameters. Why? We'll see in a while. First things first, we need to do the first thing, that which is acquire a user ID. We pass it a request, and let's just. Okay, so as you can see, I destructured the parameters here. pretty much the parameters is what's going to help us get our hero ID. So whenever this match it renders this route, the ID of the hero, it's going to be translated into what this slug is. So pretty much our hero ID is going to be the ID of the user that's rendered in a browser. So for us to get that, we have to make sure that, well, first things first, we have our hero ID. So let's assert that we have our hero ID. Here we can use the package called invariant, which will pretty much just be responsible for checking if our hero ID is valid. If we don't have any ID, let's just say hero ID not found. Or it is throwing an error because we forgot to turn this function into asynchronous. Okay, so now we have our hero ID. We can make sure that, okay, hero await get hero by ID. In here we pass it our user ID and we pass it our hero ID, which is going to be coming from our parameters hero ID. Okay, so why is this yelling at me? Is that a sign of from type? Okay, parameters hero ID hero. Oh, because it's not expecting hero ID, it's expecting ID. Okay, now that we have our hero ID, let's just return some JSON with our hero. Just to make sure, okay, so now that we return it, we need to make sure that we get our data into a component. So to do so, let's once again use our custom hook that Remixed offers, which called use older data. And in here, it's going to be sending hero to that hero. Okay, so now if we go back to our browser and we refresh this page, ta-da, we have Batman and we have Bruce Wayne. Okay, so now we can see our heroes. Let's step into adding our heroes. Okay, so now we want to add our heroes. As we can see previously here, in this page, the route that we're expecting to add our hero is going to be the new. So let's start by creating a new nested route called new. So it's going to be a new component, and in this component we're going to be creating a function. Function of new hero page. Okay, so in this page we want to be doing something. We're going to display a form. In that form, we're going to want to send data to Remixed to handle and insert it into the database. So Remixed, like I said previously, leverages forms to do some data mutation. So this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to create a form. This form is going to be sending a method which is a post. So we're going to be doing a post to Remix. And in here, let's just create a custom component that we have, which is our hero creator, just to make sure that we have everything we need from our form. So pretty much our hero creator component already has the stuff from form where we have our inputs, our labels, whatever, everything we need to create our hero. Okay, so if we use loaders to load stuff, we need to do something, to do an action, to do a mutation, and those things are actions. So let's create an action. It's going to be an action function that comes from node. And this action is going to be synchronous. It's going to get our request as well, because we're going to be validating our user ID. And so the first thing we need to do, like we did with all the other things, it's get our user ID.
Hey guys, I see that you are having some technical issues, so we should be back on track soon. So
yeah, so give me a moment. We'll get back with the talk. Just give me one more minute.
okay. So in the meantime, let me remind you about your questions. So feel free to send any question in the chat, and we will be collecting that. And during the Q&A session with all the speakers from this block, we will have them. And it will be your turn to asking the questions, and I will be reading and asking to the speakers. I see that Nick is back with something. So
yeah, getting back. Sorry about this one again.
So now we get our data, and we go to inside of our form data, and we get our name, and we do the same for weaknesses, because the next thing we do, and for secret identity. Okay, so we have the fields that we need. We can do our mutation. We can insert our data into our database. So const our hero, wait, create hero. So this thing is needing a hero. Oops, no, it's going to be needing, sorry, user ID, a name. This name is going to be our name. Let's just assert that it's a string for now. Okay, so now we've created our hero, but since we did the post, the data has been submitted, we want to display our hero. We don't want to continue in our form page. So we need to tell Remixed somehow that, okay, we want our browser to be redirected to the data of the new hero. Well, Remixed has just the right thing that we need. In this scenario, we can use redirect, which is pretty much will return a redirect response with the location header. So, okay, we're going to redirect. Where are we going to redirect? We're going to want to be able to redirect to our slug. So we know that it's inside of the hero's route. And the slug here, it's going to be our hero ID. Since we already created our hero, whenever we create our hero, we're going to get a hero ID. Okay, so with this in mind, we should be able to go check our stuff. We are just missing something in here, which is the same way we have our folder data. To get our folder data, we have use action data, just to make sure that if anything goes wrong, we have our action data in here. So it's going to be action data. Let me just type this. Oops, action data. And our hero created, it's expecting to get some action data, and we send it. Okay, so now let's see this page. Let's create and add a new hero. Okay, and we have our form where we have our name, secret identity, and weakness. Let's create a new stuff. So AWS identity weakness. Okay, we created our new hero, whatever. Okay, so it should be working, right? But I guess we forgot something in here, which is right now this is empty, and if I click save, it's allowed me to create an empty hero. So let's just do some validations to fix this. In here, we're going to do a couple of things. First things first, we're going to be able to check if the data we receive, it's the type of the valid data that we want to add to our form. So imagine that for some reason the user sent an object instead of a string. So let's just use this to check if our fields are empty. Here, let's just make sure it's easy. Let's create a fields object here, wherever when we have a name, secret identity, and weakness, just to make it easier. And in here, we pass our fields. If for some reason the stuff doesn't match whatever we are expecting, okay, we want to send a bad request in here. So yes, we're going to be sending a form error, which we say there was never filling the form. Okay, so this is the first validation. We just need to do another one, which is in case the user sends data in empty, like we did previously. So here, errors, in here, and so in here we're gonna use the function validate errors. We're gonna send our fields. Okay, so if for some reason we have some errors, just space these things out. If for some reason we have some errors, what values, then we're gonna get true. So if any of them is true, then we have some errors. So let's just return a bad request with our errors and our fields. Okay, and this means that we have validated our data. So if we go back into our form and we check it, okay, if we try to save, ta-da, now we cannot create an empty user. Okay, so, but this is annoying me. I don't want to be able to have empty data in here. So let's just add a way to delete data from here. Going back to our page, let's go back to our EuroID component. And in here, I just want to be able to, okay, I want to delete some data from the hero. I want to be able to delete a specific hero. So this is how I would do it right now. Let's add a form, because that's how we do mutations and we perform actions in Remix. It's going to be this form. It's going to, first things first, we need to import it. This form is going to have a method. The method is going to be a post. And in here, we're going to have a button that the type is going to be submit. And let's just add some styling in here to make it prettier. And delete. Okay, so now we should have a delete button in there. Okay, so when we want to do an action, we have to create an action function. So let's create our action function, which is going to be action function. And pretty much the structure is going to be the same as this one here. So let's just copy it to save some time. And now I want to be able to delete my hero. Okay, so I delete my hero, I pass it the user ID and the ID of the hero. So grams ID. Okay, so now that I deleted my hero, I don't want to stay on the page of the deleted hero. I want to be able to be redirected to an empty page. So let's just return a redirect response and redirect our stuff to heroes. Okay, so now we should be able to delete heroes. Let's check our page. Ta-da! We have our delete button. So if I click in here, it's deleted. If I go to this one, it's deleted as well. Amazing, right? If I go back, okay, let's just create another hero. It's created. And yeah, so pretty much just to recap the stuff we did in here, we used loaders to fetch data in our components. We used actions to perform mutations in the scenario to send data into our database. We used nested routing to pretty much render stuff in here. This was made possible thanks to the authwet component and by using the routing mechanism that Remix has. By using slugs as well, we can have access and create components that's pretty much going to be rendered specific whenever we have an ID here that's doesn't match anything created on our page. So before wrapping this up, let's just see a couple of things here. Let me just throttle with the internet. And right now I'm going to click delete many times as I can. So as you can see, Remix right now is handling the duplicated requests by itself. So pretty much is one of the great things that Remix has in here is it allows you to, okay, if you try to trigger the same request a bunch of times, it will dedupe them. So it will make sure that only one request is fired. This is amazing because it takes a lot of time to handle this by yourself. Second thing here, just for the surprise factor, is I'm going to disable JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript is disabled. So is my page still working? Well, let's just do something first. Let me just take off the slow network. JavaScript to disable. Okay, so let's add a new hero. Okay. Whoa, the hero was added. And if I try to delete it, okay, it was deleted as well. So this is the amazing thing about Remixed, and what I said previously is that JavaScript acts as progressive enhancement. So Remixed might use JavaScript for a couple of things, like I said previously, but it works without it. So let's go back to our slides just to see some final things. Okay, so now that we've seen Remixed in practice, just to wrap up, Remixed offers you Remixed stacks, which is pretty much some stacks that allow you to either use, for instance, deploy to AWS or Fly.io, or use Prisma for your database, or use AWS stuff. So pretty much the stacks are different stacks that you can use to ship your code to production. The example that we built previously was leveraging the Indie stack. So yeah, that's it. Before finishing this presentation, one question that I've asked, okay, is I'm using Next. Should I stop using Next to use Remix? Well, usually the answer is if you're already using something and it's working, don't stop doing it or don't migrate your code. But just for comparison, is what it comes from the Remix versus Next. Remix is as fast or as faster as serving static content than Next. Remix is also faster serving dynamic content. It enables a fast user experience even on slow networks, and it automatically handles errors, interruptions, and race conditions, like you saw previously on my example. Besides this, Remix build times are nearly instant and decoupled from your data because, yeah, the data is fetched through loaders and actions. So yes, Remix is super great. Yeah, this doesn't mean you have to stop using NextJS. Remix is great. It solves a bunch of problems. I would suggest that you give it a try, but yeah, let it evolve, let it continue growing and see what you can do in the future and if it makes sense for you to migrate it. Once again, it depends on the solution, the person, and the team building. So yeah, it is a QR code. We are hiring at Halvex Group, so if you want to join us and come work with me and a bunch of other amazing developers, feel free to scan the code. And yeah, thank you so much for your time. I'll be in the Q&A section, so thank you for having me. Bye.
I would say that it will be really interesting in the Q&A session, as we will have Daniel with Remix, and our next speaker, another Daniel with NextJS also. So it will be interesting. So again, don't forget to send your questions. We will talk about it on the Q&A session. And besides that, now we have a word from our sponsors.
All right. I hope everyone is enjoying the summit so far. And I want to say a huge thank you to Bright Security once again for helping us out with this event, for joining us, and for sponsoring this event. And just to tell you a couple of words about their really cool product and the developer first scanning tool. So this application security testing scanner enables developers to integrate security testing across all your development pipelines with no false positives, and to test your applications and APIs, SOAPs, REST, GraphQL on every build, basically. This industry-first Bright's new security tester integrates with JavaScript unit testing. And you can test components and functions for security bugs in literally seconds, maybe like minutes maximum. And what's really cool, we have the free accounts for you. So we have the link for the free accounts. You can register and start scanning today. And if you want more hands-on, in-depth coverage on how to use it, how to set it up, we're going to have a hands-on workshop on Wednesday, 12th of October. The link for trial version and also for the workshop are in the chat. So you can use those to register and to grab yourself basically free access to security testing. And yeah, be sure to check out Akira's talk today. And if you've missed it, you can watch it in recordings after the summit. Thank you once again, Bright, for helping us and for sponsoring this event.
Okay, dokie. So, as I said, we had Daniel, and now we have another Daniel to speak about the competitor of Remix. Well, it's not competitor, come on. We are all friends, and all frameworks serve different purposes. And he will be talking about Next.js and how to have great authentication faster with Nextauth. So let's check it out.
To this talk about Next.js credential authentication with Nextauth. I'm Daniel Castro, I'm 24 years old, and I'm a front-end developer at Volkswagen Digital Solutions, and I'm here today to talk with you about Nextauth. So first of all, let's ask why should we use Next.js, and what is Next.js in the first place? So Next.js is a framework, a React framework that brings us lots of advantages, and some of the advantages are here on the right, such as image optimization. We can use this component for image optimization. We also have fast refresh, where we can develop a feature and at the same time refresh it real quickly. And also we have a file system for routing. We're using a folder called pages. We just have to create files inside it which will already be the route. We also have server-side rendering and static site generation. And how can we use them? Simple. We just have to use the methods provided by Next.js, such as get server-side props and get static props. We also have a pre-rendering of the HTML, giving us a better SEO. And one of my favorite features is the branch deployment, that when we deploy to Vercel, which is the main company of Next.js, we can use this branch deployment to see how the deployment was for a specific branch. Of course, Vercel is paid at the end, but the free tier is really good and it's more than enough for personal projects. So, and when we are creating this application with Next.js, of course, we will need some kind of authentication for our users. And why should we choose Nextauth? Because the other options are low-level authentication with RSession, where you have to almost create everything about the authentication by yourself. And then we also have out services, which usually are really easy because it's just 1 or 2 lines, but the free tier normally ends quickly and we have to pay a lot for it. And then we have Nextauth, which is the best of the two worlds. It's not too much low level. You can actually see some things happen with the JWT, but it also not paid as a service. Okay, and this is it. So now we should jump into our practical steps to a simple demo. So first we will create a provider's authentication using GitHub. And then secondly, we will use a credentials authentication using MongoDB Atlas as our database. Before we jump right into the practical part, I have a repo where you can check this presentation in more detail. Of course, this presentation is a bit more simple because it was only for 30 minutes. And also YouTube series from 4 episodes where you can check everything in action. And let's jump right into it. So we just have to follow these 6 steps. Create the Next.js app, install the Nextauth package, then create this Nextauth API to catch all of the sign in and sign out methods that we are going to use. Get the GitHub secrets, wrap around the app.js with the session provider, and finally just create the authentication button just to test it. And let's go. Alright, now that we saw the steps that we are going to do, let's start by the first one. Let's create our next application called Nextauth demo. This will be rather quick, and then we will just change to this folder. Now that we are in the folder, we just have to install our Nextauth package, and that's pretty much it. We will just run the application and check if everything is going well. Like so, we just have to go here and test it, and voila, our application is started, and now we can make some changes. Alright, now that we already tested the application, let's go for the first step, which is create the Nextauth file. So go to API, create a folder called auth inside, and then a file called nextauth.js that will catch all the routes of Nextauth. And to start off, we just have to import the Nextauth library and the GitHub provider. Then we create this object that has the authentication options. And the first option is just providing the providers. And we create the first one, which is a list of providers, including the GitHub provider. And inside we need to pass it a client ID and a secret. This I will tell you in a couple of minutes how you can get them. And then you can also add more providers, more types of providers, such as Gmail, of course. And then it's also a very good practice to enable the debug. So we can see that some problems are showing here on the development mode. And finally, just export the Nextauth with the auth options. Alright, now what we have left to do is get this GitHub ID and this GitHub secret. And for that, we just simply create a .env.local file where we specify these two. And how can we grab them? We just go to github.com/settings/developers and go to the second option, OAuth apps, and to a new OAuth app. Give it a name, in this case Nextauth demo. Give it a URL. Since we are in development, we will use this. In production would be different. And register the application. The authorization should be the same as the homepage URL. And get this client ID. And now I'm going to generate also a secret that you should not show anyone, but in this case I will delete this after this is done. Alright, now we generated the code. We grab it and put it in here, and everything should be good. Now we'll go to our app and wrap this component into a session provider. In this case, we also need to import it, so it would be something like this. We would import the session provider. We'd also pass it as the page prop and give it to the provider, wrap around the component. Alright, and now we just have to test our application by creating an auth button. For that, I created a specific folder for components. This is just a structural folder, and also this component. For that, we just have to import the three main methods from Nextauth, which are the sign-in, the sign-out, and the use session. The use session is a hook that gives us the session where we have all the information about the users, such as email and IDs. Then we just create a component called auth buttons. We get this session from the use session hook, and we check if we have a session. It means that we are logged in. And if we are logged in, we will show the user object, how it is composed. And we also will show a sign out button. And if we are not sign in, we will show a sign in button. And that's it. The only thing that it's missing is that we need to use this component somewhere, and we will use it on the index file. And in here, we just have to simply import it. So import auth buttons from the components and delete everything we have here and simply do some auth buttons, and we're good to go. Alright, so now let's test it. So our application was running for a bit, and now we can test it. So let's just go to the website and check it. So now we are not signed in. What happened when we click to sign in? We get the default authentication page from the Nextauth, which is this one, because we only specified the GitHub provider on this Nextauth file. If we would have specified more, it would show more buttons. In this case, we'll just click this one. We can authorize, and then you are being redirected, and we get the sign in as with the object. In this case, we get the name, the email, and the image URL. And that's it for the authentication with providers. We could add more, but now we'll go to a more complex authentication, which is using the credentials. Okay, so now that we finished our provider out, let's jump into our credentials out. It will be just a tiny bit more complex because we have to set up our database. In this case, I chose MongoDB Atlas because of its simplicity. We will check how we can use the MongoDB adapter and also all the other adapters that are available with Nextauth, and also a connection for our database. Then we will create a simple authentication page because we need 2 fields to fill our register for the credentials, such as email and password. And then we will implement the logic behind the sign-in and the register API, as well as we did for the GitHub provider. We will create the credentials provider and authorize the credentials. Finally, at the end, we will test the whole application, register a user, log in a user, and also log in with the GitHub, so we can see both providers in action. So let's go to the practical part. All right, now let's start creating our credentials authentications, and for that we will install some packages. The first one will be Chakra UI. And why do we need to install this? Because we are going to create an authentication page, and for that authentication page I just chose to use Chakra UI because it's very easy to start off, and we will use it in a bit. So when this is finished, we will have to change this app to get the Chakra provider, and for that we simply just import the Chakra provider and then also wrap around the session provider. And that's it for this part. Then we will also install all the packages for the MongoDB, and in that case will be these 3. So the Nextauth, Mongo adapter, the MongoDB, the Mongoose. The Mongo adapter is for our Nextauth options, the MongoDB is just for our connection, and the Mongoose is to create our user schema. And finally, but not least, we will also install these 2 packages, bcrypt and formic. Bcrypt, I think it's more the one that is most important, but formic is a bit of a choice. Bcrypt will enable us to encrypt our password when we are storing in the database. And that's it for the installation of packages. Alright, for now we can go to the next step, which is to create our MongoDB adapter and also our connection. And we can close this file for now, and we will just go and see the documentation for the adapters of the Nextauth, and we can see that we have lots of adapters for different databases, but we are going to choose the MongoDB. We should first install these packages, but we already did, and then create this file. So let's copy it, go to here, create a folder called lib, and also create a file called mongodb.js, and pass everything to here. And this will create a connection to our MongoDB client. And it's enough. We will not change this file anymore, and we will just use it in a bit. The problem is that here inside we are using this MongoDB URI, and we need to get this. And to get this, we can close this for now. We will go to our env local. Alright, so now in the .env file we will just use the MongoDB secrets. They are already filled, but I will show you how to get this. One thing very important is that this password should not be shown to anyone, but in my case I will delete the account later, so there is no problem. And for that we just have to create a MongoDB account, create a project, inside of that project also a database, and a database access as well as the network access. But for that you can check my second video of the series, and you will have a lot more information about that. To connect, we can use the connect, and in the connect we use this URI, and this URI is what you see here, but I have these variables to be easy to change or look at them. So in that case we already have this, which was very important, and now we don't need the environmental local anymore for a bit. And let's go to the next file that we need to create. So now that we have created the MongoDB.js, we will also create a file to help us connect to MongoDB. And for that we'll just pass it. We already created this, and this simply creates a connection to our MongoDB database. So I will not go further into detail in here. We just need to know how to use this. And next, and finally, we just have to add these 3 imports to our Nextauth, and also this adapter. And of course, we are missing just one little thing for the MongoDB, which is the user schema. And for that, we just need to create a new folder called models. And inside of this models folder, we'll use our user schema. Okay, and for that schema, we just have to create use these methods from Mongoose, where we create a schema using a username that's either a string, is required and unique. The same for an email, an hashed password, which is very important, and also an image, but it could be anything that you want, and it's useful for your application. And that's it for the user. We can close the user also. And now we just have to create our authentication page. Now for that, we just need to add these new authentication options, which is the pages and how we can sign in. So we will go to this auth page, and let's just create this auth page as well. So I already created the file in here, and it should be on the pages. It should be in here, so it's a new route. And for that route, I already have a lot of code, but it's the majority of the code is just styling, because we will need the input for the user, username and email and password. And the only thing that it's important to know, it's these 4 files. We can see that we will submit a form, then a login, then a register, and also to redirect to the home page. And let's first test our application till now. So now let's open our terminal, run npm run dev, and see how is it going. We can sign in. We already are seeing some difference because of the Chakra UI. And finally, we can see this login page. It's a bit zoomed in, but it's better for you to see. And so we already have the styles, but all the logic behind is still missing. So the sign-in page is still missing some logic, the email and the password as well. And for that, we now can see exactly why we need to submit this form. And for that, what we can do is just in here, just check if we are on the login page or on the register. And if we are on the login, we log in the user, and if we are not, we just register the user, like so. So going to the login is pretty simple. Now we just have to call this sign in option with the name of the credentials, and inside just have to pass our email and password that we are already on the state. And finally also redirect, because we want to redirect ourselves to the home page. And that's pretty much it for the login user. We just need to check if an error happened or not, and if it not, it redirects to home. And let's just now implement the redirect to home as well. So the redirect to home is really simple with Nextjs, because we have a router that we import as well in here. And also we just have to check the path name, and if the path name is out, we go to the home page. Finally will come the more difficult one, and this is the register API. And for that we need to do 2 things. First is create a register API call, and then also call it. So we will for now just call it, and for that we just need to use a fetch, call the register as a post, and pass as the body the username, the email and the password. And that's all that we need. Now we're going to see that when it's finished successfully, we use the then and catch. And for the then, we will just log in the user as well as redirect to home. And for the catch, we'll just use just a simple error again, as well as like this, to use the console log. Of course, this on a production application should be well documented, or you should give a good error. And that's it for this authentication. Right, so now let's go to the next step, which is create this register API call. And for that is really simple again. We just have to go to the API, create a new file called register.js. And inside of this file, we will pass this code and just go through it very quickly. So we have a function that can validate an email. We have a function that validates the form, as well as the username, that validates the email, and then connects to the DB. And here the DB is being used, the DB connect. We then find if we already have this email. So if we already have, we say that our email already exists and we don't want that. If we don't want, if you don't have the email, we just go for the password and check the password. And we use this export default async function with the handler, which is really simple. And here we can just create the user, do a post if needed, get the body, and validate the body as we were seeing up front, and then create this user using the mongoose. And that's it for the user. At the end, we just receive a message of success, and this is it for the register of the user. So now that we have created the register, let's go to our next options and see how we can log in or sign in. In this case, we first need to specify our session that we are using the strategy of JWT, because this is very important for how we are going to encrypt our session. And for that, we need these two variables in the env local. And we simply, to create that, we will use this env local again. Then we will just use these codes, and to see this, how we can create these codes, we just have to say open SSL with the random base 64, and here we get this random secret that we are using here. For this is just a different one. And now we are done with this part. And finally, but not least, we just have to create the new provider, which is the credentials provider. So for the credentials provider, we have a bit of logic here, and I'll just pass here, but we create these credentials providers. This ID and this name is very important. We also provide these credentials as we saw previously on our auth. Here, when we are doing the login, we provide these two variables, and in here we are using them. And then here we are authorizing the credentials. We are simply connecting to the database, see that the user exists. If it does not exist, it is because the account was not created, the email was not found. And if the password is incorrect, the login is incorrect. And only if the email and the password are correct, we give a user. And this user will automatically be on the React hook for the use session. Now we just have to import some things like the credentials provider and also the function that we use to compare the passwords, and as well as our user. And that's it for this. Alright, so we just have one more thing to do, and it's to test our application. And for that we will just do npm run dev, and we will look into our application as we were seeing previously. We can now see this button. We can go for the sign in. We see this authentication page. Let's test our sign in with GitHub. And as we can see, we are signed in with the information that we had before. We can now sign out and sign in again. And let's now test the register. So first of all, let's call it test, use a test email and also a random password. And finally, we can see that we are logged in here. And if we sign out, for example, we can sign in again using the login. In this case, now the account is created and we can log in with it. And so this, we can also see the account here on our database. We can just go for browse collection and you see the users. And as we can see in the users, we have this account for the GitHub and we have this test account for the credentials. And that's it. Alright, so after this talk, I hope you can get a better way how to authenticate your applications, and you can check more about the code in this repository, and also check this YouTube series if you like. And thank you so much. I hope you have some questions for me, and see you.
That's great. So again, questions, write it. After this next talk, we will get into that. So we have been talking about these two frameworks from frontend. We spoke in this block also about the iterators. But with this talk, it will be nice because we will be talking about the future. So for a long time, we have been talking about ES6, and now let's talk about ESNext with Alexander. So let's check it out.
JavaScript, the language of the web. While evolving constantly, new features and syntax are introduced on a regular basis. But wait. How does the process of adding a new functionality to JavaScript look like? And oh my god, there's so many new features, and so which are actually helpful? Which should I use? And well, what are some of the not so well-known ones? Well, these questions will be answered. Yes, they will be answered in this talk, and I want to welcome you to From ES6 to ESNext JavaScript features you have to know. So before we dive in, a few words about me. I'm Alex. I'm a web development consultant, also speaker and instructor, as you can see here. Also a Next.js maintainer as well. If you don't know Next.js, it's a framework based on Vue, and it's amazing, so give it a shot if you don't know much about it yet. And also I have like Twitter, a website and a blog where I post every now and then, and of course also GitHub. But right, back to the topic. JavaScript is everywhere. We all know that, right? And that's mainly because you can run it, well, on almost any device nowadays. So, of course, in the browser, right? But also server-side with Node.js, of course. In serverless functions, lambdas too, and even on the edge. Though there it's usually like V8 isolate, so no Node.js, but still JavaScript. And there is Atwood's law, if you haven't heard of it. Jeff Atwood once said, any application that can be written in JavaScript will eventually be written in JavaScript. And yeah, I would say it's kind of true, right? But the question is, how is a new version of JavaScript like being created, right? How is the process there to get new features and syntax into the language? So we will take a look at that before taking a look at more features of the language that you should know. And the thing is, there is a new standard that will be released every year. Most famously, back then in 2015, was ES6, also known as ES 2015, and it brought lots of changes. Right now, we are at ES 13, or ES 2022, that's the newest release standard. ES 2023 is in the making. And there is an organization called the ECMA organization that is responsible, more specific, the TC39 committee, for shaping the language and for the specs. And the cool part is, well, ES is the name of ECMAScript. So ECMA for the organization and script because, well, the JavaScript standard, you know. And proposals for this standard can be submitted by almost anyone. That's great. And they go through up to 5 stages, starting at stage 0. So the final one is stage 4. Yeah, don't be caught off by one. And yeah, stage 4 proposals in the end become part of the specification. So part of ES, of ECMAScript, and thus JavaScript. Okay, all actions regarding proposals, at least from stage 1 on, are available at the TC39 organization. And there's a proposals repository where there's a list of all the finished ones, the inactive ones, and stage 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's take a look at these stages. So we have stage 0, the straw person stage. And the idea here is that any discussion, no matter what kind of, is stage 0 basically. It doesn't have to be submitted as formal proposal. That's the only thing. And the fun part here is anyone can submit, as mentioned before. Commonly, members and delegates of the TC39 committee do that, but also if you're not the delegate, which most of us aren't, I'm neither, so you can also submit by just signing the CLA, the Contributors License Agreement, due to like intellectual property rights and stuff. And well, if you want to bring up a proposal, idea, something like that, then you just create an own repository, write a markdown file, and get going. For stage 0, there are no criteria. This just input, so to say. Yeah, and that's the start. And now is the question how to get from stage 0 to stage 1. And to get to the proposal stage, well, you need a champion for your proposal. Or rephrase that, every proposal needs a champion. And a champion is basically the author or editor of the proposal. I might say, hey, but that's me. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. And the champion is responsible for the evolution through like all the different stages, right? And as well, he is presenting or she's presenting the proposal to the TC39 committee in in-person meetings that are every, I think, 2 months. Yeah, you can read it up. And a champion can only be a member of the TC39 committee. So while you are all champions, not with regards to the whole proposal thing. So to get from 0 to 1, you have to convince at least one member, also multiple, that's also fine, there can be multiple champions, that your idea is awesome and should be added to a language. Okay, and if that happens, if it advances from 0 to 1, then the TC39 repository or the organization will be used for your proposal repo. And you can still contribute together with the TC39 delegates that are champions for the proposal to get that proposal forward. Okay, and then it's not only that, then, well, the stage 1 proposal should also be a little bit more mature because it should highlight implementation details, high-level API, also maybe other proposals that go in the same direction. And of course also shortcomings, issues, problems that the proposal might bring to solve them, of course. And if you haven't ever seen the specification, there's lots of text. In this stage, the proposal does not need any specification text. That's for later. Okay, and then if it's stage 1 at some point, you want to bring that, or well, we all want to, I think, to stage 2, the draft stage, which means everything from stage 1, of course, is in there, but now we need a spec text. That's why it's draft, but it doesn't have to be fully finished yet. It has to cover major points, but placeholders and to-dos are fully fine, right? And here it's very important that the champion and also you as author has to convince the TC39 committee that this feature should be added, because stage 2 already means there's a strong commitment for the proposal and for the feature, and that it will very likely be added to the standard one day when it's mature enough. Okay, and then stage 2 to 3. That's, well, the biggest change, I think, because now we get into the candidate stage, a candidate for being added to the next standard. Again, contains everything from the stage before, but also now the spec text is complete now. And there are reviewers and also all ECMAScript editors, they have to sign it off. So that's a big step. As well, the whole feature itself is then considered to be complete, which means there is no change in functionality. Ideally, there are also, well, examples where it did happen for good reason, but still. And that usually you can't do much except well, gather experience and feedback from people using the feature. So that's why, yeah, it's considered complete for now. And also, transpilers like Babel, also some browsers implement these features. So for browsers, rather unusual, but Babel, that's very common. Also, TypeScript support is aimed for stage 3 features. And yeah, then, well, if that happens and everything goes well and experience reports are great, then it goes to stage 4 finished. So again, the proposal then contains everything from stage 3. But what do you do if you write a nice feature and it's all done and complete? Well, I did it before, but still, you write tests. So there has to be some tests written, acceptance tests to be precise, and they should all pass and all fine. Very important here, then you have some experience and also in general the committee as well regarding the feature and feedback and in general usage experience. So then it's a final decision of, okay, is it really good to go? Are there very important changes that have to be made? And if not, then it's part of the next revision of the standard. Great, we got a feature in theory. What now? It's part of the next standard. When does the next standard come out? Well, ECMAScript releases the standard every June. That means the next one is due 2023 in June. Does it mean you have to wait until then until you can use the feature? No, of course not, because browsers are usually way quicker implementing. They usually implement ESNext, so-called, which means all new stage 4 features that are not formally released yet, so that are part of the next upcoming standard. Usually they are in the browsers already. And if not, then you can still use the Babel transpiler plugin, and TypeScript support is there, and so on and so on. So you don't have to wait for ages. Don't worry. Okay, and that's a very rough idea of the process. Now let's talk about features. And the thing is, there are so many amazing features and so many really good ones to highlight, but we don't have time for that. Actually, we don't have time for that many, so there are bonus slides attached, but I'll come to it later. The thing is, we focus on the must-have ones that aren't super obvious or that might be new. And also we're thinking, maybe doing like reviews of client projects, code reviews, like, that could be used here. That would be nice. That would make the code more readable, cleaner. Yeah, so let's get started with array destructuring. So let's see a very, simple task, right? We get some data from an API. They're always hard-coded here, but imagine all API calls, you don't know what's in there. You know the shape, basically. Okay, it's an array that's not empty in this case and has some strings. And the task is simple. Let's get the first and second entry and just save them in variables and consts called first and second. And the super naive approach, which works well, is that, right? Const first equals data 0. Array access, easy. Const second, same thing. But especially when you have like more, then there is a nicer way to do that. But yeah, it's also more descriptive, I think, the other way around, which is use array destructuring. So we just use const, then make the square brackets, first, comma, second, square bracket closed, equals data. Which means, we kind of unpack the array. So this is called array destructuring, this syntax. And as I said before, also from other languages, like for example, Python, it's the idea to unpack array entries into variables. We say const, and then we name the variable after the square bracket. It can name first, it can name foo, whatever, dog. Naming things is hard, right? So first, in this case, it doesn't have to be first. And then comma, the next one. Great. So the good thing is also we can use this with other language goodies too. So let's take a few more, interesting examples. Take a look at. Again, we have the normal structuring here, right? First, second, we had that. Now we can also skip values to say like we only want the third one. Or maybe the third and the fourth, and that's it. Or the third, the fourth, and the 10th. You name it. And also, these newly created variables, they can have default values, right? So we can say const, in square brackets again, first with default equals f. So in case the array is empty, we still have a default value. And that's, for example, again, very useful during so this makes code a little bit more readable when you say, okay, assign default value if the array is empty, great. Cool. Then we have one more thing. So let's get back to the task. We said like, okay, first, second entry, put them in first and second, but what do we do with the rest of the array? So now the task is just to put them into another variable called others. And that's also not super complicated. We can just use data.slice2 to say we take the data, so the leftover array elements, starting from index 2, so third element, in this case, third and fourth, or how many elements there will be, right? Good. But again, here we can not only save a line in a function call, but make it a little bit more descriptive to say, okay, this is definitely the rest of the array. Right now we know that because, we just coded the first part, and then we know, okay, that's connected. But in 2 weeks, I'm not sure if it's still in our mind. So we can use the rest spread operator here. So first, comma, second, comma, 3 dots, others. So we combine array structuring with the rest spread operator, which is the 3 dots. And this here is the rest functionality, which means give us the rest of the array. And it will contain, again, the array of the leftover elements, hence the name, and that's it. Very important, though, it has to be at the end of the declaration. So we can't write ... rest, comma, last, something like that. That won't work, sadly. So it's very useful, but only at the end. Good. Now we talked about array destructuring, but there's also object destructuring, of course, which can be, as useful, sometimes even more, because, if you get results from an API, for example, these are usually like big objects, can be big nested objects. So let's again think about that, some shop API with ID, title, price, description. And what we want to do is we just want to pull now the title and the description from this object and store them in variables to use them for whatever. And now I think every one of us did that one time. Const description equals result.description and const title equals result.title, right? Super verbose, but that's the thing. What we can do though, to make it better, is we can use object destructuring. So same idea, as with array destructuring, but now we use curly braces to write const curly description, comma title, closed equals result. So we don't have to repeat ourselves that often. Especially useful when you have to pull out like 4, 5, 6 variables. For like 1 or 2, it's not super helpful, but I think it still makes a difference. So yeah, also here the order doesn't matter, of course, because we use the object keys and not the indices of the array. Yeah, and again, object destructuring can be used with all nice language goodies. So let's take a look at that. We have a result again, imagine API call, same as before, just one-liner now. And this is what we saw before, right? But what if, for example, we want to pull in the ID, but we have an ID already for some reason. So const ID is already there. Well, then we can just rename the variable by saying ID colon and then the new name. And it would be saved as item ID in our case, but we'll have the value of the key value pair of like ID 42 in this case. So you could also write const item ID equals result.id here, right? That would work the same. So for one variable, it's like, yeah, not ideal, but there are usually way more to pull out. And then you can also set default values. Again, that's super useful. So that's by just using an equal sign after declaration. And you can also mix and match that with renaming. So that works too. And then we have one more thing. Because API responses contains usually like objects that have other objects. Nested destructuring works as well. So let's take a look at line 3, where you have nested result. So ID and sizes is an object again with height and width. Then we can just say in line 15, const curly brackets because braces because it's areas object destructuring, sorry, sizes, and then we want to get into that object, so we again use the curlies and then just write width, and that's it. And again, we can mix that with default values and also variable renaming. But be careful, use it with caution. It can get very toughly readable at some point. So maybe then just get one object out and then like do it in multiple lines. It doesn't have to be all in one line, you know. So yeah, that's possible and it's really helpful. Sometimes it's just like repeating ourselves again, and this can help. But there's one more thing. We have to revisit the rest and spread operator because it can be used for objects as well. That's the nice part. And it can come in very handy. So let's think about it. We're in the server and we get some object from, I don't know, MongoDB, who knows? Whatever, right? Just an example. So we have like a person with like a name, color, if the person has a pet or not, and the password. Again, just an example, don't get the password. It's also, you know. But just for the sake of example, we really want to get rid of the password in that object. So we could just call like delete, right? We can just do that. We can set it to undefined, but we can also use the rest spread operator here. So combined with object destructuring, we can say const curlies password colon underscore. So we set the variable underscore to password. So our linter won't complain because we won't use it. And then we say, hey, just set the rest of the object. So all the leftover key value pairs, move that to a new variable called person without password. And if we log that, well, we get the same object, but without the password variable because we pulled that out in the same idea and only use the leftover key value pairs. So that's one way to remove parameters and key value pairs. The good part is also that sometimes it's really useful to just split things up. But again, don't overuse it, see where it fits. Another use case is if you have defaults, like a default user, or let's start simple, any object in general, and you want to make a shallow copy. Then, like with object.assign, you can just use the rest operator, or in this case, it's actually the spread functionality because you want to spread out the key value pairs in that new object, which is an empty object, to create a shallow copy. So that's the same idea of like object.assign with like an empty object and then yours. Important, shallow copy, no deep copy. So that's something you have to keep in mind. And that works well. And now back to the default user part. Say we have a user from the API and we want to merge that response with some defaults. Then again, we can use the REST spread operator and against the spread functionality to say, look, create a new object literal and put in first all the key value pairs from the default user and then the ones from the user from the API. And same with object assign with like multiple arguments, top level arguments will be merged or like overwritten, not merged. So for example, in this case, let's say we log that, we have the name, which is Roberta because it came from the API and it overrides name default. ID 10 is also there, so it will override ID -1. But role user, well, there is no key in the user from the API, so we will use the key value pair from the default user. Nice. Very important though, if you want to merge defaults also like on nested levels, then please ensure that you use a library and don't rely on the REST spread operator because that won't work for nested keys. You can use defu, for example. Check it out, very good one. Okay. Now 2 more operators and then we're, well, almost done. The knowledge coalescing operator, very good, great addition. It's amazing, but let's see the problem first. Let's get a result, again, from API, and then we get the texts based on the description, or if it's not available, default description, right? So we log that, it works. It gives it the description because it's there. If the description is gone though, it will log default description, right? But now what happens if the description is an empty string? Well, sometimes we on purpose don't want to show a description, so it's just an empty string, but it should still be shown, right? Because it's there, it's like not undefined or not. But with the logical OR, it will still show the default because logical OR and AND, they only think in truthy and falsy. So that's a big deal. Same for example, checking indices like 0 instead of -1, difficult thing. Okay, so these are pitfalls and that's super easy to, well, get tripped there. So very important. For this case, don't use logical operators. If you really say, okay, if it's not undefined, then show a default value, else show the corresponding value that have been returned, don't use them. Because there's a new operator, well, that had been introduced quite some years ago, but still, to handle these knowledge values, so null or undefined, which is called the knowledge coalescing operator. And that basically means writing like just question mark instead of or, like the 2 pipes, or then you're good. And we can even translate the knowledge coalescing operator. So A knowledge coalescing B means if A is not null and not undefined, take A, else take B. That's it. So we can check the caveats from before and see 0 knowledge coalesced 42 is 0 and empty string knowledge coalesced text is empty string. Because these both are falsy but not knowledge. So null and 0 and empty string. Great. And now to the optional chaining operator. So we had nested objects before, and it's super common to deal with nested objects and API responses, but sometimes they're even optional. Sometimes we even don't know, is like the response an error, is it a result, what's in the result? Difficult, right? So super typical. And let's just imagine again, we have some API call and we don't know the result yet. We only know, okay, it can be a result or an error, and the user could exist or not. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it just has empty result, right? The user could have a pet or not, and the pet might have a name, or maybe he did not name it yet. So rewrite, if you want to get the pet name, results, and result of user, well, and so on, so on. So we go through the whole chain, just check, does it exist, yes or no? And again, that's super verbose, of course, not descriptive. Also, unless you know like how short-circuiting behavior works, like, so yeah, not ideal. The good thing is we have the optional chaining operator that helps us a lot here. So what we can just do is this. So we write result.user (pet) .name, for example. So if we say we know that result is guaranteed there, it's not optional, then don't use the operator. And then we say, user could be there, maybe not. Then afterwards use the optional chaining operator. And the idea here is pretty simple. If that operator occurs, then JavaScript will implicitly check, is the value before, is that nullish? Is that null or undefined? If yes, then don't evaluate further, and then the whole variable will be set to undefined. If it's not nullish though, then continue. And yeah, it can be chained, as you can see, and it is more descriptive if you do not overuse it, of course. So it works, but not only for objects. You can also use it with function calls, for example. Very interesting. And also for array accessing, whatever. Object keys, also array indexing, just like indices, like square bracket 0. That works both too. So, 2 important hints here. First, please, if you use them, they're relatively new. So if you have to support legacy browsers, please transpile your code, because else they might not be able to use the site then, because the browsers don't understand what these double question mark is. Or question mark dot, for example. And also, please do not overuse optional chaining. Don't do like result question mark dot A question mark dot B and so on. Really, don't use it unless you know, okay, that will be optional. It's not clear if it's there or not. Great. Also, very interesting part here, optional chaining and knowledge coalescing work together very well, because you can just say, hey, if that's undefined, use knowledge coalescing and say, give a default value there. So if you see one of them, it's also common to see the other one, if the use case gives that. Okay. And we even have time for one more chapter, which is arrow functions. Arrow functions, you might have seen already. It's a way of declaring functions in ES6. And it's more compact, but it's also, they're different to normal functions. So let's just check. We have an anonymous function here that you, for example, pass into some for each, the timeout, whatever. And your arrow function equivalent would be that. You basically remove the function keyword, put in the fat arrow, like question mark, greater than, between the body and the head, and that's it. And you even have a shorthand. If you just have a one-liner, you can omit return and the curly braces. Nice. So some more. A classic function, classic name function, you can do the same, but you can just assign an arrow function to a variable. That works because JavaScript has first-class function support. And even here you see that parents can be omitted if there's just one argument. So that's very, very short. And also, if you use the shorthand with objects, then you have to wrap it in normal parents at the end, because else you don't know, JavaScript don't know, is it like a function body or do you want to just return objects? But yeah, there you see it. And now, shortly to the differences. So first, arrow functions can't be used as class constructors. It's not possible to use yield within them, so no generator functions. And they don't create a new scope, which is very important because you can't use the classical things like call, apply, and bind. So to change the scope of the function where they execute it in. And they don't have an own dis. They use the dis of the scope where they were defined in. And that's very important. So see here. Arrow functions, right, are not used here. We just have a student object and we have enjoy break. We have a name. We say console.log this.name plus is enjoying the break. And then after set timeout, because it's a very short break, you know, then we log it again, say finish the break. So what will be shown? It will be shown Maria is enjoying the break. Finish the break. Why? Well, the this in line 6, so here this is undefined because the function creates an own scope. So this function in set timeout creates an own scope and then the this is different. So how can we solve that? Well, we just learned arrow functions. We can just replace that here with an arrow function and it will magically work. Because again, then we can use the this of the parent, so of the enjoy break function, and that has access to the name. So yeah, not super difficult, and there's way much more to explore. So I hope I can showed you a few interesting things here. As I said, more features to cover. For example, template literal symbols, they are both in the bonus slides. Check them out if you want to. Arrow functions, string padding, proxies, async await, global dis, and upcoming proposals as well. But yeah, so much more. That's it from my side. Thanks a lot for your attention. I hope you learned a thing or two, and the slides can be found right there. I'll also post a link. Yeah, have a nice day, and thanks for listening and watching. Bye-bye.
Hello again. And now let me invite our stars to the stage. So we have Abdullah. Hey, Abdullah. We have
Hi.
Daniel Castro. Hey, Daniel. We have also
Hello.
Daniel Afonso.
Hey, everyone.
We have Viktor here. And we have also Alex, who just gave us this talk.
Hey, all.
So,
hello, everyone.
guys, how are you doing today? How is the weather in your locations?
Pretty nice. Yeah.
That's great to hear. So we have a couple of questions for you. Maybe let me start with this one to Abdullah. Why there are so many options for DB available? How can we choose one out of this myriad of databases?
Yes. So we have a lot of options because each database is more designed towards a one particular problem or more typical use case. For example, we have MySQL, which are more suitable to more transaction-started database, and the other hand, we have a MongoDB, which are more suitable towards a NoSQL data, structured databases for more like Facebook or other social network platform where we have a document kind of a data structure. And then we have a Firestore, which is more real time and easy to set up for the people who can easily create a application right away. And then we have some other options which are more inspired from Firestore, like FaunaDB. So FaunaDB is more kind of advanced form of Firestore, and you can also call it more open source Firestore. So FaunaDB has all of the functionality of the Firestore, and then FaunaDB has added more complex join structure. And the best thing about FaunaDB is that it provide a easier way for the client side to access our database by GraphQL. So FaunaDB has an interface for GraphQL, and with GraphQL it also provides own client libraries. So how to choose the right database obviously depend on the problem which you are trying to solve. And but all of the databases which we listed in the presentation as well more or less solve the problems. So you have to look into the problem and choose the database according to the problem. But most of the advanced database solve most of your problems. Okay.
So maybe let me extend a bit on this question. For example, for which use cases would you recommend FaunaDB over, for example, some classical SQL database?
Yeah. So for FaunaDB, I would recommend where you want real-time support. For instance, if you want a real-time support, I would prefer FaunaDB. And you want to set, like you are full, not a backend developer, if you are front-end developer, and you want to access database easily, and you don't want to create whole backend, but you want to add complex joins. For instance, in our presentation, we create a to-do application based solely on Angular side. We haven't created any backend, but we need to create a join as well. So for these kind of application, I would prefer to go with the FaunaDB. But if you are a backend developer and you are working on a project which has a backend, so I would prefer on that time go with a MongoDB or SQL kind of options.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. I have a question from myself for both Daniels. So both of you spoke one about Remix and about Next.js. So I would like to hear from you guys, and also please, others, feel free to join this. How to choose one? When should I use Next.js and when I should use Remix? Or you can choose any in all the time.
I can take it for the just the beginning. So I guess once again it's the generic question, which is the answer, which is it depends. First things first, is important to know that Remix is going to be more of a JavaScript framework. So right now it's still a bit tied into React, but it's going to work for Vue. It's going to work for Angular. So in the future, it's more than React. So you can use Remix pretty much anywhere as long as it runs JavaScript. Then you're going to have the other scenario, which is you just using stuff from the web, like as basics. You don't need to relearn a bunch of stuff like you might need for Next as well. But yeah, like they are competitors. I feel like Remix has pushed Next into growing. Like they have a Remix just did a blog post recently where they collaborated with Versal's team to discuss stuff. So with competition, there comes the need for the others to improve. So yeah. I don't know if Daniel wants to take the other part.
Yeah, exactly. That's for sure an healthy relationship between both of them. So usually when you are the only one, sometimes you lack some innovation. and in this case, Remixed has the opportunity to innovate a lot because they need to show up in the market, and they are still a bit new. And because of this, there are a few features that are incredible, like how the fast refresh is way faster, or at most fast as Next.js, and new features that appear that makes either Next.js step up his game, or either show completely new things that could be added to Next.js. And one thing that I really like from Next.js, as opposed to the Remix, is the easiness that you have to deploy your application, because they are coupled with Vercel, which is the main company, which give you a very easy way to start up your application. And if you are doing some side project, as well as one feature that I mentioned, which is the branch deployment, is really nice. Their free tier is also very good, but this relationship and this competition between Remix and Next.js is always good. Even for us developers, it's even better.
Yeah, exactly. Like Vercel just did an RFC for Next, which pretty much is going to implement a bunch of stuff that Remix showed up first. So this type of competition pushes them into growing and trying to match the others.
Yeah, and I got to know Remix not because of like the whole thing behind it, but because of some cool RFC that was not even an RFC, but a call for standardization of something that came up in Remix, like these loaders and actions, something that other frameworks would be able to implement if they have like some kind of API out of it. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
And a good point also is that if you are already using one of these, please do not change to one to the other, because if it is working for you using Remix, or if it is working for you using Next.js, it's not a good hassle to have to be changing to these frameworks. So stick with yours, and if it's working for you, that's enough.
That's true. And today we had also this cool talk about these iterators. I confess that I learned a lot about it, as it's some feature that I haven't worked that much. And we got a question to Viktor about which is the most used iterator, if you know.
Well, I suppose the context is about whether it's a sync iterator or just a synchronous iterator. So it's kind of hard to answer that question. I'm not sure, to be honest, but I think it depends on the use case, and it depends on the task that you're trying to solve. But I think we can just they are just different, and for different use cases. Like if you want to deal with some async data that you iterate, for example, recently on one of the projects, I had to grab the data from the S3 bucket and to process the CSV file. So to grab the CSV like in a paginated manner, you cannot really get the next page before you grab the previous page, since you get the token from the previous page. So this is a perfect example, for example, for the async iterator. And you will be just iterating page by page, and each iteration will bring you a new page. But when it comes to just wrapping kind of a finite chunk of data in the way that you want to iterate over that, I think that would be a perfect case for the synchronous one.
That's cool. Thank you. And something that is already quite fresh on our mind, maybe I can have some question to Alex also. Why do not we should overuse the nullish operator? Is something that you mentioned in your talk, so maybe we can get a bit.
Yes, indeed. Sure. Question, and I think it is mainly about what the code should basically tell us. So if we say like we put an optional chaining operator on every part we go deeper,
the code will get harder to understand, because then you can't take anything for granted. You're like, okay, if the API response contains maybe the data or an error, sure, you can say if the data's there, then usually you have like, I don't know, a user blog post, and you know that some things are present, some might be optional. But if, for example, you come into a new code base and everything has like the optional chaining operator everywhere, you don't know much about the data structure. So ideally, you don't overuse it, so your code basically explains what data is really available and whatnot. If you really don't know, if it's really like a big unknown in the end, then it's more or less fine. But if you know, okay, if there will be data, then it will have this format, then your code should also reflect that.
Okay, that makes totally sense for me. And we have, we have quite a couple of questions. Maybe let's get into on this. Can we create I18N or internationalization routes? So, I mean, these routes load the selected user based on these domains. So I guess, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So I guess like you can, but I wouldn't say it might match something like this. There's a package called Remixed I18N, if I'm aware. I haven't tried it myself, but pretty much what you do is you define your routes normally in pretty much your English or whatever, and then what you end up doing is, depending on the language that's selected, then like the language inside of that specific route will change according to your configuration. So pretty much it will just pick it up. One thing that you might want to do as well, if you really want to try to have something like that, is you can do it manually, but I think it's kind of overkill, because then you will end up having routes for every language, and I wouldn't wish anyone to try to maintain something like that. So usually probably just keep your standard route and use I18N inside of each route to make sure that it's internationalized there.
Unless you really like to have so many work on that, so you can create many routers for that. But if you're like lazy programmer that want to get the job done faster and properly, do it using this library.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a bit again on this. We got a question about should we use await inside an iterator, but I believe this is more. Of course, we have these two cases with async iterators and iterators as one thing. But how can we, what would be the case to differentiate a bit more on that? I think that's more on this question.
Yeah, so if the context here is about await inside of the method or the function that actually returns an iterator, that the one that calls the symbol.iterator, then if you want to use await there, then you definitely have to wrap the function into the async, which automatically makes it impossible to work with the synchronous iterator, and it actually transforms it to a sync iterator. In this case, you will be using the symbol.async iterator. So the short answer would be yes, but in this case, you'll be using the async iterators. And you will be iterating over that using the for await loop. And you have to keep in mind that the spread operator won't work in this case.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you. And okay, so a bit back on this database word. So behind the scenes, even at least for me, we have also, it seems that FaunaDB, of course, it provides more on top of what, for example, we would have with MongoDB. But besides that, is there anything, for example, that would that we can make the difference between them, and when one would be the better than the other to use?
So basically, both are NoSQL database. So major deciding factor would be based on how do you want to create a backend, or are you just sticking with the front end and want to use a GraphQL client side library, or you are going to consume the GraphQL API? Because if you are going to create the database, all this stuff, then I believe MongoDB is more powerful and can provide more options than FaunaDB. But if you are a front-end developer, then FaunaDB is the obvious choice.
Okay, that makes sense. So, I know that it might be strange, but I like to this popping one topic to the other so we can stay awake. So that's for Alex. Is it possible to detect if the browser that we use support any ES feature?
Yes. So partially, definitely. So first of all, for example, if you want to check for, I don't know, array methods or object methods or whatnot, you can, or maybe even in the Windows scope, you can always check like, I don't know, is geolocation in window.navigator or whatnot. And then you can see, okay, is it available or not? So for some features, this is like easily possible without any third-party libraries. For more advanced things, then there are a couple of ways. So a couple of packages that can do that. Modernizer is, for example, I think like the detection library, the most common one. And also like browser targets, of course, can I use DB or can I use Lite with browser lists? And sometimes also a good way to ensure that the targeted browsers will get the right transpile code. So yeah, I think these, if you go in that direction with Modernizer, to detect them on the fly, maybe to add some polyfills for intersection observer or whatnot. And with browser list or in Can I Use Lite to ensure that all the legacy browsers will get the transpile code, that should be a good opportunity there.
Yeah, and if you're joining the front end or JavaScript party lately, you might not see faced with that much of issues. But if you're like a bit older in that, yes, we had used Modernizer a lot and a lot of polyfills in the past. So you're lucky that you have React, Angular, and all the others like doing a bunch of things behind the scenes for you.
True,
yeah,
true.
That's great. Thank you, Alex. So yeah, I think this it's mentioned Remix, but I think this also is extended to Next somehow. So Vite, in this new party that we have NextJS, we have Remix. Vite is maybe not at the same level as a framework, but this is it more like a competitor for those? How it sounds for you guys?
I would say no, because I haven't played much with Vite yet, but from what I'm aware, it's pretty much like a dev server type of thing, and like a parceler or something. From what I'm aware, you can actually end up using Remix with Vite. So I wouldn't say it's a competitor. It's probably something that can coexist together. I haven't tried it personally, but that's with my knowledge right now where I stand at.
Yeah, I believe this is a really nice question because very recently in my company we had some sort of the same question because we were trying to refactor some of our products to use Next.js, and we're trying to resolve some of the issues. One of them was using the CRA to create our application, and which is nowadays not very acceptable or not the best option. And actually we sort of discussed both of these solutions, and although they are not really like competitors, but Vite was enough to get our requirements, and we didn't need all the other things that the Next.js gave us or gives us in our applications. So looking into this, they are kind of not a competitor. We can check how the builds runs from the Vite and versus Remix and versus Next.js, but regarding more in browser features like the better SEO and stuff like that, yeah, Vite is not really a competitor in this regard. Although it's nice to check both. So either Vite and React or Remix, Next.js or Remix.
Yeah, I would
I can also
strongly
add like
recommend take a look on that. Yeah, please go on, Alex.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, for example, Next is running with Vite instead of Webpack as a dev server, because also, of course, like next generation tooling, ESM support easily, super fast hot module reload. So Vite comes with lots of benefits, and also because it's framework agnostic with React, Svelte, Angular. I think Angular was like proof of concept. Vue, of course, as well. That works pretty well, and I think it's definitely a tool belt for future projects. So yeah, whoever hasn't tried playing around with it and uses like a bundle that takes very long time for hot module load as well and for the general build, check it out.
Yeah, I have the luck to experiment it these days, and well, I was creating a new project and experimenting things, and I was really impressed with how Vite works out of the box with many things, especially if you come from some web back. It's you don't need to learn 500,000 of configurations to get it to work, and it's especially nicer if you're working with Vitest as well, which is basically Jest but written on the Vue community. So it also works pretty great.
And it's also not that difficult to pass from the Create React app to Vite, for example. So it's also something to consider if you have this need. Yeah.
That's true. And as we are approaching the time, I have this last question, but I would like to have thoughts from all of you guys. It's in the beginning written for Daniel, but it's a general question that will help everyone. So your experience would be very welcome. So what are the important fundamentals for one to understand any framework quickly?
Well, I think that for me personally, it's getting into the docs and seeing use cases. Like when I try to learn something new, first things first is I do a quick search on Twitter to check what are the people talking about it, get its feedback. Then pretty much just, okay, now let's look into the docs and see what are like the gotcha type of thing points that they have, like the quick wins, those type of things. Because like nowadays most documentations are really good. So like if you just check at the docs, like try to follow up the first examples, and as you try like experimenting with it, then you're gonna start understanding what are the key points. I guess the main point here, main thing I would recommend is be curious, try to check how stuff works, and yeah, just deal with it and the rest.
So maybe this general question, guys, feel free to give your experience on that also.
For me, I also agree with Daniel. For experimenting new frameworks, the way to go is to put hands on the material. So you have an idea. It might be just a very simple idea, like converting links from a huge link to a small link. Could be just simple as that, and you try to implement this new idea into one of these frameworks. And as you are implementing, you are getting questions for yourself. So how can I do this? You just search for the docs and go for it. And at the end, when you finish implementing, you will already have some important fundamentals that you will for sure use on other frameworks, as well as see the good things and the bad things from that specific framework. So hands-on is the way to go.
Yeah, I would like to add that usually every good framework has some guidelines, not only the docs and API, I mean, but the special guides how to start and where to go. And usually that gives you an understanding about the idea of the framework, because every framework is built with some idea and some paradigm that is laid down in that framework. And also one of the good things to get your hands dirty with the framework actually is that there are many, if you are just not familiar with the backend, for example, there are many open source open API like JSON placeholder, things like that. So you can just build your project around that, and you can try it with different frameworks and building the same and compare for you, and that's how I would do that.
I would like to add
Totally
as well.
agree.
Sorry, I would like to add on top is that even for the new fresh developers who have not much experience on development, so it's going to be a bit hard for them to follow the documentation, so they can even follow the blog post where they build a start application using the blog, because that's a very good starting point to start understanding the blog, because they also explain the use cases for that blog, because sometimes documentation becomes too much technical for the fresh developers.
True. And I think also, especially for people who don't have that much experience yet, it's good to like start with the fundamentals. Don't jump in right into the newest trendy framework. Maybe just start with some simple things like HTML, JavaScript, bit of CSS. And what really helps understanding sometimes is like use some vanilla JavaScript to like create a simple to-do list. So you understand, for example, how modern SPA frameworks basically, well, help you in your job and what you were doing without them. So that always helped at least my attendees in workshops to understand, wow, that this is why we need such frameworks.
Yeah, that's totally true. Well, in general, nowadays we have a lot of content available. So start from documentation. If you don't understand something, go to YouTube. Then search from these blog posts. And yeah, that's great. Thank you, guys. It was all valuable inputs on that. And I think we are reaching the end of our blog. I would like to thank you again for the great talks that we had today, and also for the great answers on this QA session. And I think that's it from our blog. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
having
you,
me.
everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, likewise. Well, on the next we have this short announcement, and then we have Julián Duque as the next MC that we conduct the next blog. So that was all for me. Thank you very much, and see you next time, guys. Peace.
Thank you, Influx Data, for sponsoring this event and for joining us as a presenters. So basically, if your app or the product that you're working with is using time series data, then for you, this is a very cool solution, because you know that building real-time apps with legacy databases, it can be just a nightmare, as you have to spend more time basically managing the infrastructures instead of shipping the code. But with InfluxDB, the leading time series platform, which was built actually from ground up to handle massive volumes of timestamp data produced by sensors, applications, and infrastructures, InfluxDB empowers us as developers to build real-time IoT, analytics, and cloud applications with ease. And you can easily start and scale InfluxDB, and it will give you the time to actually focus on the features and functionality that give your app the competitive edge. You can focus on things that you are best at and let the InfluxDB do the rest. And you can get started for free today using the link in the chat. So it's influxdb.com/cloud. And don't miss your opportunity to grab it for free right now.
Whether you're developing apps for healthcare, IoT, finance, or the cloud, the only relevant data is time series data. Any data with a timestamp is time series data. Take stock prices, for example. When you place a trade, that happens at a specific price and at a random interval. The price of the trade is an event. If instead of these trades, we check the stock price every 10 minutes, we'd have metrics like this. InfluxDB handles both, giving you all the flexibility you need for your apps. Tracking events and metrics is the best way to get accurate information. If you only collect metrics in an interval and something happens in between, you'll miss it. If you only track events, you might think major swings are happening when they're really just anomalies. You can also generate metrics by averaging at an interval between events. Today, virtually every sensor, computer, system, and application generates timestamp data. InfluxDB enables you to easily collect and act on that data, improving your time to awesome. Learn how at www.influxdata.com.
Hello. Well, did you see that ad? I wonder how can I do like timeline series and use timeline series databases. Let's see if we can learn in this third blog from the JavaScript Global Summit. My name is Julián Duque. I'm a principal developer advocate at Salesforce. I'm super happy to be your MC for this third blog. I hope you are enjoying all the content we have ready and prepared for yourself, and you have enjoyed all the speakers. Please engage with me and with the speakers in the chat. Tell me, where are you connecting from? What are you learning? What are you studying? What has been your favorite talk so far in this track? Interact, engage with us. We are super happy to have you here. Well, let me tell you something. I am located now in the Tampa Bay area in United States. This is in Florida, and a hurricane is coming. It's expecting to land maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Things are getting serious right here, but gladly today we have power and everything is working properly. We have taken all the measurements and all the preparation, so it will be fine. We will have a lot of rain and a lot of wind, but Hurricane Ian is going to visit us with power. So let's hope we don't have any issues, and let's hope everybody that is living in the Tampa Bay area and in Florida stays safe with this hurricane. Well, without further ado, let's start with the content today. We have next Zoe Steinkamp. She's a developer advocate at Influx Data. Remember the ad we saw previously? Well, she's going to tell us everything about timeline series databases with the talk unlocking value from time series data with open source tools. So let me give a welcome to Zoe. Hello, Zoe. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hopefully you are also doing good, Julian.
Well, getting ready for EM, but yes, doing good. I'm very happy to be here. So, Zoe, this is your stage. Please share your content with all of us, and it is time for you to shine.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen for my deck. So this deck will take us through most of the main core components, and then eventually we'll a little bit later on go and actually go check out the cloud product, just because it's a little bit easier to work in. So let me go ahead and share screen. Perfect. Now I'm going to go ahead into slideshow mode. Awesome. Looks like everything looks correct. All right, so we're going to start for unlocking value from time series data with open source tools. So for those of you guys who don't know me, I'm a developer advocate here at Influx Data, which basically means that I am a great resource for developers to not only learn, but also to compliment and complain about the platform. Just in general, I'm great for developers to get out their ideas onto. This is my LinkedIn profile. So today's session agenda: why use a time series database? So that's the first question we almost always get asked, and I want to explain the situations where it's appropriate and situations where maybe not so much. Influx Data's overview and platform tools, the JavaScript client library, which is a specific part of that platform tooling, our edge to cloud replication, and finally, as I mentioned before, that demo in cloud. So the importance of time series databases. So this is my favorite visualization to explain the differences, because people always ask me, oh, can I use this to replace my PostgreSQL? The answer is, if you're storing time series data in your PostgreSQL database, yes, you could probably replace it with Influx Data, but we are not meant for holding long-term records of all of your customer orders. It's funny, all three of those things can actually be combined into one record. But basically, what we're really good for is events and metrics, and obviously those events and metrics are time-stamped. So the biggest thing the closest to home that I like to think about is like our Fitbits, our health monitoring trackers. Those are all time series data. It wants to know when you went to bed, when your heart rate was elevated, and for how long. And then it aggregates all that data and gives you suggestions like you should probably sleep more. So that's one great example. But time series data obviously is based on when and where. As I just mentioned before, it's based on maybe hours or minutes or even something as small as an nanosecond. And the sources can be very, very broad. Obviously, a Fitbit's pretty easy for all of us to understand because we've all kind of interacted with health trackers over our time. But things like a device on a factory floor is going to send time series data too. It's going to be complaining that it's overheating, or it's going to be complaining about something else, or it's just going to be happy and content but still need overall maintenance. And obviously, this can be, as I've already mentioned before, it can be physical, but it can also be virtual. A server is a great example of time series data. It constantly is giving you data every nanosecond about its overall health and metrics that can then be interpreted to tell if a server is in a healthy, desired range, or maybe an unhealthy and undesired range when it comes to those metrics. So this is great to just see all the overall applications that use time series. So obviously you have, like I said, things from industrial IoT, software, which is, again, kind of like server monitoring, and then real-time applications as well. But basically, it's extremely broad. There's time series data I'd find in most industries, most companies, most people do have it. And the big thing is you can actually store quite a bit of small time series data in almost any DB of your choice. It only starts to become not so fun when you're storing a larger amount. That's normally when people start to have those pain points. So the key drivers for time series applications is access. So that's things like being able to get the actual time series data into your DB, and from there being able to actually analyze on it. That can be the things I just mentioned before, where you're analyzing something like key metrics and making sure they're in a ideal range or an unideal range, and then actually acting and improving. It's great if you can see these anomalies. It's great if you could see if you can run these queries on this data and find out some of your answers. But if you don't actually act on them, it's just one of those things where you're like, yeah, I know I'm not sleeping enough, Fitbit, but I'm not going to respond to you and actually start to like make a plan to sleep a little bit better. So that's one of the big things. So just to clarify on this, InfluxDB, Influx Data, we're all the same thing. The company itself is normally referred to as Influx Data. InfluxDB is the DB on the underside, but basically we are a full-fledged platform. You can use this as a pure DB if you'd like, but we come with a lot of tooling out of the box that helps you build out stuff that is specific for time series use cases. It's specific for time series problems. So this is great to visualize how this all works. So you have your data sources, and you can get them in three major ways, I would say. Telegraph is our open source plugin agent. This is probably the most common way of getting stuff in. It's got over 300 plus plugins, mainly it's fully open source, so it's mainly taken care of by its actual developers from those projects. Like the AWS Kinesis on this one, for example, is actually being taken care of by AWS employees. Then you have our client libraries. They're like the install libraries. We're going to go over the node.js one a little bit later on. And basically what those allow you to do is write in the language of your choice that you're comfortable in and be able to push your data up in that language. The native ecosystems are a little bit more in depth, so I'm not going to talk too much about those. But basically, once they're inside InfluxDB, we give you the ability to start transforming, downsampling, triggering, and alerting on all that data, which I'll go into a little bit more in depth. But basically, it's just to highlight that this is, again, more than just a DB. It is a platform. So I'm going to do 2 customer use cases because I think it's nice to be able to talk about how this is used in the real world and not just theoretical. So Buy Communications is using us to monitor the Wi-Fi network of the Toronto train stations, Transit Commission, basically their subway. So what they're doing is they're monitoring those Wi-Fi ports because most people connect to the Wi-Fi when they get into the subway. It's free, so most people just go ahead and connect. Even their phones just connect automatically, to be honest. As anybody will tell you, your phone will just kind of search for Wi-Fi and connect where it can. But basically what they're doing with that data is they're actually keeping track of how many people they believe to be in the station. This is great because pretty much everyone's holding a cell phone, so it's pretty accurate to be able to figure out how many humans are down there. But what this allows them to do is tell the station operators if the station is becoming too full and too crowded. Because a very, very crowded train station can actually be extremely unsafe. It can be overcrowded and it could cause actual safety hazards. So what this allows them to do is this allows them to actively monitor the amount of humans. And if it becomes too much, the station operators can tell people to stop coming in till they, get through the crowd. They've also used this to work on their train schedules in particular to make sure that, those peak demand times are being met with the appropriate amount of trains. And times where there's, like 5 people at the station, that's not as heavy of use. Disney Plus is using us to monitor their servers on the back end, basically their CDN. So obviously Disney Plus has a lot of stuff that they need to be able to stream up. They are sending a lot of data to a lot of people, and they're using us to just monitor that server network and make sure that everything is as to be expected and that the video content is streaming at the proper amount of data bits per second. So again, this is the current data acquisition, all methods. This just kind of talks about some of the pluses and minuses and why you would use some versions versus others. The biggest thing to keep in mind here is that again, Telegraph plugin, when it works, when there's a plugin available that meets your needs, it's probably the best choice. The client libraries would be the backup. And I don't really like calling them the backup, but that would be what they are to Telegraph. Because the thing is, sometimes you have security protocols or you're more comfortable writing in your own language. There's nothing wrong with using client libraries. We wouldn't have made them so full-fledged if they were really just a backup. Scrapers, we also have an idea of being able to upload. So that's things like you have historical data in like a CSV file. You are able to upload that directly to Influx. We have other options if you're looking for something a little bit more advanced, like you're trying to import an entire SQL DB into Influx, but I'm not going to go into that at this very moment. So this is just a really quick little TOML file that shows some of those configurations when it comes to the plugin for Telegraph. So keeping in mind, this file basically just says things like, this is where you're going to give it your credentials if it needs it. So for Kubernetes, you would definitely have some credentials you need to handle it. It would also give you the ability to say stuff like, I only want this data sent up every 5 seconds, or I want to drop these measurements, or I want to add these measurements. So basically, it's very highly configurable. So once you get this going, it's pretty simple to start making some decisions about how you want your data to look. The client libraries. So again, we're going to go over the JavaScript Node.js one, but I just wanted to specifically show this so that then you have an idea of all the ones available. So one thing I haven't really mentioned yet is Flux. So InfluxDB comes with its own built-in querying language called Flux. The reason we do this is because Flux is built specifically for time series data. So with that in mind, it's extremely fast at querying and analyzing that type of data. So this is just a little snippet here. And you could see pretty quickly, basically what it's saying is from the bucket, which is just the DB, that's what we call them. go ahead and from this range, give me this data. So the range is pretty straightforward. That's your time range of which you want to look at. And you could do something like yesterday at noon to now, or you could be more specific like this one is and have a start date and a stop date that's back in history. From there, you can filter down your data. You can say things like, I only want the bicycle count for this city in this neighborhood. That's exactly what this filter is doing. Finally, it aggregate windows it. So what that means is that it's putting it down for every 1 hour, give me the mean of that value. So basically it's saying, for this city, I want to know how many bicycles came through neighborhood 3 in 1 hour. I don't care how many bikes came by every minute. I want to know the average for the hour. I'm sure at like 1 a.m. there was no bikes, and at 2 p.m. there was quite a few. But basically, that's what they're looking to get. A bike might have come by every 5 minutes during that 1 hour, but they just want the average, the mean rather. So another powerful tooling is downsampling. So we call this both task and downsampling, sometimes interchangeably, with the idea being that a task is a cron job that you run inside of the platform. And basically, it could be something that you do to clean up your data. Maybe you don't have full control over your data stream. You're just getting it off of like an IoT device that has its own ways of sending you data. You know, it just sends you what it sends you. So you can use a task to do something like, hey, drop these data points, average this one out, and then I'm going to run my queries on that new data that I put to a different bucket. Now, downsampling, though, is more about pulling that data and making it a lot smaller, running things like that aggregate, like I mentioned before, the every 1 hour, give me the mean, something like that, and then storing that for a longer time period in a longer bucket. So the idea here is to do something more like a cold storage, or just in general, a smaller storage. So say you have your original bucket where you're getting data into, it stores the data for 7 days, but then you have a bucket that you have that retention policy of forever on, but you don't want the extremely intricate data in that bucket. It's just going to cost you a lot of money to store, and your data is just not that important. So with that in mind, what you're going to do is you're going to downsample. So every 10 minutes, maybe even down to every 24 hours, you just want the mean of those values, and that's the data that you're going to store for the long term. And the thing with this is especially important because with a lot of time series data, most people actually don't really want to hold on to it, and they certainly don't want to hold on to the more intricate data. You don't really care what the weather was last year on October 21st at exactly 2:02 p.m., but you would like a rough idea of what the weather was that day in general. You want to know the high was 74, the low was 63, you know, that's just kind of how we look at that kind of data. And so for a lot of people, it makes sense to be able to downsample and basically drop that unnecessary data and save themselves a lot of time and money. So these are the take actions, as we call them. So once you have your data in, you can do things like visualizations, graphing, etc., which I'll go over during the live demo. You can also, like I said before, take action in the task engine. We also have our checks and notifications, which I'll show off in the cloud because it's a little bit easier to explain there. But basically, checks and notifications, the reason that they're considered in the task engine is because although you build them out in a GUI if you desire, they do create Flux code on the underside. So something I just wanted to quickly mention is our community and ecosystem. We're an open source platform. A lot of our tooling is open source. Our company obviously supports that ecosystem a lot. So we have our Slack channel, which is where you can find most of the dev roles hanging out and a ton of discussion happening, a ton of people asking questions, getting those questions hopefully answered. We also have our Discord and our Stack Overflow, which although we take care of, it's not as managed as the Slack. We also have InfluxDB University, which is completely free, and you can just kind of learn at your own pace there. And then finally, we have a Visual Studio Code plugin, which allows you to develop easier inside of VS Code. We also have all of our code up on GitHub, and we are a partner with Grafana. So if you already have a bunch of your visualizations in Grafana, you don't need ours. We easily integrate so you can store your data in us and visualize there. So let's go ahead and get into the JavaScript client library. So this is a project that I built out called Plotly JavaScript. Basically, what it allows you to do is use the JavaScript library to plot your graph in Plotly. It's a very simple project. It's basically just a proof of concept. The other thing is the influx data actual client, the client.js. So that's where you can actually find the downloads and find instructions. So this I ripped right out of it because it was so simple, but this is basically your installation of packages. So as I said before, you're pretty much just going to add this package to your project. You are going to want to use that npm install. We do have a few like browser options as well if you would prefer, but for the most part, you tend to just add your project in this way. I almost always use the npm install command. So once you've got everything installed, this is how you actually start to set everything up. So one thing you're going to notice right away, we're importing this influxdb, this point, these HTTP error, and you're also going to notice that we're importing from our environment.mjs file, our URL, our token, our org, and our bucket. So keep that in mind is that basically those are the credentials that you need to actually send your data up or get it back out. Those are just the credentials you need in general to get everything working. But we always suggest that you put those credentials in a separate file, that you do not upload to GitHub. At the very least, please do it with your token. Please do not just put your token into the wild. It will suck. Somebody will steal it from you and then use it to do nefarious things. So basically, just keep in mind that I've already, with this example, the idea is that the credentials have already been set and I just call for them. So what I'm using is the write API. And when I use that write API, I basically have to say, here's my URL, here's my token, my bucket. I would now like to use that write API to actually start writing stuff up. And I'm setting what we call a default tag. What that means is a default tag actually sets a tag on every single value that you send up. So for example, this one is saying the location and it's calling for host name. So what that means is that every single data point that I send up is going to have this location tag on it. This is great if, for example, all your data is coming from the same location, or maybe you're monitoring something like a plant and it's always called orchid. That's a great time to use that default tag. So with this example, this is the second part of that page. Basically, we're writing new points. Now, the biggest difference between these 2 points is that one of them has no timestamp and one of them does have a timestamp. So they both have tags and they both have float fields. That float field is going to actually be the value that we're sending up, the temperature. The tag is just for this one, just an example of write.ts. And finally, that timestamp. So we are setting the timestamp in the second one to new date, basically saying right now, today, give me the date. One thing to note is if you don't set your own timestamp and you just send the data up, InfluxDB will set it for you, but it will set it for the time that the data is received. So if you're dealing with a situation where maybe your data is not constantly being sent up in the fastest way, it does happen. Maybe you're working somewhere with intermittent Wi-Fi or just not that good of strength. You never know. Or you want to store it locally first and then push it up. Do keep that in mind and consider writing a timestamp to your data. Don't just because then occasionally, obviously, there could be a lag and then the timestamp that we put on it isn't the timestamp you wanted. Again, it's all going to depend on also how intricate your use case needs to be. If I'm monitoring the temperature of a plant, it's probably, for example, not that big of a deal if it's a little bit off. But if I'm monitoring the temperature of an IoT device in a factory, keeping track of how hot and pressurized something is getting, I might care a little bit more in depth as to when something was going wrong. So it's great to be able to push your data up, but maybe you want to pull it right back out, which is totally fine. So what this is doing is basically it's calling for the query API. The call is exactly the same practically as the write one. And from there, we're sending it a Flux query. So one thing to note is you always need to send a Flux query to get your data back out. It does not have to be intricate. It could literally just be from bucket, and it would just send you everything. One thing to note, though, is I don't really suggest that if you actually have like days upon days of data. It will just take a while. So instead, what you're probably going to want to do is have a range. So with that, you're going to do the from bucket range of maybe a day, an hour, 10 minutes, something reasonable. And if you want, you can use filters and aggregate windows. That is something that's totally possible, and it's not super hard to do. And I'll show you in a little bit how you can kind of start writing a Flux query super quick in the UI and then just copy and paste it over. Then finally, we actually start getting the query rows. So we have a few different options for the query API. We have query rows, and I'm afraid I don't remember all the other ones, but basically we have a few options of how you get your data back out. The query rows is the most straightforward if you're planning on visualizing it into a different graphing system, or you're trying to get it into a table format. One thing to note, though, is do keep in mind, and in the full example we do talk about this, is that you do need to set up a promise. Your data is going to come in as a stream to an extent, so you do want to make sure that you wait for all your data to get in before you just start visualizing it, because otherwise it's going to keep running. You're going to accidentally already be trying to visualize it, but not all your data is going to be there. So just keep that in mind, as you might need to set up a promise loop, or chain rather. So every single client library has a few different extras, as I call them. So everyone can do the data in and data out. That's like standard, everyone can do it. But a few different ones have a few different options for add-ons, basically. So the JavaScript one comes with the onboarding/setup API. So what this basically allows you to do is create your own influx setup, basically. It's literally that. You're basically setting it up, and you're creating a new org, a new bucket, username, password, and token. Now, obviously, personally, I've actually never used this because the setups I find just a little bit easier to do it visually, just use the GUI. But if you do want to set it up like this is a pretty straightforward way to do the post setup. Now, another cool feature you could do is you can delete your data. Now, one thing to note really quick about this deleting of bucket data is basically what you're going to feed it is you're going to feed it your org and your bucket that you wish to delete from, and you're going to give it a range. You can't be super specific. You can't be like, I only want to delete the data from the orchid or the cactus. No, that's not how this works. It's a start and a stop date. And so just keep that in mind, is that you cannot get super specific per se. So you need to keep in mind that it's just a range that you're deleting from, which is totally fine. Maybe you just want to delete for the past 24 hours, or you want to delete 10 days ago. Totally fine. That's what this is great for. It's basically, I'm trying to think of it's like a bulk delete. But if you want to be more specific and more, cognizant of what you're deleting, I guess, you do have the option. You're going to have to run that task that I mentioned before, and then you can be very specific and you can say, delete all the data that's from cactus or whatever. This is the ping API to check on your servers. So this can be kind of nice if you just want to keep things monitored. Maybe you have one of those screens in your office that's kind of got all the cute visualizations that's making sure everything is running. I don't know. I've seen them before in offices. I've never worked in an office where it actually worked at the time that TV was turned off. But that would be a great time to do this, or you could just do it on your own. You could just make sure that everything's working. And if something were to happen, in this function, maybe for some reason the ping success didn't come back, then you could obviously take action, or you got an error. So I'm going to quickly go over InfluxDB at the edge and what it is, and then we're going to go ahead into the cloud demo. So every industry has an edge. So whenever I say edge, everyone has a different definition of what an edge device is. So let's just get that out of the way right away. So an edge device is not just a solar panel in the middle of a forest in the middle of nowhere. That's not just what an edge device is. An edge device can be something that just comes in and out. Something like an ATM machine is a great example of something that we don't really think of an edge, but it can be an edge. It could have intermittent connectivity problems. It kind of lives in its own environment. Same with things like mobile apps. That's also a great example of an edge. Your apps still kind of work when you're on airplane mode. That's because they have certain things specifically set up to work in that environment. But for the most part, things don't work. But when you land down and you reconnect, everything saves back up, basically. Kind of like if you've ever used Google Sheets offline. The other things that you can think of are things, again, like in a factory floor where that's not always going to have connectivity. Maybe you're going to end up with a hurricane, as Julián is experiencing. Everybody in that state of Florida is about to have a lot of edge devices. Everything that's currently fully connected to the internet might not be so connected anymore. Where I live in Colorado, we normally deal with things like snowstorms. They take us out. If they're taking my house out, they're most certainly taking out everything else around me that might be, a store, an industry, whatever it is. Unless you have a serious backup generator like a hospital, for the most part, you're being taken out. So how it works. So basically how this works is you run your InfluxDB open source on your edge device. So for example, at the booth, I commonly bring my laptop and do a demo. My laptop works as the edge device because occasionally conference Wi-Fi is sketchy at best. Number two, I occasionally close my laptop and go to lunch or do other stuff. Basically from there, it's working as that edge device, running that OSS instance. And when it reconnects, it sends the data up to cloud. So how that works is basically I have a few buckets defined with a dispatch queue. And I'm also optionally running a Flux query to actually downsample them on the edge device. So what that means is when I'm downsampling directly on the edge device, I'm basically, I'm saying like instead of the data I get every millisecond, I just want the average for every minute. It used to be like 5 or 10 minutes, but people at the booth really like to interact and they want to see instant change. So we had to make it just a minute. But obviously this is pretty powerful and pretty useful if you want to go ahead and run those Flux queries on the edge device before the data is even originally sent up to cloud. And the dispatch queue is a pretty big deal. It allows people, even people who aren't normally working with intermittent connectivity problems, to make sure that in case of an emergency, like I said, a snowstorm, that data is still being stored and can still make it up to cloud in a good, stable way. So with that in mind, this is that IoT Edge example that I kind of just mentioned, the one that I do at the booth. So this is a great little example of how this all works in real life. As you can see, the plant is being monitored. From there, we're sending it to the Edge replication queue bucket, and that's the one actually is being sent up to InfluxDB Cloud. Originally, it goes into that plant buddy bucket via Telegraph. We use that Flux query to make it downsampled and the Edge replication queue. And in our example, actually, both of these buckets are going up, but ideally, you would just send up the Edge replication queue. So I'm going to switch to the live demo, so give me 1 second here. All right, so let me go ahead and log in here. So it's just easier for me to go into the cloud demo personally. I occasionally just don't really like trying to run my open source instance when I'm doing talks and stuff. It can be a little bit intense on my laptop. So in case you're curious. Now, one thing to note though, is when you do run open source, for the most part, this is exactly what you're going to see. If you were to run it locally, like if you got it up and running and you went to localhost 3000, this is exactly the screen that you would see for the most part. There's a few slight differences, but for the most part, it's the same. So as I mentioned before, we have our sources. Most of these I've already gone into, but here's the file upload, those client libraries. Down here, all of the magical Telegraph plugins you can pick from. Buckets are pretty straightforward. You can define them. You can set how long you want your data to be held, and you can pick a schema type. The tokens are what I mentioned before that you would need for that client library. You can create a custom one, which is what I would suggest, which you define which bucket you want to be able to read and write from. Or you can be dangerous and you can create that all access token. This token is able to read, write, and update anything from the organization. So not really suggested, can be kind of dangerous to use. So one thing that we kind of have here that's kind of nice is we have what's called our notebooks. So what notebooks allow you to do is actually, they allow you to work with your own data, but they actually give a few sample data that you can look at as well. Yeah, and I'm going to wrap this up really quick because I went a little bit over time. So really quick, I'm going to show this off and then we'll probably end it here. But basically what this allows you to do is it allows you to look at this preset data. So give me 1 second here. So, and then allows you to graph it down here. Now this data that I just selected is actually specific for this map. So I have a latitude and a longitude column. If I used like the air sensor data, it would be a little bit more useful for just normal graphing. Yeah, there we go. So this shows us all the earthquakes in the past hour that are being monitored. So as you can see, there's a few in California. There's one in Alaska. If you set it for a few more days, it actually it comes in pretty intense. There's quite a lot of those little dots. And really quick, like I said before, let me go down here to this normal graph. Yeah, that's fine. So this is me graphing that humidity temperature of those air sensor data. So again, this is a little bit easier to see graphed. Now I'm going to leave it at this just because we went over a little bit, and unfortunately I didn't get into the alerts, but basically checks and notifications just allow you to look at thresholds. It allows you to say, like, if the threshold is above this or below this, if you could please let me know and send me an alert about it. Yeah, like I said before, you can set stuff like this. But basically, that's the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, please just let me know.
So it has been fantastic. I cannot wait to start playing with InfluxDB. And I didn't know it was now with that UI and with all of those possibilities. So I love what Influx Data has been doing. So I'm checking. Let me see if there is any question in the chat. If no, please, this is the moment to ask. If not, I think we will leave it here. For the people that is watching us right now, Zoe cannot join us at the end of this blog for the general Q&A because, of course, she's a super busy woman. But if you have any questions, you have her contact, her social information. You can ask a question on Twitter, or you contact Geekle Official. We will make sure to replicate the question to her. I loved what you presented. Thank you very much, Zoe. And I cannot wait to start playing with InfluxDB. So thank you very much. Well, we continue with the JavaScript Global Summit. And next, we have Derek Binkley. He's a full stack engineer with Localize, and he's going to talk about serverless API on AWS. Let's start with it.
Hey there. If you're like me, you've probably heard a lot about serverless in the last few years, and you might be wondering what it's all about and how it's going to benefit you. Well, today I want to take you on a quick dive into building a REST API using the serverless framework and AWS. Now you may think, well, are there really no servers in serverless? Well, there's none that you have to specifically worry about, but they're still there. And to make them run all right and give you access to what you need, there's still some configuration that you're going to have to do. So I'll step you through that so that you know what it's all about. And what are our goals today as we're building this API? First is we want to be able to develop our code locally and run it locally. I mean, that's just so important. If you had to deploy to the cloud every time you made a change, that would just not be feasible for developing anything with any complexity. And we also want to create an environment that we can automate and reproduce. If we had to go through the AWS website every time we wanted to create a new function and develop it all there, that's not really sustainable. We want something that is going to work with a CI/CD tool so that we can develop our code and deploy it when we want, as we want. And we also want something that we can test because we don't want to just ship code without having a robust test suite. So what components are we going to use to create this API? Well, out of AWS, we are going to need to use a Lambda function. That is like the definition of their serverless solution. We're going to need some sort of data storage. So I'm going to use that DynamoDB today. We're also going to need a virtual private cloud, usually referred to as a VPC. This just sets up our security so that our functions know how to get to our data. and know how to bring in requests from an API and anything else that they need to be able to access, but they remain secure. We also need an API gateway, which is what's going to take in our HTTPS requests and then send it to our function for running. And the last thing that we're going to need is some authentication. So we can use AWS's built-in incognito for that. And what tools are we going to use to build all of this? Well, we're going to use something called the serverless framework. This is available at serverless.com. It is not an AWS product. And one of the reasons why I chose it is because since it's not specifically tied to AWS, it could, in theory, be used to orchestrate other cloud providers. You could use it with Google Cloud or Azure, or they probably have connectors to other cloud providers as well. And so I just want you to know that just because I'm showing you this in AWS doesn't mean that the concepts can't be used elsewhere. The other thing we're going to be able to use is Node. Node is really popular. It's in serverless functions just because it can start up really fast. And a lot of people worry about the cold start time is what they call it. Like how long does it take so when the first time your function is invoked that it gets up and running. And that's one of the benefits of running Node. And we're going to also use the AWS CLI. That's going to allow us to automatically deploy stuff in addition to the serverless framework commands. All right, so let's start building. First, there's going to be some one-time setup things that we will need to do. The serverless framework, you're going to have to configure it to know how to log into AWS. So you run this serverless command, assuming you've gone through the installation of their website. You run config credentials. You tell it I'm connecting to AWS. You give it your key and your secret, and you are good to go. Next, we're going to want to create a little boilerplate function here. So we can do that with the serverless command and say serverless create. We want the template to be an AWS node function, and it's going to download and the scaffolding that we need to get started. And so when I talked about that first thing that we need is the ability to develop and deploy offline. Well, you can't do that by default, but luckily there's a very nice plugin that you can install with serverless into your project, and you can do that with by adding a dev dependency in your package.json, which I've shown here using the npm install command for serverless-offline, and did /save dev, which gets it in your dev dependencies because we don't need it when we deploy to production, but we need it while running locally. And the other piece that every app is going to need is the AWS SDK, and that is something that will be needed when we deploy, because without that, our function will have no idea how to deal with the request types or interact with any of the AWS services. And so what we're going to see here is we're going to be able to test this locally, and we can do that by running either serverless offline, or here I show you this shorthand is just SLS command. So SLS offline, and that starts up a local server. You can see here in my example, it even tells us what our endpoints are. So now we have something running on port 3000 with /dev/hello as for a get, and it lets us post into a hello function so that we can try out invoking these functions. And we'll see things get added here as we work through the examples today. Another piece of the puzzle that we're going to need to develop locally is a database. And if you wanted to use a different database, that's totally great. You can use your favorite one. I'm not saying DynamoDB is my favorite one, but it's there with AWS, and you can it's just easy to set up, and that's why I've used it today. It is a NoSQL database, which also makes it easy for examples like this because I don't have to worry quite as much about schemas, although it's not totally schemaless, of course, because we have to create collections and stuff like that. So, and to set this up locally, what we're going to do is we're actually going to, it runs out of a jar file that gets downloaded. And luckily, Amazon has created a Docker image for this. So we're just going to, what I like to do is just create a Docker compose file and then bring it up. That way. And then we can use AWS commands to actually query the database locally, which is actually kind of slick. So what does this look like? So here's my Docker Compose file. For those of you who are not familiar with Docker Compose, it's just a way to set up multiple Docker instances. In this case, I'm only doing one, so it doesn't have to be in Docker Compose, but if I wanted to add more onto it later, I could. So you can see here that what I'm doing here is bringing in an image of the latest DynamoDB local version from AWS. And I'm running a command -jar, DynamoDB local.jar, etc. And what that is doing is just running Java and bringing up the database. And the other thing I've done is I've opened up port 8000 so that that's where it will be listening because that's its default port. And I've told it under volumes, I've said, okay, here's where I want you to store the data. That's important because as we're working on this, if you bring down your instance, if you rebuild it or update it, you want that data to stick around if you're actually developing a real application. So once we do that, like I said, you can use the AWS command. AWS CLI commands, you'll have to go, this is something you'll have to download and install locally. But the format of that is the commands is AWS, and then the servers that you're using, in this case DynamoDB, and then what command do we actually want to run? So right here we're running list tables, and then on the next line what we're saying is, okay, where can I find that DynamoDB instance? Since I'm running it locally, you can actually point it to localhost. And this command, even though it's meant to interact with AWS services, it will still, you can point it locally and just run that. So you can see here, I've got an empty database that will give us a way to, a jumping off point to get started. And I needed to create a little table here. Very basic. This application that I'm going to be building, or not a whole application, but the API that we're going to be building today is going to be just a way to store information about trading cards, like Pokemon trading cards, for example. So I just created a way to put in a Pokemon name as a key to your trading cards. And then that way, when we store JSON documents, it will go into a table called trading cards, and it will be indexed, and we can retrieve it by that Pokemon name. Now that we have that out of the way, we can start actually building our application and testing it out. Now, when I said there's a lot of configuration, that's what I'm going to start showing you now. We're going to have to create resources, and a lot of these are going to use the same syntax as a CloudFormation template. For those of you who have never used CloudFormation, probably count yourself lucky, but it's joking aside, it's actually a really great way to set up your resources in AWS without having to go through the console, because it puts it all into a YAML or a JSON file. But we're not going to actually write CloudFormation templates directly. What we're going to do is we're going to use the resources section within our serverless YAML file. The serverless YAML file is something that is specific to the serverless framework, and it's going to be what contains all of our configuration for our function, how it's running. Everything that AWS needs to create is going to be there. So the serverless framework is going to look at that and use that to deploy, and it detects changes and will deploy those changes when we invoke the command or on demand, if we set up GitHub Actions or any other CI/CD type of actions. Okay, now that I've got that out of the way, let's take a look at a demo here and see what it's really like to build something. And now for our demo. So what do I have running on my local host? I have my SLS command, or serverless. I have, it's probably out of date, but that's okay. I have my AWS, and I have a Docker. I ran Docker compose up-d with in my data directory, where I have a Docker compose file, just like I showed in my slide, and that gave us a DynamoDB table or instance that has a table called trading card that I've already created. So that's already set up for us. I just want to take a second to talk about the AWS CLI command. It's always AWS, the name of the service, the command you want to run, and then an endpoint for that. The endpoint and this one would, because I'm listing tables, but there could be lots of different parameters that you run. And AWS has commands for like everything, just about. So you can do a lot with this. And this is really cool. You can run it at localhost in this particular instance, which is really quite handy. So now that we have, we want to create a function that's going to be invoked via our API. And I've created this hello function here. And it's actually a really basic function that just returns an object. The nice thing about Lambda functions is that it handles a bunch of stuff for us. So we don't have to worry about requests and response objects like we would in a lot of frameworks. So all we have to do is just return an object, and it handles it. It sends that back the way you would expect. All of our configuration happens in a file called serverless.yaml.yml. And this is specific to the serverless framework. What it is doing is setting everything up so that it can create a CloudFormation template, which is AWS's way to orchestrate like an entire stack all together at once. So what do we have here? We have a provider, which we've configured. It's going to be running node 14, and I'll get to this API gateway DTIC configuration in just a second. But this function here, you can see handler is our handler.js class. Hello is the function that I have. So let's take a look at this and see what happens when we run it. I am going to run our serverless offline command. And what happens here? Okay, it tells us exactly what endpoint we want to hit to try this out. And you can see here it's dev/hello. And now I'm going to open up Postman so that we can take a look, because that's a really handy tool. So you can see here, hopefully, let me make that a little bit bigger. You see here localhost dev/hello. And what do we get out of that? We get our message that we had coded into that JavaScript, and then we get this input object. The input object has like your standard HTTP request stuff, but then it also has request context stuff, which can be really helpful. There's not a lot here because we're just in the offline context, but if we had configured more authentication, you're getting this like identity and access keys and all of that stuff. So if you have that configured, you get that in your object without having to look up, okay, who's the user that's doing it? It's just there for you, which can be really helpful when you get to your authentication stage. So that's a very basics call. Let's add to it a little bit, and let's add a save to our trading card. So again, this is very similar. I've just added a new function, and I have here a save card function that takes in the body that we're going to get posted in, and then sends in this, takes in this data. I'm going to copy and paste this because I want to use that later. So it takes in this data from input, which is our parsed body, and then it just passes it to this class that I created called TC Handler, which saves the data and returns it. And let's take a look at what TC Handler is. This is just a class called Trading Card that I created. You can see here I've required it up here. I won't go into the details except to tell you that it is it's just handling how do you save something with a DynamoDB client. And if you want to look here, the other things I did is I brought in my AWS SDK, which allows me to talk to DynamoDB. And I've configured it to look at localhost for right now. Eventually, you would want to have this do something like the process environment to get the right table name, etc. But for now, this is just it's going to be good enough for our localhost offline purposes. And if you look at this, I've got DynamoDB. I create that. I get my table name from the environment. I will show you. And so what we want to do is actually set that up under our provider. We want to write an environment, the DynamoDB table. I'm just going to call it trading card. I'm not going to worry about suffixing it at all. So this environment variable will then show up here, which is really handy because then we can use that same variable in any of our functions, as well as elsewhere in our YAML template. So that's the basics of what I have set up here. Another thing you may notice is that this is happening outside of the functions, which means that it's kind of like a singleton pattern. So it just happens once rather than with every invocation, which is helpful. But you do need to keep that in mind in case you have something that you actually need to rerun every time you want to put it in here. So now that we have set that up, let's take a look. Let's run this, run our offline command again. And let's see here. I think I'm not seeing it there, which must mean that my indentation is slightly off. Yes, it is. That's a common problem for me. Okay, so now we say we can post into dev/card. So I've got this post for dev/card, and I'm going to give it a body. I want to give it a JSON body. And then let's see here. Sorry, this is a little hard to see since I made it so big, but that's okay. Okay, I'm going to, let's see here. Let's see. My son, who actually likes Pokemon, not that I don't like Pokemon, I just don't play it. My son suggested, why don't I use Snivy in this one? I don't know what the number should be. I'm just going to make that up. I hear that Snivy is a grass type. And I have no idea what stage it is, but I'll just say basic. Hopefully I don't offend somebody who knows more about Pokemon than I do. Okay, so we've actually run this, and we got this created at, updated at, are the same, which is, this is a timestamp for right now. So we've actually saved data locally via our API that quickly, which is actually very cool. But to prove that we have actually saved data, we are going to want to set up a find. So I'm just going to copy and paste here, trading card find. let's see, find card, and we want to do a get. So if we do a get on card, we're going to run find card, which is a function that it's find cards, plural, which is a function that I already have here. And what does it do? It's actually just going directly doing a table scan. I decided to take out the filter expression, but I could put that in there if I wanted to search for just a basic stage card. And what I'm doing is I'm just resolving this return data. And this return data is a function that I wrote that just creates the status code 200 and body stringifies it. And again, this is just a JavaScript object that gets handled by Lambda. So now let's take a look. As far as I know, the serverless offline doesn't have like a watch function, so you have to restart. But as you can see there, it starts up very quickly. So I'm just going to copy and paste this get and run this. Let's see here. I need a new function. Okay, so I am just going to get. Hey, and there's that one that I just added, and I bet there's some other. Oh, there's other things that I added before. So that is exactly what you would expect. You saw the data that I just added. Now, let's see what happens when we want to deploy this. Well, before that, let's take a look at security. Let's just add in one small line here. And let's say that we want to make this, we want to add some security to this path. And let's rerun this. And now let's see what happens if we run dev. It still runs. Let's see here. Probably because I didn't indent properly yet again. I'm just going to check here. I have a full working private true goes here. So let's try this again and try this. And oh, we get 403 forbidden. Why? Because we told it that it needs to use an API key. And here is the key that we want to use. So it says, remember to use X API key on request headers. So this isn't the best authentication because it's just per app. But at least it can distribute. I can show you here that this is something that we can add. So once we got the API key, we get our data back again. So that is just adding a minimal layer of security. And now let's see what it looks like if we want to deploy. Before we deploy, we're going to add a little bit more here because we need to tell it. We need to tell it that it needs to have a role to get to our DynamoDB. This is going to set up a IAM role that allows us to do all this stuff on DynamoDB. And then we are going to need some resources. And it sets up this resource, which is a table. And I'm just actually going to hard code that for now. And then we run the SLS deploy, and it's going to set up all of our CloudFormation, and upload all of that. And you can see here it's uploading it to S3. It's got a service. I'm not going to make you sit here and wait. That's not very interesting. So I'm going to move on. But at the end, what we would get is some sort of function like that. But it would actually be something .amazon, whatever. So anyway, that is the deployment process. And you can actually SLS deploy -- stage production to make that a production deploy. I had set the stage to dev by default. So I talked about the auth. I just want to mention another thing, that the API key is probably not the way you want to go for your production app. But as we saw, it will pass in the Cognito stuff. There's probably some auth, OAuth or whatever, third-party Auth0, whatever you want to use. You can find some connectors to it. The great thing is that your code doesn't need to handle it. The whole serverless is handling it for us. The last thing I promised I'd talk about is testing. The really cool thing here is that testing is really easy with this. Do you know why? Because if you go back to our code here in our handler, we're just returning an object. So you can go ahead and as long as you write your code so that it's, like you can abstract that trading card class, that would be really easy. So that's why I wrote it that way. So I can abstract the way I'm saving the data, so I don't actually have to have the database. I can mock that up. And then all I need to do is just write a normal test using Jest or your favorite test runner that looks for this object that comes back. There's no special request handlers and response handlers and all that stuff that you have with some frameworks. So that's really easy to test. The other thing you can use is SLS invoke, which is a great function that that lets you invoke the function, kind of like curl, but you don't have to have it running offline. It'll just do everything for you all in one. So that's a really good tool while you're developing and testing things. Now, something that we do in the United States, I'd like to wrap up by talking about how I'd like to acknowledge that the land that I am on is part of the Ho-Chunk, or was part of the Ho-Chunk Nation. I'd like to acknowledge the sovereignty of that nation and the 11 indigenous First Nations that were part of what is now the United States state of Wisconsin. Unfortunately, in an 1832 treaty, the Ho-Chunk were forced to cede this territory, and this is where I now live. So I just want to acknowledge that I am on what is essentially historically stolen land. So that's a lot. I hurried through a lot. So I just want to say my name is Derek Binkley. I'm a full stack engineer. I will be available for Q&A at this conference, and you can find me on Twitter, and I love to answer questions. Thank you and good night.
For this wonderful talk. And please, all of you that are watching JavaScript Global Summit, ask all of your questions in the chat. Make sure you use the Q&A tab so we will be able to ask our speakers at the end of this block. Next, we have Akira brand. They work in developer relations at Bright Security, where they are on a mission to help developers build secure software. So I guess you have guessed what is the next topic. Their topic is going to be security is everybody's job. Welcome, Akira, to the JavaScript Global Summit. How you doing?
Hey, I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. We're super happy to have you here. Please make your presentation ready, and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I just want to double check. Can everybody see my screen? It looks like yes. Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you, JavaScript Global Summit, for having me. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for coming to my talk. My name is Akira Brand, and today we're going to talk about how security is absolutely everybody's job, and I mean it. All right. So like I said, what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about DevOps and adding security to DevOps. So you might be wondering,
Okay, well, what does this have to do with me? I'm a coder. I write JavaScript. Well, I want you to put in the chat, if you do write code, put a yes. So I write code as part of my job. So if I was in the chat, I would put yes, I write code as part of my job. Who here does patching as part of their job? If you do patching, go ahead and put yes in the chat. Okay, this one probably everybody is going to put in yes. Who here goes to meetings as part of their job? I know I go to meetings. Sometimes it feels like way too many meetings, but that's okay. That's neither here nor there. But I definitely go to meetings as part of my job, and I assume that you do too. So who here does security as part of their job? Go ahead and put yes in the chat if you do security as part of your job. So by the end of this talk, I'm really hoping that everybody has their either their hand go up or it puts yes in the chat, because security is a part of everybody's job. Also, this since this talk is very DevOpsy heavy, if you don't know exactly what DevOps is, you're going to be an expert by the end of this talk. So today we're going to talk about security becoming a part of your everyday work. Security is everybody's job. So this is how some security people see DevOps and also see coders. Unfortunately, it's just sort of like a mess that security teams have to come in and clean up afterward. Gone are the days when breaches were rare and security could safely be put low on the priority list. Now product security is a customer demand, and cybercrime, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic, has reached epic proportions. Our idolization of hackers, penetration testing, and breaking has not resulted in secure software for our industry, only truly egos, stereotypes, and unaffordable security models. Modern application security approaches need to address both offensive, which is red team, and defensive, which is blue team approaches, as well as continuous learning and advocacy for developers. This means purple team. This talk will explore how to combine defense, offense, automation, empathy, and continuous learning, all without the requirement of ever having to wear a hoodie. I truly believe that the future of security is purple. Let's talk really briefly a little bit about me so you know who I am. My name, like I said, is Akira. I work in developer relations at Bright Security. I've been in tech since only 2019, and I am newer to the scene, and I am newer to AppSec. So I will do my best, absolutely, to answer any and all of your questions. What I will say is sometimes I don't know the answer, and I will definitely look for you, and you can find it. I will put answers on my LinkedIn afterwards, so if you want to follow me there. If I don't know the answers to your questions at any time, I will definitely find those answers for you. I'm a former musician. I worked as an opera singer for 10 years. I also taught a ton of people music. I've had hundreds of students. I love to teach, and I love to collaborate. I am a tech educator kind of by trade. That's my main purpose. My main raison d'etre is to teach other people what I've learned. And I'm also being constantly educated. I actually just started my own computer science program. I'm very excited, and so far, so good. All right, let's do this. So, what is application security? My boss puts it best, and I'm not saying that just because she's my boss. I think that application security, I agree with her here, is any and every activity that you perform to ensure that your software is secure, especially at the application layer. I will add that. Unfortunately, it's not this easy, but it doesn't have to be hard. What I will say also is that poor AppSec is a problem. It causes, according to the Verizon data breach report, up to 2020, 29 to 40% of breaches. But if you actually look at the Verizon data breach report that was just released for 2022, it's actually upwards of 60% now. And it usually starts with a human error. What I will ask is that if you know at your company, since it's up to 60% now, I'm curious, are you spending 60% of your security budget on this? My guess is that you're not. Also, application security is missing in schools. AppSec is not covered in most post-secondary computer science and software engineering programs. And when it is, it's often as an afterthought. Then, of course, there's the human element. Security is absolutely outnumbered. So in a dev environment, you might have 100 devs to 10 DevOps or ops people to one security person. That's like pouring water into a cup and having it overflow and then continuing to pour the water for 2 years. That's what it can feel like for security people. What I'll also say is that waterfall never worked well. If there was a security issue, the whole process would stop and have to loop around, sometimes months after the initial problem. And often the security team got a terrible reputation as the ones who say no, or the ones that stop your workflow and make you do a bunch of stuff. And you're sometimes in crunch time and you don't have a lot of time to fix these security bugs. So as you can see, a lot of security bugs get shipped into production initially because there's not a lot of education. And when the security team finds those bugs, there's maybe not necessarily a good working relationship between the security teams and the dev teams. And there can be a lot of animosity between the two, just based on how the two don't really understand each other's workflows. So the solution is called DevSecOps. I'm going to give you a picture here of our dreams. So this is what truly I think that if DevOps and SecOps and also developer teams can come together and work in harmony, we actually can work together. And there are ways that developers can facilitate this. There are ways that DevOps people can facilitate this. And of course, this is absolutely a way that there are ways that security can facilitate this as well. So what is DevSecOps? What is this security and dev and DevOps? What does that mean? Well, all DevSecOps is truly application security done in a DevOps environment, not done in a waterfall environment, not even necessarily done in an agile environment, but done in a DevOps environment. So how do we integrate DevOps and security? So first off, I'm going to give you a little bit of information about DevOps. There are 3 ways of DevOps. There's sort of 3 best practices that DevOps has, and these are like overlying theories of how, if a DevOps team is doing its best work, these 3 ways will be respected. The first way is to emphasize the efficiency of the entire system, not just one part. The second part of the 3 ways of DevOps is fast feedback loops. And then last but not least, the third way of DevOps is continuous learning, risk-taking, and experimentation, essentially failing quickly and spending time to improve your daily work based on those failures. So not necessarily thinking, oh, I have to be perfect and I have to never mess up. The third way of DevOps allows for you to fail as long as you're failing in very tiny chunks and very quickly so that things can be essentially fixed fast. Now, let's talk about the 3 ways of security. So this is the what's called CIA triad. This stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is the mandate of every single security team, is to make sure that your application that you wrote, the data and the application itself, if it's not open source, is kept confidential, it has integrity, and it is available at all times. Let me tell you a quick story about how this plays out in real life. So imagine there's 2 people. One is named Alice and one is named Bob. Alice is a high-powered individual at her company. She's probably a C-suite executive and she makes gobs of money and has a lot of people that have to report to her. She's also hopefully very kind. That's neither here nor there, but just to give you a little picture of Alice. Now, the problem is that Alice has type 2 diabetes, and she has to monitor her blood sugar levels. She has to monitor her insulin levels several times a day to make sure that she stays healthy and that her medication is working. Now, since Alice has a very visible, very public, and very high-powered role, she wants to make sure that her data about her type 2 diabetes inside of the application layer that, of course, the software that runs on the blood glucose measuring is kept confidential. So she does not want people to know this because it might actually damage her position. People could say, oh, she has a chronic illness. Maybe she's going to get really sick and we can't rely on her. She's a weak person. And she doesn't want this kind of bad thing to follow her around. So she absolutely needs to have it confidential. However, having it available is not necessarily such a big deal to her, and neither is having it be extraordinarily integritous. There can be a little wiggle room there. If she misses 1 or 2 readings, it's not a big deal. There are not major repercussions. However, Bob, let's say that he works for the government and has a nice cushy job. He has a lot of job security. He's a little bit older and he has many grandchildren, and he doesn't really care that people know that he also has a heart condition and he wears a pacemaker for his heart. So he doesn't care so much. His role is not as visible. It's not a big deal if people know, especially because he's a little bit older. It's sort of to be expected that he might have some health issues. However, Bob needs his software on his heart monitor to always be available. If he is not able to access the availability of his heart monitor, then of course he could die, truly. Like if the software goes down and his heart monitor stops working, there's a serious repercussion there. So that's also why things like availability really matter to security teams. Integrity, we don't have enough time to go over today, but come to the chat. Later on, come to the Q&A session and we can go over that as well. I'm super passionate about this CIA triad. Now let's go back to DevOps though. So we have the first way of DevOps, which is emphasize the efficiency of the entire system. So here, this is left to right? And according to Gene Kim, who wrote the DevOps handbook, the outcomes of putting the first way into practice include never passing a known defect to downstream work centers, never allowing local optimization to create global degradation, and you're always seeking to increase flow and always seeking to achieve profound understanding of the system. So to kind of put that in layman's terms, we want to make sure that each individual section of the software development lifecycle or system development lifecycle is always optimized, and we're not just pushing problems down the pipeline if there are problems that are found earlier on in the pipeline. And we take time in our daily work to make sure that each of these things are properly optimized. So what does this mean for security teams? If you work in security, this is for you. So this means that security cannot slow down or stop the entire pipeline, like pulling the and-in cord, unless it's a true emergency. This also means that security has to learn how to sprint, just like ops and devs. Security also needs to focus on improving all the value streams and how securing the final product and network offer value to all the other streams. So it's like, how can my work essentially provide business value to all the other streams, not just my own particular part. Also, if we do this right, security emergencies can be fixed now, because we're going to look at each individual section of this pipeline and make sure that we're not pushing problems down. So DevOps main's goals are to improve deployment frequency, which is awesome for security. That means if a security bug is found, it can be fixed extremely quickly. Also, that means that there's a shortened lead time between fixes. And that means at the end of the day, fixing all bugs, including security bugs, much faster. So what does this mean for dev and ops? So if you're a developer or you work in ops, this can actually be really important for you. So what you can do is you can help the AppSec team tune their static code analysis tools like Brakeman, Fortify, Sneak, Checkmarks. This actually is a good point, because just because you put a security tool in your pipeline doesn't necessarily mean that it is completely tuned. We are going to have to do a little bit of finicking to make sure that the tool is tuned for your code base. Also, another thing you can do is add the security bugs to the defect tracker, exactly where you would already mark all of the rest of your bugs, so that security bugs aren't floating around in some nebulous place. They're actually where the regular bugs are also stored. Also, this sometimes happens, and I'm not saying that anyone here would do it, but from time to time, people do mark security issues as fixed when the AppSec team isn't looking. Please do not do that. Security issues are actually a big deal, and they do need to be fixed. And if you don't understand what's going on, feel free to ask the AppSec team. They're there to help you. So what does this mean for ops? And this is a great thing that you can also do as a developer to help the ops team, or if you want to someday transition into DevOps, this is good stuff. You can use templates and code samples that are known secure, like a secure code library. And you can also use code that has already had security testing performed on it. So you can reuse modules, reuse classes, things like that have already had security testing performed. And then you will have a little more, ironically, you'll have a little more security to know that it is performant code and as far as the security realm goes. Also use pre-scanned images that are up to date and fully patched when you do use images. And similar to how devs can help the security team tune their tools, DevOps can also help the security team set up automated regular scanning of images and containers. So let's get to what it means for developers. If you are here, you are probably a software developer. So what does this mean for you? Same kind of thing. Help the AppSec team tune also the web proxy scanners like Bright, Zap, Burp, SonarQube, and address the issues that it finds. If the AppSec team creates a security pipeline for testing for you, please do use it. And you can, of course, also say, hey, this is too slow. You're slowing me down. I've given classes on how to make sure that if you are an AppSec person and you put tools into a security pipeline, that it doesn't add an extra hour for developers, because that's unacceptable. But developers also, the last thing you can do is to ensure your libraries and other third-party components are secure. You can do things like add the OWASP dependency check or track. You can use retire.js. You can use Sneak, Black Duck, all kinds of cool tools to make sure that your third-party components are also secure. And those tools usually fit into a pipeline as well. The last thing I'll say is that you can add they're sometimes called sad path tests or negative testing. What this does is positive testing determines that your application works as expected, but negative testing ensures that when your application does not work as expected, you can gracefully handle those invalid inputs and also unexpected user behavior. The last thing I'll leave you with here too is that when you are developing software and something fails, make sure that you're not giving too much information in the failure message, because hackers can actually use that information against you. All right, the second way of DevOps. Let's talk about that. So fast feedback. So in DevOps, we want to make sure that we are actually returning the feedback that we need to the individual sections of the software development lifecycle. What I will say too is that this is perfect for security, because in security, this exactly maps almost one-to-one on a mindset called pushing left, which means you're going to address security issues as early on as you can in the SDLC and empower developers like yourselves to be able to address those issues by yourself. And not only that, not just waiting until you can see this middle section, which is code, we're also going to maybe have a security person in the room when the requirements are drawn, when the design is made. And then, of course, here in code, you would have your AppSec team also being incredibly active and working with the dev team. So what does this mean for money? What does this mean for business? Well, what I'll say is that DevOps and the shift left principle, when it comes to security bugs, when you find bugs earlier in the SDLC, in the coding phase, it might be something like $80 a defect. If it's in the build phase, those security bugs can cost $240 per defect, so on and so forth, until we get to production. The same bug can cost you almost $8,000, which is like insane. Also, what I'll say is these numbers are from 2020, so adjusting for inflation and, of course, adjusting for the higher cost of doing business, this is extraordinarily expensive. So again, assisting in tuning SAST and DAST tools if you're a developer, reusing known good code, using up-to-date images, using the security pipeline that the AppSec team makes for you, making negative unit tests. All of these things will absolutely help your company to only have to spend maybe $80 a defect if it's found much earlier. Also, this makes you look awesome as a developer, but that's neither here nor there, but it looks awesome for your career if you do these things as well. So what does this mean for security? So again, there's the whole faster feedback and the pushing left mentality. The goal of security activities in DevSecOps must be to shorten and amplify feedback loops so security flaws like design issues and bugs, which are code issues, are fixed as early as possible when it's faster, cheaper, and easier to do a better job. This is almost like if you didn't have an architect on site when you're building a house and suddenly the house is completely built and the architect comes in at the very end. Doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And then maybe the architect would look at the house and go, hey, you forgot to put bathrooms in this house. If you had involved that architect, if you involved that security team earlier on in the process, you wouldn't have such a big issue. You wouldn't have to make so many expensive changes. So again, faster feedback and shifting left. So what does this mean for you as a developer? So tell the security team what you're concerned about. If you don't understand how to use a tool, tell them. If you don't like a tool, tell them. If you want to learn more about secure coding, tell them. And then the reason that I say this is that if you don't tell them what the problems are, the security team, of course, doesn't know, and it might actually negatively affect those things. So feedback loops that are very quick between the developers and the security teams is incredibly important. Feedback does go both ways. So what does this mean for ops and sometimes also developers that fall into this umbrella? So participate in security activities. Make sure that you're not just thinking, oh, like security is a last minute oversight. Definitely participate in security activities as soon as you possibly can. Make sure your incident response is quick. Involve the CISO if you absolutely need to, but don't just let incidents persist throughout the pipeline. You can do things like threat modeling. You can start to sprint with security. So security teams need to learn to sprint. And as the DevOps team, you can teach them more about how to do that, and so on and so forth. All right, let's talk about the third way of DevOps. So again, according to Gene Kim, who wrote the DevOps handbook, the outcomes of the third way include allocating time for the improvement of daily work, creating rituals that reward the team for taking risks, and introducing faults into the system to increase resilience. So again, what does this mean for security? It means continuous learning and improvement. It means at every possible moment that is a failure or an incident or even something good should be a teaching moment. So allocate time for the improvement of daily security work for dev and ops. Enable both teams to get this done. You can also create rituals that reward the team for taking risks and celebrate successes. So if Bob is now a software developer and he is able to eliminate cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in all of his software, throw him a party, unless he doesn't like parties, and then don't throw him a party. Maybe that will be the party itself. Anyway, neither here nor there. Celebrate those successes. Celebrate the team for taking risks. Another thing that security can do is to introduce a fault into the system to increase resilience. So things like red team exercises or chaos engineering. So what does this mean for developers? So again, continuous learning. Accept the security training. If your company offers it, take it. Use company time. If you have a security class that you want to take, ask your company to pay for it. Train yourself. Again, like that goes back to if you see a class you want to take, just take it and see if your company covers it. Also, if you fix security issues, please share that information widely. Please don't let that just become knowledge in your head, but please share it with your team. There's this new phrase. It's not called the 10 times developer. I think it's called the 10x developer or something like that, which is kind of similar. But essentially, it's a different way of approaching who is a champion on a developer team. It's not just the developer that can write the most lines of code or can churn out the most features. It's actually the type of developer that raises up everybody else around them and improves the performance of everyone around them. This is fantastic for your career. Also, if you do this in a security sense, you will be like a champion. It's fantastic. So what else does this mean for ops? So for ops, participate in security simulations, ask for and analyze metrics from security testing results, and look for patterns or systemic issues. And also make sure you perform blameless introspection. When you have a retro, please do not blame anyone. Please don't yell at anyone. Just make sure it's blameless. So all of this leads to the very last section that is not necessarily a way of DevOps, but something that I think is important. And this is security becoming a part of DevOps. And this has to do with culture change. So reinforce culture change. Reinforce culture change, excuse me. Celebrate those security wins. When you pass a pen test, when you make it through a security pipeline, when you handle an incident well, or when you release security fixes, reinforce that new culture by celebrating those security wins. Also, if security and dev and ops are in the same building, like if you are not working remotely, try to put those offices together, have meetings together, have social events together, just so you can all get to know each other and build a little more symmetry between your three departments. And that way everything isn't so siloed, right? And you'll get to know each other and hopefully want to work together a little bit more. No more blaming. From now on, when there's a problem, don't blame someone. It's not Bob or Alice's error that's the problem. It's that there weren't processes or safeguards in place to stop the problem from happening. We don't care about the who, we only care about how we're going to fix it and then ensure that it'll never happen again. This is called a blameless post-mortem. It's okay to fail, but it's not okay to not learn from it when we do. And last but not least, if at all possible, please allow someone to save face. It will pave the path to a more friendly future. Create security champions is the last thing that we can do to reinforce culture change. If a developer or an ops person is interested in security, the security team should foster it. Likewise, if you're interested in security and you are a developer, go to the AppSec team, go to the CISO, go to whoever would be in charge of making sure that you can learn more and become that security champion. Hopefully also maybe you could get some cool perks like more knowledge or something along those lines, so that you're not just doing this and all the work falls on you. But if you can find a mentor in the AppSec team, take it. If you can find a teacher in the AppSec team, take it. The AppSec team should be mentoring you. It should be teaching you. It should be giving you resources. And please give them your time if they do so. They also might become your new teammates someday. So if you play your cards right, that could work out really well for you. All right, that's it. I want to leave you with some resources. We have about a minute left. These are amazing books on DevOps. They're called the Phoenix Project and the DevOps Handbook. There's also a really good book called Accelerate and the Unicorn Project. Fantastic book if you want to learn more about DevOps. There's also me. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. You can just email me. I don't have a Twitter, unfortunately. I just turn into someone I don't like on Twitter, essentially. So it's just email. You can also reach out to me on my LinkedIn. We have a great blog. We also have a secure coding course from a community called We Hack Purple that's free now. Also, many thanks to Tanya Jenko, who originally wrote this talk. I put my own spin on it. She's the OG author of this talk, so many thanks to her. And you can reach out to her at She Hacks Purple on Twitter if you have questions as well. 2 more slides and then I'm done. Join the community. We have a cybersecurity community called We Hack Purple. It's full of CISOs, cybersecurity professionals. It's also full of developers who want to learn more about InfoSec. They want to learn more about secure coding. It's free. Come meet like-minded people and nerd out. Last but not least, we're having a workshop on integrating security into unit tests. I'm teaching it along with Tanya Jenka. It'll be a lot of fun. It's free. If you want to take a picture of this slide, feel free to do so. And you can go register. Again, it's free. It's on October 12th at 8 a.m. Pacific, and we'd love to have you. And then I guess last but not least, just for fun, if you want to feel like a hacker, there's this really cool website that I just found about literally this morning where you just type in whatever and it makes you like have hackery looking screens. And I just think that's super fun and super cool. So I thought I'd leave you with that as well. If you want to connect, here's my contact info. You can take a picture of this really quickly. And I just want to say, I'll give you 1 more second to take a picture of that if you do want to connect. Okay, cool. And then at the very end, just want to say, we learned that security is now part of DevOps, DevSecOps, and thank you again so much for coming. I appreciate your time, and we will see you hopefully at the workshop. Thanks again, everybody.
Akira, thank you very much. Oh my God, what a session. I loved it. I think there is a lot of things to unveil here and to learn, a lot of great resources to read after this presentation. Remember, we will have Akira at the end for the Q&A session, so start asking your questions. Akira, thank you very much. See you later. And we will continue with the JavaScript Global Summit. Now, our next speaker is me. I'm going to be talking about building a CLI using Oclif, and I had the honor to introduce myself. So let's watch the talk that I had prepared for you and see you after this one. Hello, welcome to the JavaScript Global Summit by Geekle. Today, we are going to learn how to build an extensible CLI application with oclif using Node.js and TypeScript. My name is Julián Duque. I'm a principal developer advocate at Salesforce, and I've been using Node.js since 2011. I'm currently located in the beautiful city of Tampa in Florida, but I am originally from Medellin, Colombia. Now let's review the agenda. We will learn what is oclif. Then we will start designing our CLI application. We will build our CLI application with oclif using Node.js and TypeScript by relying on the oclif generator. Then we will learn how to develop oclif plugins, and at the end, we will see how to release oclif applications to NPM. But what is oclif? Oclif is the Open CLI framework. It is an open source framework to building command line interfaces in Node.js. You can use either TypeScript or purely JavaScript. It is built and maintained by Salesforce, and it is trusted by companies like Twilio and Shopify that have used oclif to build their CLI tools. We use it here at Salesforce for both the Salesforce CLI and the Heroku CLI. Some of its features are: you can have flags and arguments parsing, and we will use these by building our CLI application. It has configurable topic separators. You can group commands by topics and use different characters to separate those commands. Usually they are by default separated by the colon character, but you can also use a space. It's super fast. It doesn't have a lot of overhead. The idea is to have the minimum number of dependencies to build your applications, so it loads and runs very fast. It provides its own CLI generator, so you can easily scaffold a project and different commands, hooks, and other different options of oclif. It provides testing helpers, so you can easily test your command line applications, and this is based on the popular Mocha testing runner in Node.js. One of my favorite features is the auto documentation. By properly specifying properties in your classes, oclif will auto-generate documentation, not only on the command line application, but on the README of your project. It is extensible by using plugins, so you can extend the commands created using oclif. Hooks are simply functionality that is attached to the command lifecycle. For example, when the command inits, or before or after the command is executed. It has JSON output support by default, so you will be able to provide output of your commands as a JSON data object. Very useful when you want to pipe your command output to other tools. It has TypeScript support, but it is not mandatory. oclif is built using TypeScript, but you can also use regular JavaScript to build your applications. It provides auto-updating functionality. So if you update a new version of your command, you will be able, through plugins, notify your users that a new version is available so they can update to that latest. And it provides autocomplete support for the different terminals that are out there. So before we start building our application, we need to design our CLI experience. What are we going to build is a to-do CLI application. How I started designing this application by simply defining the commands that my application is going to take, the different arguments, and the flags that each of those commands are going to take. So for example, we have the add command. The add command will help me add a new task to the to-do list. Add receives one argument, which is the task. So I specify the argument, and it also receives a flag, which is the category. So here we are going to have a distinction between arguments and flags. Arguments are going to be positional, and flags are going to be passed by using the dash dash or the dash character. Then we have the list command. It's going to list all the different tasks. List doesn't receive any argument, but it receives two different flags. One flag that receives a Boolean value, which is the completed. It will filter the list by the completed tasks. And the category, which is a string flag that will let me pass a category for my to-do tasks. The delete command will only receive an ID, the ID of the task created into my local database, so I can delete that task with that command. And the same goes for complete. It will receive an ID as the argument, so I can complete the task and mark it as done in my database. Let's take a look at the implemented CLI application before we start building it. I'm going to be showing you the final result, and then we will use the oclif generator to build our project. So our binary is the to-do binary. So if I type to do, it will show me the help. This help is auto-generated by oclif. Here you can see the different topics and commands of our application. So let's say we want to add a new task. So we type to do, add the task that we are going to complete, which is going to be learn oclif. Let's type oclif. And then a category. We will pass the Geekle category. Okay, now that we added that task, we can list it with to-do list, or we can use the alias to-do ls. As you can see, we can see the task by category. We can filter by category, for example, to-do list category Geekle. Now we just see the learn oclif task that we just created, and we can mark it as complete. Complete and the ID. We will see some other features, for example, prompts. If I type to do add without passing an argument, it will ask me for the task. We will see how can we create this type of prompts by using the CLI UX module that comes with oclif. So learn about the CLI UX. And this is our CLI application. Let's learn how we build it. How are we going to build our CLI application with oclif using Node.js and TypeScript? First, you will need to have Node.js LTS installed in your computer. Oclif requires you to use the latest stable version of Node.js, which is the long-term supported one. You can use either npm or yarn. I personally am going to use yarn for my project. If you want to publish your command, you will need an npm account, so make sure to create one. You will need a code editor. VS Code is the recommended code editor for this type of projects. And for this specific command tool that we are going to build, we will need SQLite 3 installed on our computer. We are going to use SQLite 3 for our local backend, where we are going to store all of the different tasks. Now we are going to be using the oclif generator to create or scaffold our project. To scaffold an oclif project, you can run npx oclif generate and give a project name. This will start asking you some questions. For example, your package name, make sure this package is unique because we are going to publish this package to npm. If it's not unique, you can use scoped packages. For example, I'm using my username at Julián Duque as the scope of my to-do CLI package. It will ask you for a binary name, which is going to be the name of the executable that we are going to be executing for our command. It will ask you for a description, the license, your author information, the package manager you are going to use. So make sure you follow these steps and it will scaffold a project for you. You can go to the generated project and start building your application. And also you can try your CLI by running the command that is under the bin directory, which is the dev. You will find two different commands. Dev is for development and run is the one that it's already built for production. So make sure if you want to have your command ready for production to run npm run build or yarn build depending of the package manager or of your choice. Now let's talk about commands and topics. Commands can either be a single command or be grouped by topics, and all of them need to be under the source commands directory. Source leave directory, but this is up to you. You can, for our project, we will generate the. How can we generate a command? We can use the oclif generate command to scaffold a class that is going to contain the command logic. This will create a class. This class extends from the command base class and it will have the different properties and required method to execute the command. So run is the method that is required and it's the one that is going to have the logic of your command. Description and examples are properties that are useful for the auto documentation feature that oclif provides. Other useful properties can be found in the base class source code. For example, the enable JSON flag and the aliases properties that we are going to be exploring later. Now let's talk about arguments and flags. Command arguments are positional arguments that are passed to the command. For example, with the to add command, buy milk is going to be the first argument passed to that specific command, and it will be assigned to the task argument. We can define the args by filling up the static args property in our command class, and it will be an array of objects. If object will have the name of the argument. There are other properties that you can assign to an argument. For example, if the argument is required, a description that is going to be useful for the auto documentation, if the argument will be hidden when checking the auto documentation of the help, and a function of how to parse this specific argument. Example, if you are adding a date as an argument. Common flag options are non-positional arguments that are passed to the command. You can pass either a string or a Boolean flag argument. For example, here in our to-do list command, we are passing both the category as a string and completed as a Boolean. While defining the flag, you can also specify a single character, so you can pass it by using a single dash while calling the command. You can also pass a description and other properties. For example, if you want to provide a default value, if this flag is required, or if the flag is dependent on other previous ones. For our example, we are just using category as a string to define the category for our to-dos and completed to list the to-dos that are just completed in our database. And finally, the magic is happening on the parse method inside run, where we are parsing our flags and arguments. This is giving us the objects with the different properties parsed after we executed the command. Now we have easy access to those values, and oclif is going to validate these values for us as well. Now let's talk about CLI UX components for our CLIs. Oclifs provide the CLI UX library that it's helpful to create UX components for our CLI applications. You can prompt for information by using the CLI UX.ux.prompt method as you are seeing in the example. Here, if the user don't specify a task, we are going to be prompting for that information to the user, and they will be able to enter it on the CLI as we saw on the demo earlier. This prompt method can also receive an options object. For example, if you are going to ask your users to input a password, you can pass an object with the mask option, and it will mask the input information as well. You can also use the table component to list information as a table. And this is a very powerful and complex component. We are using this component on the list method to be able to render the task as a table. You can specify the length of the column. You can specify how to render each specific data in that column, and it will provide custom flags as well. These flags are going to be super useful. For example, it will help you sort information in your table. It will help you export the data as a CSV or as a JSON, or it will be able to filter the table on its own. We have been creating all of our commands under the to-do topic, but we want to have certain commands under the main root of our to-do command. For example, we want to have to-do add map to the to-do's topic add command. For that, we will use aliases. So to add an alias is very simple. You can add a map of different aliases to a specific command on the aliases static property on the class. Here we are seeing an example on the todos list command. We are adding two aliases. One is going to be todo list, and the other one is going to be todo ls. You can also add an alias to a different topic by specifying the topic name separated by colon. This way you can easily organize your commands for your application. One of the best things about oclif is the capability of adding plugins. Pretty much, oclif has some core plugins that you can add to your project, or you can also create your own. Here we are going to see an example of how can we extend our application using two of the most popular plugins. One is the plugin not found, which is going to display a friendly message when you are going to type a command that doesn't exist. Or also the plugin help, which is going to be super useful by listing the help of a command without using the flag. You can also use other plugins like the plugin update that is going to add an auto-update capability for your application, or the warn if update available that it will show a warning message if you are running an out-of-date version of our CLI. You might have seen these messages by using the Heroku CLI in the past. If there is a new version, it will notify you so you can update. And how to develop oclif plugins? Well, a plugin is just another CLI application, another oclif application. You can use the oclif generate command to create a new plugin. This could have a command, a topic with multiple commands, or hooks that you will be able to distribute. Then you can distribute them as packages on npm, the same way you are going to release your plugin to the world or to command line to the world. You distribute the plugins. And you can let people use them using the plugins package. When you install this plugin into your command line application, people will be able to install the plugins just by name without using the npm command directly. And finally, it is time to release our CLI application. So make sure that your project is on a Git repository, because all of the different commands we are going to run need to be under a Git repository. You can run npm oclif readme to update the documentation of your project. This will update the readme with the different commands of your project. Remember that I mentioned that oclif supports auto documentation, not only on the help, but also on the readme. You will set a version for your application using the npm version command. You can set either a major, minor, or a patch version. And then, finally, you will publish your package to npm by running npm publish. Make sure you have an npm account, and if you are using scoped packages, you will need to have a paid account, so you will be able to use the scoped package name. This will publish your command line application to npm. But you can also create a package for other operating systems. For example, for Debian, macOS, Windows, or just as a tarball. For that, you can use npx oclif pack. You will need to run this command in the operating system that you want to distribute your command line application. So this is going to be very useful for a CI/CD system, for example. And let's go ahead and release our to-do CLI application to npm. So first, I'm going to check the current version of the CLI that I have already published. We are going to bump the minor version of our command line CLI. As you can see, it will auto-generate the README for us and create the package. Then we run npm publish, and this is going to get everything ready for npm. We will need to enter a security code, and that's it. Our new version has been published to npm. We are going to confirm again that the new version is there. Boom. Updated. And let's remember, oclif is a very powerful tool. You can generate a full command line application by just using the generator, or you can also use oclif as a library if you need simple commands or arguments and flags parsing. If you want to learn more about oclif, I will invite you to go to the oclif website, oclif.io. If you want to have better CLI UX components, you can also use Inquirer for more complex input like checkboxes and things like that. And to take a look at the project we built for this talk, you can go to my GitHub, github.com, and you will find it under my username, the To-Do CLI project, or you can also find the package on npm. And that's it. Thank you very much. I hope you have learned a lot from this session, and please connect with me on Twitter if you have further questions. And see you until the next one. Bye-bye. Presentation about building a CLI with oclif. I just saw that the oclif.io website is currently down, but you can visit the GitHub one, oclif.github.io, if you want to take a look at the documentation while the team works on getting the oclif.io site on. So let's continue with the JavaScript Global Summit. We have our next speaker, Asaf. He is the tech lead of the front-end tech lead of events with a lot of years of experience in web development. and he is going to teach us how to build an accessible component library from scratch. Asaf, how are you doing?
Hi. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Can you hear me good?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly, and I think everybody can hear you well.
Okay, amazing.
So, Asaf, get
Amazing.
your presentation ready.
Great.
Because people are waiting you. And obviously, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So thank you very much for the introduction. And it's a great honor to be here. And let me share my screen. So before I start, just like a tech check, my screen is shared because I cannot see it on the monitor. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I want to start with a short story, a true story that happened a few years ago at a previous workplace. We had our weekly planning meeting. We were sitting there, the R&D representative, which was me, my product manager, let's call him Eric, and the system architect. And we were discussing the upcoming features in the sprint. Maybe you're familiar with this concept. It's quite a long meeting. Everybody fights, and then everybody is hugging and coming to peace together. So just before the meeting ended, it was quite a positive meeting. We were exiting the door, and my product manager approached me and said, "Oh, Asaf, there's one more thing, a very little thing that I need you to do. Just one more thing. We need to make the application accessible." Well, I was a pretty young developer at the time, and I said to him, "Well, sure, no problem, let's make it accessible." But then I remembered that I had no idea what accessibility means. I mean, I never done it before, and nobody taught it to me in the academy. So I asked him, "Hey, product manager, what do you mean by make the application accessible?" So he looked at me, I looked at him, he shrugged his shoulders, but then in his PM confidence, what he said, "Well, you know, what's the problem? Just take accessibility and put it inside the code." I looked at him again, he looked at me again. Well, fast forward 3 months, we were done. I mean, we weren't done, me and the product manager, but the project was done. The accessibility part was ready. The project was accessible. Our application was accessible for all. It was a huge success. How did we do it? Well, it was a mix of hard work, manual testing, a lot of consultants that cost us both time and money, a lot of reading, trial and error, and to be completely honest, lots of luck. But if you take a look under the hood, take a look at the code is not something that I'm very proud of, because it was full of hacks and patches and accessibility-specific code. Lots of ARIA labels flying around everywhere, ARIA hidden, all the ARIA somethings inside the code. It was something like this. I mean, the code worked. Like this car, it goes, and I mean, it's a car, but I don't know if it will survive like the next steep curve in the road. And indeed, that steep curve arrived shortly after. 2 months after, the design team announced a rebranding for our application, meaning a new logo, new colors, new interactions, meaning new forms, new drop-downs. And accessibility-wise, it means that we are back to square one, because we need to make all of these elements accessible once again. I thought to myself, well, no way are we going to do it all over again. It took us about 3 months. There must be an easier way. And that's what I wanted to speak with you about today. If you found yourself somewhere in the story I told, which was a real story, this talk is for you, because I'm going to take you through the process of the solution we had in my current place, in my current workplace, for making the application accessible by building an accessible component library from scratch, or as the name should be, building an accessible component library from scratch that lasts refactors and redesigned and is easily maintainable and testable by Asaf Shochet Avida. But it's a less catchy name, so this will be like in the book version, maybe, of the talk. By the way, feel free to ask questions in the chat. I'll address them in the Q&A session that will follow right after this talk. Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Asaf Shochet Avida. I'm the father of Sahar, which you can see in the picture, Eitan, and Aviv. I'm married to Neta. I've been in the web development industry for over a decade. Started in a manual QA position, then did backend, front-end management, and test automation, which I have a very warm place in my heart for. And currently, I'm the front-end tech lead in an amazing startup called Evinced. Evinced is a startup that focuses on giving developers tools to make their own application accessible, not by fixing the problems, but by giving them, by monitoring the issues and detecting them using artificial intelligence, using machine learning, using computer vision, and other algorithms, and also by providing tools such as Chrome extensions that will enable developers and QA engineers to see where are the accessibility issues in their page. And third, the thing that we are doing is that we are building a tool or a set of tools that expanded the test automation tools that they will cover the accessibility aspect of the code as well. And this is part of what I'm going to talk about today. And if you're interested, give me a call, give me like a message later, and I will connect you to the company. So let's start. What is accessibility? Well, accessibility is about inclusion. It's about letting people in. It's about allowing as many users as possible to use your website with all kinds of disabilities. Well, let me start with an example. Think about a person that has a physical disability that has something, for example, neurological or something, physiological, and has a problem using the mouse. So if your website has like a drop menu that the user needs to click with the mouse, and then the drop menu needs to open, and then you need to click on one of the options, maybe there's another sub-menu that opens if you have like this annoying feature, but maybe you have, and maybe it's good for business, maybe users like it. So imagine that the user cannot use the mouse. So all of this journey, like to click and then to select, and to click again and to select again, we need all of the things to be accessible using the keyboard only, meaning that we need the elements to be focusable and clickable and to engineer this behavior. Let's take another example for someone with a disability in vision, meaning that cannot see very well. So for that user that cannot see very well, and maybe uses an assistive technology that narrates the content of the site. So if it's a news website, the user cannot read the article, but the assistive technology will tell the story or will narrate the article for them. So we need to build our application in a way that assistive technology could work. It could be, for example, in the right order of the page. So all these are pretty hard to implement and pretty hard to test. And that's the main problem for me as a developer. If it's hard to test, it's hard to solve it. So this is about accessibility. Go with me one more thing. Let's imagine that we are all working on a great startup called Hogwarts on Demand. Imagine like this. I mean, this is a startup that gives you a possibility, an option to invite every Harry Potter character you want to every place you want. For example, if my daughter has a birthday and I can select which character I want to invite. Maybe Harry, maybe Snape, maybe Dudley, but why? So I will invite Hermione for my daughter's birthday, and I select the location, for example, my house, and the date, the birthday, and then I search for availability and book that character. Okay, so this is a great service, and imagine that it's highly profitable, and also that there are other pages on this application, because in this kind of application, we must have also a login form, sign up form, contact us, open dispute if Hungary doesn't show up, maybe like change your booking, maybe frequently asked questions, etc. And now I want to make sure that all the users in the world, all the people in the world can use my amazing or our amazing product. How should we start? Well, when we thought about it in Evinced for our own code, I mean, in Evinced, I worked in, I'm the front-end tech lead for the front-end team. So we need to make our own application accessible. I mean, we're an accessibility company, but our own front-end must be accessible. So we thought about what is the best approach to tackle this. One way to tackle it is to go flow by flow, meaning let's take care of the login flow. Once the login flow will be accessible, now let's take a look at the purchase flow. Now the purchase, the add to cart, the payment method, the credit card, the billing page, all of these must be accessible. And then the support flow, etc. Another option is to think about it by page, meaning let's take a look at the homepage. Let's make the homepage accessible. And then after all the elements in the homepage are accessible, let's make the contact us page accessible, all the forms, all the images, all the buttons. And after that, the contact us page and the payment page. But there's a third option which comes more naturally for us as developers, which is to think about components. Because as modern web developers, if you're using React or Angular or Vue or Svelte or whatever framework will come tomorrow, we're thinking about the world as built out of components, meaning our application is built out of buttons, forms, drop-downs, pop-ups, tables, menus, cards, and like certain elements that repeat themselves, and actually we are composing them in specific order and giving them some business logic so they will be relevant to our use case. So maybe we should go component by component. Well, when we thought about it for our own goal for accessibility, flows was a valid way. Also pages, but components we love. Because this is the way we build the code. We build the code by components. So it's easier, it's small enough to be, I mean, it's not small enough that it won't be meaningful, but it's small enough so we won't have a lot of noise from the surrounding. So this is the recipe that worked for us. First, we break down the application into small components. Then we build them with the appropriate HTML tags. And third, we automate the hell out of it. Now I'll dig into each one. Okay, let's break it down into components. Let's take our amazing example. In our amazing example, we have the Hogwarts on Demand website. Let's identify some of the elements on the screen. So the first element is the select or the drop-down. It can be expanded, collapsed. You can hover over it. Maybe you can navigate with the keyboard. Maybe some of the options are disabled because Professor Snape is on a break, or some of the characters are dead in one movie. I don't know. I see only half of the first one. Don't do spoilers, please. And another element is the date picker, which again can be opened or closed, collapsed or expanded. Maybe some dates are available, maybe are not. And there is the button. So now about the button, I would like you, to pause a moment and to think about what does it mean for a button to be accessible. Okay? We would like to make an accessible button. Think, and you can share it in the chat. What do you think can make a button be accessible? What are the characteristics? I try to address it during the talk. Okay, so this is our example. Okay, so in our own component library, we started by identifying common components. And then we moved them into a designated Git repository. Before we had the component library, we had 4 different projects. And then we started taking out common components moving them to a third place, like a designated Git repository for the common components, and then we consume it back in all the products. So now we had our component library in a different place. And it had a different size building blocks, meaning it can have an input field or form field, but it can also have the complete sign-up form or the complete contact us form, which consists of images and a radio button selection and a text area and a submit form. Whatever fits your business needs, there is no clear cut here. And most important, because we wanted our applications, all of our applications, to be as accessible as possible, we decided that this is the place for us to invest in accessibility testing, because if the building blocks are accessible, then we should only care about the composition in other places. Just like the approach we had on architectural approach for the business logic as well. All of the components are in a third party, in a designated Git repository, and the other places just use them and compose them. This is the tech stack we used. We wrote the code in React and TypeScript and used Storybook, Circle CI, and Cypress for testing. And also our own library for accessibility testing, which I'll cover in a minute. Okay, now, like my product manager said, let's put accessibility inside the code. So let's do it. Let's create an accessible button together. So what are the characteristics for an accessible button? What does it mean for a button to be accessible? So first, for it to be accessible, it needs to be focusable by keyboard. So if a user that cannot use a mouse wants to use the button, he needs a way to focus on it, maybe using the tab key. And now imagine we have a row of 5 buttons and the user focused on one of them. We need to give some kind of indication which of the buttons is focusable. The browser can do it automatically using like a small ring around the button. And once it's focused, we need to support the enter key or spacebar key in different operating systems. And one other thing is that we need to hint assistive technology that this is a button. So screen readers will know that this specific div or span or something is a button, is not just a div. Okay, so let's dive into the code. Here's a simple example of a button. This button is a div, it has an ID, it has an on-click that pops up an alert, and it works. I mean, imagine I styled it beautifully. You can use your imagination, but it works. Now, let's make it focusable for keyboard users. To do that, we use the tab index attribute that tells the browser that this element is now on the tabbing order, on the tabbing elements array. So the browser can tab it. I mean, once the user will hit the tab key in some point in time, he will focus on this element. Great. Now we want to make sure that the enter key works for this element. So we will add an event listener. Okay, an event listener, so it will listen to the keyboard events. And when there is a key press that is enter, imagine, I mean, if we want to support another operating system, maybe we should check it here. For example, maybe in Mac, we should also support the spacebar, not sure. So we need to add it here. And now I want also to indicate a screen reader that this is a button. So we need to add a role. A role is one of the attributes that is specifically made for accessibility. So it tells that this div is a role. This div is a button. Okay, well, this works. But I don't like it very much because, I mean, there's a lot of code here. And it's only the start, because this button will grow. It will grow both, like it's going to be like it's going to have a disabled and enabled state, primary, secondary. Maybe if we need some kind of other attributes or other modes, and it's a lot of code to maintain. What if I told you there is an easier way? What if we were just to use the native button? Well, HTML provides us with the native button tag and also other bunch of HTML tags. So the button tag supports all of these automatically, meaning that if we use the button tag, we'll get the keyboard focus, the focus indication, the small ring, also the support for the enter key or the spacebar key, and it also has the button rolled inside of it. I mean, this is the tag name. So if we use HTML tags or the correct HTML tags, it can save us a lot of time, both code-wise and accessibility-wise. Okay, let's go to the last part, which is adding accessibility testing to our component, because like in the car example, now we have a working car with a lot of masking tape. Now we want to make it survive the curves, because we want our accessibility to stay even if we change the design, even if we change the component a bit. We want it still to be accessible. Okay, so let's create some tests. So to do it, we create the button. This example is in React. So we create a button. It has several props like on click, the children, which says what should we put inside it, maybe text. And it has two modes, primary or secondary by the isPrimary property. And I learned from the previous slide that we should use the button tag. So now we use the button tag. Okay. We'll create storybook stories for that button. We can do it. This is the storybook syntax here. You can see this is the primary button. This is for the secondary button. These are the props each story has. This one's for the primary. This one's for the secondary. And this is how it looks when we start storybook. You can see it has like a very nice wrapper around it. And you can just play with the two buttons. You can play with the primary button, with secondary button. Amazing. Now there is a small button inside storybook. I'm going to put a bunch of arrows on that opens this the story in a new tab without all the wrapper of storybook inside. Okay, so this is the button, so you won't miss it. And it opens just the button itself without all the toolbars, not on the top and not on the left. And this is going to be the base for our testing. So now we will write a functional test, not an accessibility test, a functional test using Cypress, okay, which is a different framework for testing, which is very nice. This is not the topic of this talk, but Cypress is great. Actually, it has the pros and cons, but it's a topic for a different talk. So this test is pretty simple. We visit the primary button, and then we click on the button, and we assert that the click is registered by putting some listeners on the DOM. Okay, so we have a test for the primary button, for the secondary button. After we run it, we get everything is green. We love green, and I mean, as an automation engineer in my past, green is my favorite color for development. So now let's add accessibility to the mix. Before we do it, what should we expect from an accessibility testing framework to find? Here are some of the things. If we have images on our component, I wanted to validate that the image has an alternative text. Or if I have a button, I want it to fail if the button is not focusable by keyboard, or there's a pop-up and the pop-up is not accessible. This is a different issue, but pop-ups are really hard for accessibility. And if I have a text in some color and a background color, I wanted to tell me if there is an insufficient color contrast between the text and the background, so I could fix it. And I won't deploy to production, which is in an inaccessible state. So the basic test structure here is like this. We go to a URL to our component, And then we call evstart. Evstart is the command. Sorry, I missed something. The tool we're using now, we're going to show, is the tool that we are building inside Evinst. Because as an accessibility company, one of the products that we give to our customers is a tool for their automation team or their front-end team to run automation tests and find all of these issues and more. And the syntax is following. If we call evstart, it starts together accessibility issues using the Evinst logic inside. We can do stuff, go to a URL, change the URL, click on elements, open a dropdown, I don't know, close an image, do refresh for the browser, whatever you want. And the tool, the SDK keeps recording and keeps saving accessibility issues inside. And once we are done with the test, we call evstop. It stops the recording and returns all the accessibility issues. So we can now, maybe some of them are valid and we don't want to fail the test with them. Maybe we want to have no issues at all. So this is like the structure. For our own use, we run evstop, and then we run our functional test. You can identify it in the middle here. This is the test that we click the button. And at the end, we call evstop, and then we validate that there are no issues at all, because we are an accessibility company, so we cannot have accessibility issues. It won't look good. So this is our policy anyway. Okay, and now when we run it, because we're an accessibility company, everything should work great. Let's run it, and now we get a red failure. Okay, it's not what expected. So let's see what's the error. Okay, so in the report, it says that there is a problem with the color contrast of the My Button selector, which is the button selector. And there's an image here. So let's see. Okay, so the image says that there's a problem with the grayish color and the white color. To be specific, these are the colors that don't go together well. RGB 104, 100, 06, 09, and white. Although I'm not a qualified designer, I will have the liberty to fix it myself because I'm the only one here, and I will change it to black, which I learned in the university that black and white give a good color contrast. So let's go with it. And now let's run the test again. Okay, great, so now it works. In real life, I would talk to a designer, but I'm the only one here. So now we saw the entire cycle for a single component. And this is the cycle we have for all the components. Every time we push a branch to GitHub, we run the build, and then we run the test phase, which starts Storybook, runs all the accessibility tests and the functional tests. And if everything goes well, we deploy. So this is our component library in real life. Some statistics. It has more than 40 components. Some of them big, some of them small. They could be buttons, they could be charts, pie charts, graph charts, drop-downs, icons, tooltips, pop-up, tables from the server, tables that read the data locally. All the elements that we need and we use in our applications are there. And all of them has stories, and all the stories have accessibility coverage using Cypress. So we have over 170 stories and tests that continuously, all the time, test our accessibility status. So every time we are adding a component, it's not a question. We add it with accessibility inside. Recently, we had a rebranding effort, and our infrastructure for accessibility testing really saved us because we changed almost all the colors and all the components, but the tests were already there. So we replaced a component, fixed the accessibility issue, and then replaced another one. So this is used by 4 different projects with a team of 6 developers, which is increasing over time. We're hiring, you're welcome. And before we went, some takeaways. So what can you take from this talk? If you want to use the same practice like we did, The first step is to divide and conquer. Divide your project into separate components. Secondly, be friends with HTML. Get to know the native tags. It could save you time, money, testing, and can give you accessibility for free. And third, automate whatever you can. Automate your CI pipeline, automate accessibility testing, automate functional testing. Now, currently, accessibility is not something taught in the academy, nor in boot camps. It may feel uncomfortable or inconvenient at first. My advice to you is don't overthink it. Don't try to read everything you can on the internet. Just start to do it one component at a time. Start with a button. Start with an input field. Check. See how it works without a mouse. See that all the elements in the page can be accessible using the tab key only. So I would like to thank you for your time. As I said, my name is Asaf. I work for Rovins. We're hiring. You're welcome. It was a pleasure talking here today, and you're welcome to reach me in LinkedIn or whatever you want, any place. And I'll see you in a QA session in a few minutes. And if you hesitate, please remember that accessibility is much more accessible than you think. Thank you very much.
Asaf, fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Now we will see you in a moment at the Q&A session. Before we start with the Q&A, please make sure to ask your questions in the chat. There is a Q&A tab. We will have Derek, Akira, and Asaf, and obviously me on that Q&A session. But before we start, we have a message from one of our sponsors.
Also, want to say a huge thank you to our friends from Scout for joining us once again and sponsoring this event. And as the application engineering landscape continues to evolve, the state of observability has become more and more exciting. With tools like Scout, you can get insights into your stack without having to be an observability expert. So with OpenTelemetry, with a new open source project providing an unified standard for telemetry data, such as metrics, traces, and logs. Now, with the OpenTelemetry, Scout is building a new observability platform to help simplify telemetry data into actionable insights and is now accepting beta testers. If you want to know more about OpenTelemetry and become a beta tester for Scout's new observability product, go to scoutamp.com/observability to learn more and participate. Link is in the chat.
And welcome back. So we will start our Q&A. Then I will welcome Derek. Hello.
Hi, Julian. Nice to meet you.
We will welcome back Akira. Hello, Akira. Welcome back.
Hi.
And Asaf, welcome back to the JavaScript Global Summit. It would be also weird to moderate myself because I was also a speaker on this blog, but let's roll with it. So before we start, Derek, how are things with you? How's the weather in your area? Everything great?
Yeah, it's doing really well, and we are just kind of moving into fall. So nice crisp days, and the leaves are falling from the trees. So yeah, really
awesome.
Good.
I love how you ended your presentation. I am acknowledging the land where you are standing right now. Thank you very much for that. That was very heartwarming. Akira, what about you?
Same kind of thing. Leaves are falling. It's beautiful. The birds are flying south for the winter. So every morning I wake up and there's just bird song everywhere. So I like it. My cats like it. It's beautiful.
Nice. I saw praises in the chat about your presentation. You have like an amazing pace and a lot of energy. So thank you very much for what you share. And of course, we have Asaf. Asaf, I see that you are maybe located on the other side of the world. How are you, the weather over your side?
I'm located in my side of the world. You're on the other side, so.
Oh, okay, exactly. In the other side of the world, in our perspective.
Here is in Israel, in the Holy Land, the answer to what the weather is 90% of the time is hot. So it's the autumn now, so it's like the coughing season, and it's hot.
Coughing season. Okay,
Yeah,
Israel,
everybody,
lovely. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are just waiting for Hurricane Ian. That's just coming. I saw the path, and the hurricane is going to pass right by my house. I just hope nothing happens. I'm expecting a lot of rain, maybe power outage, and who knows? Gladly out of evacuation zone, so no risk of flooding. So don't get worried about me. I will be continuing doing what I do gladly. Well, let's start with some questions. And we have some questions for Derek. So, Derek, you were talking about serverless and the serverless framework. And a question that came in is, which one is better, the serverless framework or SAM? And why? Does serverless framework has self-hosting like SAM local start API? And I think we saw something similar in your talk.
Yes. So yeah, I'll start with the trickier question is which is better. I've used both, and both have worked really well for me. One benefit to the serverless framework is that I've used it not just with AWS, but I've also used it in Azure as well. Its support isn't quite as complete, but as the AWS, but you can use that tool in multiple different environments, which is one I say plus in the serverless side. But of course, SAM is built by Amazon, so it might have a leg up in that framework. So if you're totally going to stick with AWS, why not? Use their tool. I think honestly, they're both very similar tools. And have you'll find a good experience with either one. And as far as the framework in the self-hosting, yes, it comes with a plugin in the serverless framework. There's the offline plugin, so you can just type SLS or serverless offline once it's installed, and it will run everything locally for you. Which is that's pretty much like you have to have that feature, and as far as I'm concerned, to make it a viable tool, because I can't just be deploying to the cloud every time you want to test something. So
yes, everything is better than writing pure CloudFormation, of course.
Yes, definitely. Yes, anything that abstracts you from that is going to be a huge benefit.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Derek. We have a question for Akira. Akira, you were talking about security, DevSecOps, and all of these great concepts. There is something that you mentioned, which is penetration tests, which is a great, important part of security development. So how early in the development or infrastructure process and planning should we start doing penetration tests and these security assessments?
Yeah, so that's a really great question because they're kind of like on opposite sides, right? So normally what happens is that penetration tests are normally done almost at the very end, right before release to production, or they're done a few times a year as part of a security audit. So it's very important to have penetration tests done, especially if you want to be compliant. But they are normally done on full-fledged, already deployed web applications, or done right before an application is sent to deployment. The main reason is that penetration tests act from the outside in, so they're essentially trying to get into your application while the application is running. But if the application isn't built all the way yet, then there's nothing to really test as far as a pen tester is concerned. Security assessment, what I take that to mean is to start seeing what assets do you have as part of your app. How can people get into those assets? What is maybe some dependencies that your application is using? And in that case, you should definitely start doing those security assessments toward the very beginning. Actually, I would say in the planning stage, or at the very latest in the design stage. So again, it's sort of like creating risk profiles for each asset and your data, like how is it stored, how is it generated, things of this nature. I absolutely recommend doing that as soon as possible. And I'm not sure if there's a way to put articles in a chat, but if there is, I'm going to put it on comments. And there's just a bunch of really good articles about security assessments. It looks like I can't do that, but Synopsys, SYNOPSYS, has great articles on learning more about security risk assessments. So definitely check that out.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Great answer. And Asaf, you are next. So how to improve accessibility in independent components without breaking when put together with other components, when you are integrating different component libraries, how to improve the accessibility in those components?
Well, actually, this is a great question because, I mean, as developers, I mean, the one thing that really like put us out in the world that we are lazy, like by heart, we're lazy. Okay, I mean, if there is something already ready-made, we would like to use it. This is it's natural, and I guess it's the right thing to do in many times. So actually, what I can say, I mean, what we do when we want to integrate with a third party, for example, if we want to have a chart component, okay? Well, chart, as a front-end developer, you maybe know that chart is one of the most complex things that you can develop because if you want to develop it on your own, it's great at first, but then business needs are changing, and it's very hard to maintain because there's like calculations inside and many edge cases. So like a chart library is one of the things that we would like to use an external library for, because we don't want to build ourselves. This is not our business. So what we do when we want to use a third-party library is that we actually we use the same process that we use for our own component, meaning that we are wrapping it with our own component that maybe at first just like passes the properties or the inputs as is inside, but I mean, with time it grows and we have some kind of business logic of our own. And then we run automatic accessibility testing for that component. So we used like the events tools also for that component. So this is like the testing phase. But when we do shopping, like when we are looking for a third-party component, for example, if we're looking for charts, then we're looking at a Nivo chart, and we're looking at some charts that Material has, and some other components. And one of them, the key factors that we take into account is how accessible they are from the start. Because I mean, if we're using a third library component which is not very flexible, not only in call, maybe a lot of libraries are flexible when it comes to colors, but accessibility is, yes, it's about colors, but it's about behavior. Maybe we would like to add keyboard listeners, like maybe we would like to add like an arrow support, arrow navigation. And if the component is very closed, it will be hard for us. All the time we are trying to find components that are accessible from the start, like I did in the example with the button. I mean, if I can use the HTML component, it's the best. But if we need to use a third-party component, a third-party library component, we need to run this test by ourselves before we select which one. And to the question, I mean, I will rephrase it. Does it break? Yes, it breaks. Accessibility breaks. But like, I mean, it's code. When code changes, things break. but we need to prioritize it and to fix it. And maybe after some time that we are focusing on several components, we'll decide to build it ourselves. So it really depends, but it's very about if you put this in your list of things to check or not.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Asaf. And we are back to Derek. Derek, we saw the serverless framework and it supports a lot of great different things from AWS. While deploying Lambdas, does it support layers, or we need to use just the default images that are provided by AWS?
It does support layers. I believe you can put up to 5 layers in the serverless configuration. I just looked that up before, just now. Didn't know that off the top of my head. But yes, it does support layers. The other thing that it supports, I know that there's a big push within AWS to containerize things. So they are, while they do support Lambdas running as zip or containers, I think they're putting a lot more development into the containers. So you can use ECR, that's the container repository. So you can use that as well with the serverless framework. So either way, you can have custom images, reusable components on top of your functions. So it's very flexible that way.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Derek. Akira, you mentioned something that sounds cool, but I just still don't understand, and you're going to help us understand that. What is chaos engineering?
Oh, chaos engineering is like the coolest thing I've come across recently. I personally have colleagues that work in it professionally. That's their whole gig. I have not done it very much. But the premise of chaos engineering is that it's a method of testing distributed software that deliberately introduces failure as well as faulty scenarios. So that way it can actually verify how the software responds in the face of random disruptions. So the end of the day, it's essentially like throwing a bunch of wrenches at your software and seeing if the software completely implodes or what's going to happen. It was actually pioneered by Netflix, I think in 2009, because they moved all of their data from like a local data center to the cloud, AWS, and had a lot of problems like as a result. Like there was just so many more issues than just the load balancing that they had with their own servers. So they pioneered this way of making sure that a lot of these problems wouldn't happen again. Let me see, there was actually one particular one that they did, which was like to just turn off, let's see what did they do? I had it pulled up here. They just turned off production software instances to see what would happen, and make sure that the system could respond appropriately. So I mentioned chaos engineering because it's not just, I mean, of course it's a huge field, right? But for security, you can introduce security bugs, you can introduce security vulnerabilities, you can mess with someone's app like a pen tester, or like put a DAST on the front of it and see what other kinds of things you can find, just to see how your app responds. So it's pretty cool stuff.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
It's like going with a sledgehammer on a house, like, and trying to destroy everything.
There's actually a term for the people that do the chaos engineering. They're called chaos monkeys because of Netflix just like turning off production instances. It's like a monkey got loose in the data center and just like started ripping out cords and all kinds of cool stuff. So it's called chaos monkey.
It's a proper name for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Asaf, Akira, thank you very much. Asaf, and this was a question from me because, of course, English is not my first language. It's a native Spanish speaker. There is any recommendation on how to take internationalization into account when also thinking about accessibility, especially on multi-language sites? I know that like certain screen readers and how to select languages on certain sites. So what is your recommendation? What we need to take into account to achieve this?
Well, first, it's a great question because it's an area that is like it's pretty vast. So the first thing, I start with the tactics. Okay, so the first thing is that HTML has an attribute called lang, which is short for language. So if you do inspect element in even for this chat page, okay, for this application, it has the language. The default language is English, but and it hints screen readers what is the language. I mean, what they should look for. Okay, and if we have an application that runs with a different language, it's better to set it to the correct language. It could be Hebrew, it could be Polish, it could be whatever, I mean, the language is. So, I mean, this is the first thing. Well, the second thing I would think about is like all the things that are related to content. For example, let's talk about alternative text for images. Okay, like in some cases, maybe the entire content is translated. Let's talk about maybe a news website. So it has like some kind of auto translation or maybe manual translation for the articles. We want to make sure that all the other elements are also translated. And alternative text for images, which is very important for people with a visual disability that cannot see the image. And you can think like about image from a war zone that, I mean, you want to convey the message in some kind of text, or maybe it's a graph that shows I don't know the latest poll in election, and you need to make sure that this is translated to the language, and because it cannot be seen, it cannot be tested easily, because someone that tests the application, unless they use a screen reader or they are using an inspect element, they won't notice it. So the system must have these translations like in the process. And the third thing that pops to mind is RTL. Maybe I think the three of you, I think, are speaking well. I don't know what languages do you speak. I think two of you are English. And Julián, where are you from?
I am from Colombia, so I speak Spanish and English.
Amazing.
And a little bit of Hebrew. No, I'm kidding.
Good.
Atame da very breed. A little bit.
Very good. Very good. Come. You're welcome. So, I mean, there's a huge part of the world which reads from right to left. And I don't mean Hebrew, I mean Arabic. I mean, Arabic is a huge proportion of the world, people that speak Arabic and read from right to left. So it means that if you want your application to be accessible to that language, it means that you need to flip everything from right to left, but you also need to make sure that if you hit the tab key, so the tabbing order is also the correct one. I mean, you don't start with the final element and then you tab like from the top to bottom or from the last item on the menu to the first one. I mean, it should work automatically, but it doesn't usually. So these are like three things I would care about when thinking about language and accessibility. I guess there are vast more articles about this issue, but that's why what pops to mind.
Really, really a hard task to solve. I'm glad I work with backend that need to deal with these issues. Thank you very much, Asad. Great answer. And our last question goes to Derek. So, Derek, you mentioned something called Cognito in your talk. What is it in regards to authentication?
Yes, Cognito is a service that AWS has for user pools. And so basically it allows you to automate a lot of the user sign up flows, and they have it where you can, with your serverless provider or just through Cognito, you can set things up so that you can make all of the forgotten emails just kind of go through Lambda functions, and it makes it really easy to handle all of that stuff without having to build your own user layer. And the serverless framework, you can build that in there so that it knows about Cognito, and so you will then get so then you can use that to protect your routes. And that's another thing that gets passed into your Lambda function. You get access to that to the actual user, so you know information about whose authentication credentials got sent to you. So even though you're in a server, you're serverless and you're also stateless, you still it helps you keep access to logged in user state.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Derek, Akira, and Asaf, for your time and your great sessions. We will continue with JavaScript Global Summit. Right after me, we will have a break. And then Manuel Mejia is going to take charge, and it will be your MC for the fourth and final block for the day. My time has come. I will need to leave you. I will go ahead and prepare for what's coming in my couple of days. But I enjoyed being with you, sharing both being your MC and also my session. See you later and enjoy the JavaScript Global Summit.
All right. I hope everyone is enjoying the summit so far. And I want to say a huge thank you to Bright Security once again for helping us out with this event, for joining us, and for sponsoring this event. And just to tell a couple words about their really cool product and the developer first scanning tool. So this application security testing scanner enables developers to integrate security testing across all your development pipelines with no false positives, and to test your applications and APIs, SOAPs, REST, GraphQL on every build, basically. And this industry first Bright's new security tester integrates with JavaScript unit testing. And you can test components and functions for security bugs in literally seconds, maybe like minutes maximum. And what's really cool, we have the free accounts for you. So we have the link for the free accounts. You can register and start scanning today. And if you want more hands-on, in-depth coverage on how to use it, how to set it up, we're going to have a hands-on workshop on Wednesday, 12th of October. The link for trial version and also for the workshop are in the chat. So you can use those to register and to grab yourself basically free access to security testing. And yeah, be sure to check out Akira's talk today. And if you've missed it, you can watch it in recordings after the summit. Thank you once again, Bright, for helping us and for sponsoring this event.